Chapter 759. Northwest of Yingju, a barren land. This place was known as Tongliao in later generations. There was no name for it, and no one had settled down there. But now, there were, and that was the tens of thousands of women and children under Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong. This place was relatively high in the north and south, and low in the middle, shaped like a saddle. To the north were the Rocky Mountains and hills of the southern foothills of the greater Qinganling Mountains. To the south were the shallow mountains and Lurs Hills at the edge of the Liaoxi Mountains. The middle was the sandy alluvial plains of the Liao River basin. The place that Li Jinzhong had chosen was quite good. It could be defended by the mountains, and they could plant and graze in front of the mountains. They could also hunt in the mountains. And if something happened, they could retreat in any direction. It was a good buffer zone. Their city was built in the most dangerous place in the Rocky Mountains in the north, Eagle's Mouth. There were only a few trees on this mountain, and most of the places were bare rocky mountains. Behind them was a continuous mountain range, and in front of them was a towering mountain peak. There was only one dangerous path that led up the mountain. It was indeed like the sharp beak of an eagle, easy to defend and hard to attack. The chief commander stationed here was Sun Wanrong's brother-in-law, Yi Yuanyu, and the deputy commander was Fei Mo. Because they had no experience in building a city, and it was inconvenient to build in the winter, and because there were only injured soldiers and the elderly and young in the tribe, the construction progress of the new city was very slow, even though they had captured some people to work as laborers. The new city on Eagle's Mouth had not yet taken shape. The entire tribe still lived at the foot of the mountain, but most of the property and food they had captured were stored on the mountain. Early in the morning, the half-grown children in the tribe began to herd the few sheep on the dry grassy slope facing the sun, while the women carried rattan baskets on their backs and went into the forest to pick pine nuts and other fruits. The elderly were also busy in the tribe, sewing leather clothes, raising livestock, or doing other kinds of work. Some of the able-bodied men and the captured laborers went up the mountain to continue building their city of hope. On the slope facing the sun, there were blue skies, white clouds, white snow, withered grass, a herd of goats, and a group of children herding goats. The one walking in front was a boy with his hands in his sleeves and a whip under his ribs. He was about 8 or 9 years old, his hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his sleeves were shiny like ice. There were 4 or 5 children following behind him, both boys and girls, and they were all younger than him. The boy proudly pointed at a female sheep with a big belly and said, "Lan Lan, come here. Look, that sheep is about to give birth. All the sheep I raise are fat, and in the tribe, my sheep love to give birth the most." The group of little kids couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The little girl named Lan Lan said in admiration, "Big brother Zhizhan is so awesome. What are you going to do when you grow up?" Zhizhan raised his sleeves and slid the shiny sleeves under his nose, leaving a wet mark on his lips. "You're still herding sheep when you've grown up." "Herding sheep? Herding sheep for what?" "To earn money to marry a wife." "Why would he marry a wife?" "Let's have babies." "What's the point of having a baby?" Zhizhan grew impatient. He glared at her and said, "What else can I do?" "Herding sheep." Lan Lan mumbled, "What's the point of herding sheep?" "I don't like herding sheep." Just as Zhizhan was about to speak, he suddenly tilted his head and paused. He listened intently for a moment before asking, "Lan Lan, what sound do you hear?" Lan Lan was confused. "What sound?" As soon as these words were spoken, the faint rumbling became clearer, and the 2 children looked down the hill at the snowy plain. They saw thousands upon thousands of men and horses, stretching as far as the eye could see, like a tide of grey ants, rapidly advancing, covering everything in sight. The tide of ants swept across the plains in front of them like a gust of wind, not stopping for even a moment for them. Zhizhan's mouth was agape, and the whip under his ribs fell to the ground. Drums and horns sounded, and the army was like a tide. The Khitan warriors who had hurriedly organized to protect their tribesmen tried their best to fend off the attacks from the Turks, but the Turks outnumbered them 10 to 1. No matter how hard they tried, the waves of Turk cavalry closing in on them from all directions continued to press down on them, causing their defensive circle to shrink. The enemy had come too suddenly. The mountain city had not been built yet, so it was not enough to fend off the enemy. The entire tribe was camped at the foot of the hill, unable to escape in time. With nowhere to retreat, they could only fight. The entire mountain was filled with clashing cavalry, and the valley was filled with deafening battle cries. The plains were covered in corpses and blood. The Khitan, who were at a severe disadvantage in numbers, had their formation disrupted by the Turks. They were cut up and beaten up, and some had already abandoned their weapons and surrendered. If they did not surrender now, only death awaited them. It was impossible to change the situation. Yi Yuanyu and Fei Mo had also been separated in the chaos. He could only lead his tribesmen to break out of the encirclement. The spear in Fei Mo's hand was already broken, and the saber he had pulled out was already bent. His back was drenched in sweat and he was panting for breath, but no matter which direction he charged in, there was only wave after wave of enemy cavalry that seemed endless. Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting stood on a high slope, looking down at the chaotic slaughter before them. The sky was like a dome, pure and blue, like a piece of translucent blue crystal. The only white cloud in the sky was suspended alone, looking around at the vast expanse of land, silent and desolate. And beneath this eternal tranquility was a battle scene of all colors, people shouting, horses neighing, blood flying. On the slope, one could clearly see the Khitan cavalry who had been cut apart. They were like a school of startled fish, swimming around in panic and dodging. But the Turks were like water, embracing them no matter where they fled. Those who killed and those who were killed were all foreigners, but as he stood on the slope and sorrowfully looked at all this, Yang Fan felt a kind of sorrow. He was not an emperor, so he had never had the lofty resolve to sacrifice his own tribesmen for the sake of a great cause that would last for generations to come. It seemed like a good thing for the Turks to end the Khitan rebellion. But reality was not like this. His tribesmen had not died as a result. The Khitans had rebelled against Jew, but the ones besieging them were the Turks. Was the imperial court really that weak? Definitely not. The imperial court had stationed troops in the western regions, using the strength of a single country to resist the two powerful militaries of Tibet and the Turks, but they had not gained any advantage. Although Wang Xiajie had seized the 4 garrisons of Anshi partly because of the internal strife in Tibet, it was enough to prove the strength of the Jew army. But in these battles, the imperial court had used veteran generals who had been guarding the borders for many years and had rich experience on the battlefield. In the eyes of the Khitan rebellion, perhaps the imperial court had thought that it would be too easy to quell. In order to seize the credit, it had sent Wu Yuyi, Wu Yizong, and a few other incompetent generals who had only climbed up by clinging to the Wu clan. In the end, the imperial court had sacrificed so many soldiers, and in the end, it still had to seek help from the Turks. Yang Fan had succeeded. He had won this war, but he was not happy at all. As a soldier, he felt humiliated, but he also felt helpless. The commanders of the armies in the north and south were both members of the Wu clan, and the empress had refused to relinquish power. If she had not used such drastic measures and allowed those two to blindly command, who knew how long the chaos in Hebei would have lasted? Under the constant destruction of the Khitans, the people of the north, who were already poorer than the people of the south, would have no way of surviving. The imperial court would have to sacrifice many young men to offset the foolishness of those two commanders and obtain victory in this war. Fei Mo had gone berserk. The saber in his hand transformed into arcs of cold light. He spurred on his steed and led dozens of warriors across the plains like a gust of wind, desperately trying to break out of the encirclement. The whistling of the saber brought with it endless slaughter and death. There were dozens of warriors following behind him. In addition to those who had been with him at the beginning, there were also some knights who were fighting for their own cause. Along the way, people kept falling off their horses, and people kept coming in to replace them. In the end, they forcefully opened up a path of blood, and just happened to rush towards the place where Yang Fan was standing. At the bottom of the slope, there was a group of Turkic knights. In the middle of them was an old general with a long beard. He was the arrowhead, Su Miu. Seeing that the group of fish that had escaped the net were charging at him, Su Miu waved his hand, and the knights behind him immediately sent out a group of men to form a triangular formation and charge at Fei Mo. Wu tilde a long saber, wrapped in a chilling sound, slashed towards Fei Mo in the air. Fei Mo was alarmed. He hurriedly urged his steed to take 2 steps to the side, avoiding the edge of the other party's attack. He then raised his curled saber, because the other party's second saber was already following him like a shadow, slashing at his head. After 100 battles, Fei Mo's strength was already exhausted, and this strike was hastily blocked. As the 2 blades collided, a kung sound rang out. Fei Mo couldn't withstand it, and the blade in his hand was sent flying. His opponent flipped his wrist, and the 3rd blade swept towards his neck like a waterfall. Fei Mo had no time to dodge. He closed his eyes and muttered, "It's over." With a clang, his fatal strike was blocked. The Turkic knight didn't have the time to look carefully. When he saw that someone had raised a saber to block his attack, he thought that it was an enemy. Without even looking, he swung his saber back at the rider. The rider seemed to be one with his horsemanship adept and his saber refined. The saber in his hand flashed back and forth, its ferocity infused with ingenious transformations. Dang dang dang. After several slashes, the Turkic rider felt his wrist jolt as the face of the saber struck him. His arm instantly went numb as if he had been electrocuted, and his saber flew out of his hand. Stop. By this time, Fei Mo's subordinates had also been killed or captured by the fresh Turkic army, leaving less than 4 people to put up a stubborn resistance. With Xiao Miumu's order, the Turks immediately retreated, allowing the 4 of them to retreat to Fei Mo's side with lingering fear. "I said that if there's a chance, I'll let you go." As Yang Fan spoke, he glanced at Xiao Miumu. Xiao Miumu immediately waved his hand, and the saber-wielding guards retreated a few more steps. Fei Mo's body trembled. At this moment, only the outline of Yang Fan's face remained, so he shouldn't have been able to recognize him. But when he heard those words, he immediately knew who it was. He recognized Yang Fan's voice, and he was even more familiar with this promise. Fei Mo asked in shock, "It's you? Why are you here? How did you?" Fei Mo stood there in a daze. He couldn't understand why Yang Fan would appear here. Yang Fan cut him off. "Do you think that this is a place to chat? You can leave now." The fighting on the plains was still ongoing. Fei Mo turned his head and glanced at his tribesmen who were still struggling for their lives. Yang Fan said, "I can only let you go this time. If you want to kill your way back, you'll only be bringing your brothers to their deaths, and that won't help. If you're willing to leave, I can make the decision to let these people go." After a moment of hesitation, Fei Mo reluctantly nodded his head. With a fierce whistle, he urged his horse to gallop south. The 4 horsemen immediately followed, and the prisoners were also released. They mounted their horses and followed Fei Mo. Their long years of living in a difficult environment had taught them to make choices. Xiao Miumu kicked his stirrups and slowly strolled to Yang Fan's side. With a faint smile, he said, releasing one person and throwing the entire army into chaos. "Esteemed envoy truly has good method." Yang Fan faintly smiled. He first silently observed the chaotic battlefield, then turned his gaze to the motionless white cloud in the sky, thinking to himself, "It's time for the heavens to chain." Chapter 760. While the 50,000 Turkic cavalry were still a day away from reaching the Songmo commandery, Ma Qiao had already arrived in Yuju with several dozen elite soldiers. When Lu Sheda received the news from Ma Qiao, he immediately sent a letter to Wu Yuyi, who still held nearly half of the army and refused to hand over his authority, as well as to Shazha Zhongyi, who was fighting on the southern front, and Li Duozhua, who was on the eastern front. The armies began to move at the same time and set up ambushes on all sides. As soon as the armies were mobilized, Fei Mo rushed to Sun Wanrong's encampment at Green Dragon Bay. When Sun Wanrong heard that the new city had been attacked, that his parents and family had fallen into enemy hands, that his brother-in-law Yuanyu was missing, and that all the resources and weapons he had seized over the last few months had fallen into the hands of the Turks, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was already old and spent his days on the run. His body and mind were exhausted, and when he heard this news, he felt a sweetness in his throat and vomited a mouthful of blood. By the time he woke up, the situation was already hopeless. While he had been unconscious, the news had already spread throughout the army. Those kitten warriors who had followed Fei Mo out of the encirclement had no idea how much of a blow this matter had dealt to the morale of the army. Just like when they had fought with other tribes over water and pastures, They quickly and directly told their tribesmen what had happened. They even added oil to the fire, making the situation of their tribesmen even more miserable and the Turks even more savage. Their goal was actually very simple: to incite the hatred of their tribesmen so that they could fight their way back to Yingju and save their loved ones. But they were no longer nomadic herdsmen, but an army on an expedition. They were not surrounded by herds of cattle and sheep that could be taken care of by just 2 people, but by the great Jew army that was like tigers and wolves waiting for them. This news had ruined them. Just as Yang Fan had said, "We can afford to lose, but once you lose, there will be no room for redemption." This so-called army had no strict discipline, no military accomplishments nurtured by their long years in the army. In a favorable battle, they were like wolves and tigers, all of them vying to be the first, but once they encountered a major setback, they immediately became a pile of loose sand. Even if every one of them was very brave, they could not display the fighting power that an army should have. When Sun Wanrong woke up and found out that the entire army had heard the bad news, he knew that the situation was hopeless. Even though Sun Wanrong knew that he would be intercepted by the army of the imperial court on his way back, he could not make any other decision. Many of the generals beat their chests and stomped their feet, roaring furiously as they expressed their desire to kill their way back to Ying province. Sun Wanrong could not reverse the situation on his own, so he was forced to make a decision that he knew was wrong: choose the shortest path, travel day and night, and kill our way back to Ying province. Li Duozhua had already set up an ambush in front of them. First, he ambushed them on the path that they had to pass through, then he retreated to the defensive line that he had set up earlier. Both sides fought for a day and a night, and Shazha Zhongyi led his army to surround them from behind. Fortunately, most of Sun Wanrong's cavalry was strong, so he didn't wait for the loyal Shazha to form an encirclement. He jumped out of the heavy encirclement and advanced westward. In the end, he ran into Fatih Lu's army in Yutian. After one battle, he suffered heavy casualties. Sun Wanrong only led about 20,000 cavalry to bypass Yuyang and run northeast. At this time, he was no longer thinking about returning to rescue his tribesmen, but how to preserve his remaining armed forces. In the end, he bypassed Yuyang and had just crossed the Great Wall when he was hit by another blow. The Shi people had ambushed him. When the Shi king learned that the Turks had allied with the Great Zhou dynasty and raided Sun Wanrong's old nest, he immediately withdrew his troops in shock. He summoned a group of strategists for an emergency discussion and decided to surrender to the imperial court. In order to atone for his previous crimes, he had to render meritorious service. As a result, he once again sent out his troops. However, the Shi soldiers who had originally cooperated with Sun Wanrong had now become his enemy. Sun Wanrong had never imagined that the Shi king would be a fence-sitter. After a fierce battle, his troops were all scattered. Sun Wanrong led his troops and fled west, attempting to pass through the vast plains of Shi and return to the Khitan's territory. Who would have thought that he would run into the chief of the divine army, Yang Xuanji? Yang Xuanji had accompanied Wu Yuyi to the north, but as soon as Wu Yuyi arrived in Hebei, he ran into the city to hide and refused to come out again. Several of his generals were also restrained by him, not allowing them to act blindly without thinking. Yang Xuanji had no choice but to stay in Danju to rest and build up his strength. This time, with Lu Shida's military letter stating that the Khitan's old nest had been raided, the morale of the army was in chaos. Previously, there was also Wu Zetian's imperial edict reprimanding them. Combining the two, Wu Yuyi made up his mind to send several of his generals to participate in the encirclement and suppression. Yang Xuanji was one of the troops. Sun Wanrong was blocked head-on and fled east. In the end, he ran into another group of troops under Wu Yuyi's command. The general of the troops was the chief of the vanguard, Zhong Jiujie. At this time, the Khitan troops were completely terrified and had no desire to continue fighting. After the two sides fought for a while, Sun Wanrong led his troops and fled again. In the vast wilderness, there seemed to be troops lying in ambush everywhere. In his panic, Sun Wanrong didn't know which way to go, so he took whatever path he could find. As a result, the further he went, the further away he was from Yingju. At dusk, Sun Wanrong led the remnants of his troops to set up camp under a pine forest. After taking stock of his troops, several of his generals had been separated. The bravest general under him, Luo Wuzhen, had killed his way somewhere in the chaos. At this time, there were less than 3,000 people left by his side, and almost all of them were injured. Seeing this scene, Sun Wanrong couldn't help but cry. When the moon rose above the willow tree, Fei Mo, who had gone out to gather information, returned. He found several families of mountain people in a nearby col and found out that they had escaped to Lu County, modern Tongju, only a step away from Yuju. After listening to Fei Mo's report, Sun Wanrong couldn't help but fall silent. Now that the night is dark, he may still be able to hide for a while. Tomorrow morning, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven if he still wants to escape. As expected, the Great Ju army has already sealed all the routes to the north. In the forest, a bonfire burned bleakly. The red light of the fire could not conceal Sun Wanrong's pale face. Sparks danced in the air. When they brushed against one's face, they would turn into white ash. Sun Wanrong sat there without moving, his hair soon covered with a layer of burnt ash, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. Fei Mo looked at the silent Sun Wanrong and said uneasily, "Grand Marshal, what should we do now? Our brothers are at a loss. We still need Grand Marshal to make a decision before we can decide what to do." Sun Wanrong silently shook his head and sadly said, "Today I want to surrender to Tang, but more than 200,000 Tang soldiers have died in my hands. If I surrender to Tang, I will die without a doubt. If I go to the Turks, they are in a dilemma. They can tolerate others, but they definitely can't tolerate me. If I want to go to Xinluo, Li Duozuo's troops have already blocked the route to the east. There is no way I can survive this trip. If I want to return to Yingju, the new city has already been plundered. In order to protect themselves, the other 6 tribes will definitely not tolerate me. Where else can I go? Where else can I go?" Sun Wanrong used all his strength to break a withered branch in his hand into 2 with a catcher sound. Fei Mo opened her mouth, but no words came out. Fei Mo silently sat down beside him and turned back to look at the exhausted soldiers resting against the trees in the forest. She sighed deeply. Sun Wanrong raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The frosty moonlight reflected on his beard, which was trembling slightly in the wind. After being in a daze for a while, Sun Wanrong finally said, "The 8 kitten tribes all have different intentions. If not for that, whether it's the Tang or the Turks, how can they defeat me so easily? If the 6 kitten tribes that stayed in Yingju could protect our tribesmen on the basis that we are of the same tribe, how could we have suffered such a crushing defeat?" He shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to Fei Mo. He solemnly said, "Fei Mo, remember, if the 8 kitten tribes cannot be unified, no matter how hard it is, we cannot raise our flags and rebel. That will only bring us a disaster. If we kitten want to stand up, the 8 tribes must unite and clench our fist. Yes, I will remember Grand Marshal's words." Fei Mo finished speaking and then said embarrassedly, "But Grand Marshal should be instructing Luo Wuzhen, He Xiao, and the others. I am not qualified to listen to Grand Marshal's teachings. Don't belittle yourself. No one is born a hero." Sun Wanrong patted his shoulder. "He Xiao, Luo Wuzhen, and the others have been scattered. I don't even know if they can survive. I can only tell you these words now." He slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he shouted, "Men!" Although they had been fighting and running for a whole day, the clansmen were all exhausted. Sun Wanrong shouted in a deep voice, and a few leaders and bodyguards beside him quickly appeared in front of him. Sun Wanrong stared at Fei Mo and suddenly drew his saber. He placed it on Fei Mo's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Kneel, Grand Marshal." Although Fei Mo was confused, he still obediently knelt in front of Sun Wanrong. Sun Wanrong said solemnly, "You are the chief of the Diela tribe. Although Diela is a small tribe of my tribe, the warriors of your tribe have always been good at fighting and brave. It is a famous warrior tribe of my tribe. Now, I hand over my tribe and the Kargans to you. You will protect and lead them." Fei Mo opened his mouth in shock and only reacted after a long while. He said in panic, No, Grand Marshal, I can't. I don't have the ability to manage such a big tribe." Sun Wanrong smiled bitterly and said, "How big can it be? Our tribe doesn't have many people left. If the three tribes don't unite at this time, we will be annexed by other tribes sooner or later. He roused his spirits and said, "Listen, I will now merge my tribe and Li Jinzhong's tribe into your Diela tribe. You must let this new tribe settle down and prosper. You must continue to grow stronger until you have the strength to unify the 8 kitten tribes." Fei Mo was at a loss and said slowly, How can I do that? I can't." Sun Wanrong said resolutely, "If you can't do it, there is still your son. If your son can't do it, there is still your grandson. Take my order as your ancestors' teachings and pass it down to your descendants. One day, your family will have a descendant who is both wise and brave, and can complete my mission today." Fei Mo said in a daze, "Grand Marshal, we are now surrounded and it is hard to say whether we will survive or not. As for the future, let's talk about it after we break out of the encirclement." The corner of Sun Wanrong's mouth revealed a trace of a sly smile. "I will settle the matter at hand. This is also the last thing I will do for you as your chief. I will use my death to exchange for your lives. Remember, I will be killed by you. Only by doing so will you be pardoned by the imperial court and be granted land so that our people can live in peace." The chiefs were all shocked and raised their heads to look at him. "Grand Marshal." A few of them reacted quickly and were about to pounce on him. "You must do as I say. Don't let my death be in vain." Sun Wanrong's voice was sonorous and resounding, like the sound of metal and stone. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to react. The long saber in his hand suddenly turned and slashed across his own throat. Chapter 761. A long-distance carriage slowly entered Jiaoju City. With the end of the war-torn Jiaoju City had regained some of its vitality. At this moment, Jiaoju City was still dilapidated and withered. Less than 1/10 of the formerly bustling streets had been restored to business, and a large number of refugees had not yet returned to the north. As the temperature gradually warmed, the icicles under the eaves dripped with melted ice water, and the snow on the streets had been trampled and mixed with the mud, appearing especially dirty. But a hint of serenity and joy could be seen on the faces of the people. They no longer hurried on with their heads lowered, no longer were their eyes filled with confusion and fear, no longer were their brows tightly furrowed. Even if their clothes were ragged, if they were fellow countrymen meeting on the streets, they would still smile and excitedly embrace each other. Humans were not afraid of suffering, but what they feared most was a lack of hope. As long as they were given hope, they would have the courage and confidence to live on. Yang Fan, who was sitting in the car, was sincerely happy to see this scene. He was one of the people who had created hope for these people. Perhaps he had played almost no role on the battlefield and had not killed many enemies, but he had used his wisdom to play a role that even an army of 100,000 could not match. Seeing this scene, the frustration and humiliation that the eagle's beak felt when he had personally witnessed the decisive battle between the Khitans and the Turks on the territory of Wuzhou had greatly lessened. His empire had fallen into serious internal strife due to the struggle for the throne and could not use all its strength to protect its people for the time being. At this time, even if he had to use some tricks and make some concessions, as long as the people who paid taxes and provided for this vast empire could have a path of survival and hope, he was willing to sacrifice his dignity as a man. The face of an emperor, a general, or a minister, was nothing compared to the belly of the people. Also sitting in the carriage were Enyu and Jiyu Zhuting. Enyu did not avoid suspicion and sat close to Yang Fan, leaning on his shoulder as they looked out the window. This was her man, her support. If she did not sit next to him, who else could she sit next to? Jiyu Zhuting, on the other hand, was sitting far away, so far that it was a little deliberate. Fortunately, Enyu's mind was completely focused on Yang Fan, so she didn't notice her master's strange behavior. The sage said, "If you have enough food and clothing, you will know honor and disgrace." It was true. Under the harsh living conditions on the grassland, Jiyu Zhuting could not treat herself as a woman. If she did not sleep together, she would be frozen into a popsicle. If she did not have her hair and face dirty, she could only use up the precious snow water. Thus, everything she did there was natural and expected. However, when she returned to the civilized world and recalled everything, she felt shy and embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Fan did not do anything special, or she would be even more ashamed. Nu and Jiu Zhuting were women. Although the war was not completely over, they could leave at any time if they wanted to. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was a little more troublesome. He was a soldier, but the war in the north had come to an end. The great Zhu army was besieging the Khitans who had escaped, so there was no big battle to fight. Whether Yang Fan could leave or not depended on the words of the high-ranking generals. Whether it was Li Duozhua or Lu Shida, they were all very familiar with Yang Fan and had a good relationship with him. So, Yang Fan left. He went deep into the tiger's den and successfully completed the mission of borrowing soldiers, ending the Khitan rebellion before the arrival of spring, thus preventing the chaotic war situation from destroying the spring plowing in Hebei. Otherwise, the lives of the people in Hebei would be worse in the coming year. Yang Fan could be said to have made a great contribution. If he stayed in Hebei at this time, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous for him after the war, but this was no longer important to him. For him now, too high a position was actually not conducive to his development, so at this moment, Yang Fan had a bit of a carefree feeling of brushing his clothes and leaving after the matter is done, hiding his achievements and fame. We've arrived at the inn. Let's rest for a while and continue our journey tomorrow. When the carriage stopped, Yang Fan looked back at Nu and Jiu Zhuting with a smile. Nu nodded sweetly. After experiencing the pain of being separated by life and death, as long as her man could return safely, as long as she could snuggle up to him like this, and smell his scent, she would be satisfied. Jiu Zhuting dodged Yang Fan's gaze a little. When she walked out of the carriage, her slender feet in deerskin boots stomped on the ground a few times. Because of the long journey, there was no snow on her boots. She just wanted to use this small action to stomp away the annoyance in her heart, because she found that she was a little afraid of this little man. With a smile, Yang Fan said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, 2 superior rooms." Around the carriage, there were a few people dressed like merchants who also dismounted and walked into the inn. Yang Fan knew that they were the people sent by the succession hall to protect his safety. When Nu stayed in the 1,000 gold smelter, the sovereign's bodyguards came to find him. However, Yang Fan was still an official, and there were still many scouts from the imperial court, the Turks, and even the surrounding tribes in Hebei. In order to avoid being noticed, Yang Fan could only ask them to be his bodyguards in secret, and did not allow them to openly follow him. When the innkeeper saw that the guest had arrived, he hurriedly and attentively received him. He called the waiter over and welcomed the guest in. After being repeatedly looted, the so-called superior rooms here were only slightly cleaner and more spacious, and nothing else. Yang Fan knew that Jiaoju City had been severely damaged during the war, and it was impossible for there to be any high-class restaurants at this moment. He could only settle his dinner in this inn. Therefore, after washing up and changing his clothes, he went to the guest hall. After a while, Nu and Jiu Zhuting also finished washing up and changing their clothes, and came to his table. Yang Fan nodded to them and asked them to order a few dishes from the menu in front of the counter, while he continued to listen to the discussion of the people at the table next to him. At the table next to them, a middle-aged merchant said to them in a serious tone, "I advise you, it's best to wait for things to settle down before going back. It's better not to go north right now." Those people were well dressed, and it seemed that they were rich people from the north who had fled to the south during the war. Now that the war was over, they were on their way back to the north, and they happened to meet their fellow countrymen from the north. One of them, who looked like a rich gentleman, asked anxiously, "Why can't we go back now? We still have to wait for things to settle down. Could it be that the Khitans are still running rampant?" The middle-aged merchant waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "The Khitans are no longer a threat, but, have you heard that the Lord of Hanoi, Wu Yizong, has arrived in Yuju?" A middle-aged man spat fiercely and said, "That pig-riding general, I spit on him." When the Khitans were arrogant, he ran away as soon as he heard the slightest news, running away faster than a damn rabbit. When the Khitans lost the war, he couldn't wait to run north, afraid that he wouldn't be able to seize the credit in time. Another person was somewhat confused and said, "So what if he arrived in Yuju? He's a man of our imperial court, not a kitten." The middle-aged merchant sighed and said, "He's not a kitten, but he's even more ruthless than them. Have you heard of the kitten general He Arxiao? Among the Khitans, he's the most bloodthirsty. Now, the elders in the north rank Wu Yizong and He Arxiao together as the two his, saying, only these two his have killed the most people. The aristocrats looked at each other in dismay and said in bewilderment, the Khitans have harmed us quite a bit, so what's wrong with him killing them a bit more ruthlessly? The middle-aged merchant spat fiercely and said, who do you think he killed? How could there be so many Khitans for him to kill? Those who should escape have escaped, those who should die have died, or those who should have surrendered to the other generals. Wu Yizong rushed over, but it's a pity that he hid too far away. By the time he arrived, there were already no Khitans for him to capture. Without heads, how can he report the credit? The middle-aged merchant coldly glared at his obstinate fellow countryman and said fiercely, then he'll just point fingers at the good for stealing. When Wu Yizong arrived in Yuju, he immediately massacred the commoners of the cities that had been occupied by the Khitans for a long time, saying that they were collaborating with bandits and financed bandits. He killed an entire family, regardless of gender or age. The more the middle-aged merchant spoke, the angrier he became. He said, all the prefectures have been plundered by the Khitans. I originally thought that now that the Khitans have been defeated, we could live in peace. Who knew that the princes of the imperial court are even more ruthless than the Khitans? Most of the Khitans seize wealth, at least they don't want people's lives, but this Wu Yizong, at this point, the middle-aged merchant slammed the table heavily, his face full of resentment. The northern aristocrats looked at each other in dismay and were all speechless. Yang Fan, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. The rebels had been eliminated, but the one who had done the most evil was actually the one who pacified the rebels, the prince of the Wuzhou dynasty. Because Wu Yizong was far away from the battlefield, he arrived in Yuju too late. By the time he arrived, only a small portion of the Khitan rebel army had fled back to Yingju or into the mountains and forests. The majority had either defected to the Turks or surrendered to the imperial court. Wu Yizong hadn't caught many bandits, so he could only target the commoners who were celebrating their escape from the bandits. He even killed children of 3 or 5 years old, using their heads as compensation. Wu Yizong's actions against the commoners immediately shocked all the prefectures. The commoners fled upon hearing the news. Li Duozhua, Lu Shida, Shazha Zhongyi, and the other generals were shocked and personally went to Yuju to dissuade him. Even Wu Yuyi, who had been holed up in Danju and refused to go to battle, couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was true that he was afraid of battle, but he wasn't as brainless as Wu Yizong. The Wu family's performance on the Hebei battlefield had already become the laughingstock of the world. Were they afraid of being condemned by the masses if they did something so perverse? Moreover, the people of the north were tough and fierce. If they were provoked, it would be another disaster. Thus, Wu Yuyi immediately went to see Wu Yizong and sternly reprimanded him as his cousin. All the generals objected, and even his cousin flew into a rage. Wu Yizong also felt that his actions had offended the masses and didn't dare to kill the innocent. However, the heads he counted were far from enough to show off his military achievements. Thus, after Wu Yizong wrote a memorial, recommending the imperial court to execute the entire clan of the commoners of Hebei who had joined the bandits and quickly sent it to the capital, he did another stupid thing. He set his sights on the Shi clan. Although the Shi clan had stabbed the Khitans in the back at the critical moment and expressed its position to the Great Jew, it had still once cooperated with the Khitans. Wu Yizong led the army north and approached the Shi clan's territory, putting on an aggressive posture. He wanted to pacify Hebei and quell the Shi clan's rebellion to achieve an unparalleled merit. Chapter 762. When Wu Yizong's army arrived, King Shi was shocked and uneasy. After ambushing Sun Wanrong, he immediately wrote a letter of credence and sent someone to the Jew emperor, stating his mistakes. He said that because his territory was close to the Khitans, he had no choice but to go against his will and compromise with Sun Wanrong in order to avoid being attacked by the Khitans, pretending to be an alliance. Now he was sending troops to help the court quell the rebellion to show his sincerity and ask for forgiveness from the Celestial Emperor. However, there was still no news after the letter was sent. In the end, Wu Yizong, the Jew emperor's nephew and the northern marshal of the Fourth Route, personally led troops to the border of the Shi kingdom. When King Shi learned of this, he naturally thought that the Jew empress was not willing to pardon him. In a moment of desperation, he could only ask for protection from the Turks. After the Turks plundered the Eagle's Mouth, they escorted the Khitans and countless supplies back to the Turks. Because of the burden of the prisoners and supplies, their speed was not fast. Thus, Mu'in escorted the prisoners and supplies back to the west while Chkbili and Seljuk led the light cavalry to bring up the rear. This way, they moved very slowly and King Shi's messenger quickly caught up to them. When Chkbili and Seljuk heard that King Shi was willing to submit to the Turks and abandon Wuju to serve the Turks, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was the biggest harvest of this expedition to the east. They immediately agreed and sent people to escort King Shi's envoy to see Moshe. When Chkbili heard that the Jew army was pressing on the border and intended to invade the Shi tribe, he personally led 20,000 elite cavalry back into the Shi tribe's territory to confront Wu Izong. Wu Izong was arrogant at first, but when he found out that the troops were not the Shi tribe but the Turks, he was scared out of his wits and immediately withdrew his troops back to Yuju. When he fled back to Yuju, the generals and Wu Yuyi heard that he had attacked the Shi tribe without permission. By now, it was too late to stop him. The Shi tribe had already submitted to the Turks and the entire Areola commandery had become Turk territory. The people of the Shi tribe's 10 provinces had all become Turk vassals. Even worse was that the Songmor governor's office was further north of the Areola governor's office. Because the Areola governor's office had submitted to the Turks, the Wuzhou imperial court had no way of flying over Turkic territory to enforce its rule over the Songmor governor's office. Thus, the 6 Khitan tribes had essentially separated themselves from the imperial court and could only submit to the Turks in the future. What was even more unexpected was that after this series of changes, the Bayan tribe, which was located in the eastern corner and separated from Goryeo by a river, had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The leader of the Tawu tribe, Dazwerong, was brave, skillful, and resourceful. He had long unified the Tawu tribe. He had always wanted to establish a kingdom, but due to the power of Khitan, he had to rely on Khitan and didn't dare to proclaim himself king. The Khitans submitted to Wuzhou, they submitted to the Khitans, which was equivalent to Wuzhou's vassals. At present, the 6 Khitan tribes were like scattered sand and had no time to care about them. The Shi tribe had all submitted to the Turks, and the Central Plains Empire was blocked by the Shi tribe that had submitted to the Turks and couldn't threaten them. Dazwerong was overjoyed and immediately took advantage of the situation to establish a state. He proclaimed himself king and established the state of Zhun, Bohai. Because of Wu Izong's foolish action, the Wuzhou imperial court lost a large area of territory and its people in the southern part of the Hebei province, and even gave birth to the state of Bohai. This was completely unexpected. Wu Izong finally realized that he had caused a great disaster. He personally went to Wu Yuyi's tent and begged for forgiveness, kneeling on the ground and wailing. Although Wu Yuyi had been so infuriated by him that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to the heavens, the matter had already happened and could not be undone. If this matter were to spread, the entire Wu clan would be attacked. Helpless, Wu Yuyi could only invite Lu Shida, Li Duozhua, Shazha Zhongyi, and all the other generals to seal their mouths. Although this matter could not be completely concealed, as long as there was no official confirmation, even if there was some discussion among the people, how long could it last? Lu Shida and the others had been guarding the border all year round and fought with the enemy for every inch of land. For the sake of territory and population, they had fought with the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate for their entire lives and shed blood for their entire lives. Seeing how scoundrel Wu Izong was, they really wanted to hack this scoundrel into 1,000 pieces to appease the hatred in their hearts. However, this world belonged to the Wu clan, and everyone knew that the empress was biased towards the Wu clan. Even if this matter was reported to the imperial court, Wu Izong would not be executed. In order to give an explanation to the people of the world, the biggest possibility was that he would be banished to a place to be a provincial governor. He would be a scourge to the people for a few years and return to the capital after everything had calmed down. But what about them? From then on, they would become a thorn in the Wu clan's side, and they would never have peace again. Helpless, the old generals maintained their silence at the same time. Wu Yuyi pacified the few generals and tried to conceal the cause of this series of events as much as possible. However, he did not dare to deceive Wu Zetian. He had always maintained a neutral position between Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi and had directly attached himself to the current emperor, so how could he dare to conceal anything? Therefore, after the matter was settled, he wrote a secret memorial and had it sent to the capital on horseback. Yang Fan was heading south at this moment and was completely unaware of the upheaval in the north. Because of Wu Yizhong's carelessness, a large portion of the country that his ancestors had fought for was lost. After rushing day and night, he finally returned when the spring breeze had just blown through Luoyang and the city was filled with poplar catkins. Yang Fan's carriage drove through Luoyang's northern city's Anshi Gate and passed through various lanes until it exited Yuji Lane and arrived at the Luoshui River. Only then did it turn west and rushed along the riverbank to the Tianjin Bridge. Along the way, there were more and more pedestrians in front of him. Later on, the road was jammed with people and the carriage could not move forward at all. Although Luoyang was bustling, there were not so many people in the past. For some reason, it was still far from the Tianjin Bridge, but the road was already crowded with people and it was difficult to move even an inch. Yang Fan was in a hurry to go home to see his beloved wife and son. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help poking his head out and seeing the crowd in the distance, he could only see that the entire street was jammed. He couldn't help asking in surprise, what happened? At this time, one of the Succession Hall imperial bodyguards who was secretly protecting Yang Fan had already gone forward to inquire. A moment later, he came back to report, "Ah Lang, the emperor has issued an edict to execute the criminals at the Tianjin Bridge. The common people have all come to watch, so it's extremely crowded." Yang Fan's heart thumped. On the day that Li Junchen and Li Zhaoda were executed, the street was not as crowded as this. Who was it that the emperor wanted to kill today that there would be such a large crowd? Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "Who is the emperor going to execute?" The imperial bodyguard replied, "The one to be executed is the great general of the Baodao Guards, Yang Jiwei." This surname was rare, but Yang Fan found it somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, he asked in surprise, "Is it Yang Lide's grandson?" The imperial bodyguard replied, "Yes. This Yang Lide was a great craftsman in the early Tang dynasty. He was an expert in architecture and painting. Emperor Taizong's Zhao Mausoleum was designed and supervised by him. The pavilion of Lingyan was also built by him. Moreover, the pavilion of Lingyan's 24 meritorious officials and the Qin residence's 18 scholars' painting were both created by him. Therefore, although he didn't know much about his grandson, Yang Fan, he knew a lot about this famous craftsman who had passed away a long time ago." Yang Fan asked in surprise, "What crime did this General Yang commit?" The imperial bodyguard replied, "Yang Jiwei committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. The emperor has issued an edict, ordering all the officials to shoot him. Because of this rare scene, the common people are scrambling to watch." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan frowned. He didn't know what kind of enemy this person had conspired to provoke the emperor into such a thunderous rage that he came up with such a method to vent his anger. The imperial bodyguards under him also knew that their sovereign was anxious to return home. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, someone had already gone to the embankment to call for a boat. After promising a generous reward, the boat anchored there and returned to Yang Fan's side, saying, "Ah Lang, I heard that the imperial court wants to execute his entire family. The execution won't be over for a while. Ah Lang, please board the boat and cross the river so that we can return to the residence." Yang Fan nodded and alighted from the carriage with Nu and Jiyu Zhuting. They walked along the embankment and boarded the small boat. From afar, they could see a sea of people on both sides of the Tianjin Bridge. On the lonely bridge, there was only one person tied up. His heart was moved and he ordered, "Sail the boat over, I want to see." The boatman who had received a generous reward had no reason to refuse. He hurriedly and attentively rowed the small boat over slowly. On the Tianjin Bridge, a person was standing upright in the middle of the bridge. One end of a long rope mixed with metal wire was tightly tied to his body and the other end was firmly fixed to the stone pillars on both sides of the bridge railings to prevent him from falling. At this moment, the person's body was already covered with arrows. He looked like a human-shaped hedgehog, looking very frightening. A court official slowly walked to one side of the bridge. A military general handed him a bow and arrows. The person pulled the bowstring and looked at the bloody human-shaped hedgehog on the bridge. Even the facial features were difficult to recognize. The person's arms couldn't help but tremble. He shot an arrow, but it unexpectedly went askew, and the arrow lightly fell into the river. The military official next to him very patiently handed him another arrow, but this time the civil official shot the arrow askew again. After shooting 5 arrows in a row, he finally hit the bloody man's body. This civil official was already sweating profusely. Seeing that he had hit the target, he immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He retreated with the help of someone else as if he had collapsed. Another official walked up while trembling with fear and trepidation. He took the bow and arrow from the general's hands. This Yang Jiwei was originally the great general of the Baodao Guards. Because Wu Zetian had agreed to make peace with the Turks through marriage, she sent Wu Yanxiu to the Turks to escort the bride. Yang Jiwei was appointed as the envoy and was even given the title of Minister of Rights. As a result, as soon as Wu Yanxiu arrived at the Turks, Moshe used the excuse that Wu Yanxiu was not the son of the emperor and that his daughter was going to marry Prince Li Tang to put him under house arrest. Even now, he has not been released. Soon after, Moshe sent his troops to Hebei and pillaged the provinces. When his troops invaded Hebei, he also brought this unlucky ambassador to escort the bride with him. During the attack on Jiaoju, in order to lower the morale of the defending troops, Moshe ordered Yang Jiwei and the kitten soldiers to sing and dance at the foot of Jiaozhou's walls, singing "Long Live the Emperor." Jiaozhou's garrison general Chen Lingying was furious and questioned him from the top of the city wall. "The Minister of Rights is an important position, yet you are forcing people to sing for you. Don't you feel ashamed?" Yang Jiwei could only reply with a bitter smile, "I was forced by others. I really had no choice." When Lu Shida and Shazha led their loyal troops into Hebei, the Turks retreated and killed tens of thousands of Jiaozhou people. Because Yang Jiwei had been obedient, they released him. In the end, when Yang Jiwei returned to the court, Wu Zetian heard about his shameful behavior at the foot of Jiaozhou and felt that it was a disgrace to the country. Especially when she had agreed to the marriage, the Turks went back on their word and detained Wu Yanxiu. It was like a fierce slap to her face. In her anger and humiliation, Wu Zetian vented all her anger on this cowardly man, resulting in this unprecedented execution. By the time the last official finished shooting, Yang Jiwei had become a hedgehog stained with blood. Because some of the officials were not good at archery and their aim was poor, the arrows were all over his body. It was only because he was tied to a rope that he did not fall. At this time, an executioner dressed in red suddenly strode forward, followed by his disciple, who was holding a lacquer tray with red damask in his hand. The people at the bridgehead who had just started a commotion suddenly quieted down again. Chapter 763. Even though Yang Jiwei deserved to die, such a tragic way of death was enough to frighten the people who hated him to the core, leaving only fear in their hearts and not excitement to vent their anger. Now that the executioner came forward, the people gathered on both sides of the Tianjin Bridge did not know what other methods of execution would be used on a corpse. They all held their breath and watched. Yang Jiwei's death was extremely tragic, but the executioner had killed countless people in his life and was the #1 executioner in the Ministry of Justice. The executioners in the Ministry of Justice were all his disciples and grand-disciples. In his lifetime, he had killed countless nobles and generals, so he naturally did not care about this scene. The executioner walked to the front of Yang Jiwei's upright corpse and reached out to pull out the arrows in his chest. One by one, the sharp arrows were pulled out from the corpse's flesh, and he threw them on the ground. Then, he took out a sharp knife from the plate, and as the onlookers cried out in alarm, his wrist lowered, and the knife had already cut open Yang Jiwei's chest. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd, the executioner cut open Yang Jiwei's chest and put his hand in to feel his heart. He swiftly cut it out with the knife and ruthlessly threw it on the ground. The scene of thousands of arrows piercing the heart and then cutting open the abdomen shocked the people who were watching the execution. Even though there were a few ruffians in the crowd who were still cheering, most people could not bear to watch anymore. At this moment, a row of prison carriages came from the direction of the Ministry of Justice. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong led dozens of bailiffs to clear the way and forcefully split the crowd to ensure that the prison carriages could pass. There were men and women, old and young, in the prison carriages. They were all Yang Jiwei's family and relatives. Among them, the most conspicuous were a few children. They were imprisoned alone in a prison carriage. The older ones were 5 or 6 years old, and the younger ones were only 2 or 3 years old. Different from the lifeless expressions of the other adults in the prison carriages, the children did not seem to know what had happened. A few children grabbed onto the bars of the prison carriages and looked curiously at the crowded crowd by the roadside. They even had innocent smiles on their faces. An old woman looked at them and tears suddenly welled up in her muddy old eyes. She turned around and forcefully squeezed out, murmuring, "Sin. What a sin. I can't watch it anymore." Her son was originally reluctant to leave, but seeing that his mother was about to leave, he could only chase after her. He protected his mother with one hand and separated the crowd with the other. The crowd was strangely silent. The mother and son easily pushed open a path and walked out. A peddler selling biscuits with a basket looked at the ignorant children and could not help but sigh sadly. Even if it was a great crime, there was no reason to implicate such young children. Why did such young children have to bear such a heavy punishment for their fathers? However, this was the decree of the Empress. Who dared to defy it? A child on the prisoner carriage saw the basket in his hands and looked eagerly. He even put a finger in his mouth and swallowed. The pancake peddler had an impulse. He went forward and grabbed a few pancakes from the basket and placed them in the cart. He said in a choked voice, "Children, eat them. Uncle gave them to you." It seemed that the children were really hungry. They all grabbed the biscuits and ate with relish. After the peddler finished handing over the biscuits, he looked with some fear at the bailiffs next to the prison carriages. The bailiffs had solemn expressions but did not seem to see him. When they walked to his side, they only waved their hands for him to leave. Seeing this scene, more people were encouraged. Some people brought food with them. When the prison wagon carrying the children passed in front of them, they handed the food, candies, dried fruits, and pastries into the prison wagon. The children on the prison carriages were beaming with joy. 2 children were fighting over a few large dates and laughing as they pushed each other. They had no idea that their young lives were about to come to an end. Some of the soft-hearted commoners could not help but shed tears. On the execution platform on the north side of the Tianjin Bridge, the imperial censor saw this scene and his lips twitched. He also revealed an expression of pity. He reached out with a trembling hand and grabbed the punishment stick. He suddenly turned around and threw the punishment stick behind him. In a deep voice, he said, "By imperial decree, the young and old of the Yang family are all to be hanged to death. Immediately execute." Clang. The punishment stick fell to the ground. The sound was clear, but it was like a heavy drum beating on people's hearts. There were no cries of onlookers at the scene. Everyone was silent. The happy laughter of the ignorant children on the prison carriages was abnormally ear-piercing at this moment. On the side door, Wu Zetian looked at the Tianjin Bridge in the distance. She fiercely slammed her walking stick on the ground and said, "Humph! Her daughter Yanxiu is not allowed to return to the court. She is happily singing and dancing outside the walls of Jiaoju, causing my court to lose all dignity. Such a traitor has lost his teacher and humiliated the country. Even if I cut his flesh, break his bones, break his limbs, and execute his entire family, it will not appease the anger in my heart." Shangguan Wan quietly stood behind her. Her eyes were slightly lowered as she looked at the ground. She could not bear to raise her eyes to look. Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong, who were supporting Wu Zetian, said, "Yang Jiwei deserves to die. The Yang family deserves to die. Your Majesty, please do not be angry, lest you injure your dragon body." It was at this moment that 2 Imperial Army officers supported a travel-worn and fatigued border army officer to the top of the city walls. The triangular red flag on the officer's shoulder had turned a dark red because it had been covered in too much dust. When Wu Zetian saw this situation, she thought that something big had happened at the border again. Her expression tightened. The officer had been running at full speed the whole way. His legs were still a bit numb and he could only be supported by others. When he saw the Empress, the officer panted and knelt down to pay his respects. He took down the yellow silk package from his shoulder and held it up with both hands, saying, Great General Wu Yuyi's secret memorial. Zhong Changzong hurriedly let go of Wu Zetian and went forward to take down the package. He opened it on the side and took out the sealed box. He opened the lacquered seal and took out a secret letter from within. He handed it over with both hands to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian narrowed her presbyopic eyes and carefully read for a moment. Her face suddenly became ashen and her hands couldn't help but start to tremble. Zhong Yizhi stood to the side and stole a glance. He could only faintly make out a few lines. It seemed that Wu Yuyi's secret memorial to Wu Yizong was about something. He could also faintly make out some words that seemed to mention the Shi tribe, the Turks, and the Bayan people establishing a country. He deserves to die. He really deserves to die. Losing power and humiliating the country, we are united here. Wn and Zhong Changzong were both a bit surprised. They didn't know what had happened. Wu Zetian tightly gripped Wu Yuyi's secret memorial and panted heavily. She suddenly felt a bit dispirited. After a moment of silence, she said in a calm voice, "Wn pass on the edict. The battle in Hebei has ended. Chief Commander Wu Yizong is to immediately resign from his post to Wu Yuyi and return to Luoyang. Based on his military achievements, he will be appointed Great General of the Left and lead the troops stationed in Jingdo." Shangguan Wan hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. Wu Zetian gripped the secret letter in her hand and shakily turned around. Yang Jiwei was greedy for life and afraid of death, but it was only because she was forced by the butcher's knife that she danced and danced to lower the morale of the Jiaoju garrison. Wu Yizong lost his land and lost his people. The losses he caused to the court were like heaven and earth compared to Yang Jiwei. If Wu Yizong's surname wasn't Wu, if he wasn't connected to Wu Zetian in both glory and loss, then even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be regretful. In the letter, Wu Yuyi listed all the stupid things Wu Yizong had done in Hebei and repeatedly begged the empress to transfer him away. Otherwise, who knew what other unimaginably stupid things he would do? Wu Zetian really hated this little beast now, but what could she do? She could only hide this matter as much as possible and pretend that nothing had happened. Because of Wu Yizong's stupidity, Wu Zetian was even more disappointed in the Wu family. She angrily looked at the Tianjin bridge and saw that the crowd was dispersing. It looked like the execution had finished. But then Wu Zetian discovered that someone was collecting the bodies of Yang Jiwei's family. Wu Zetian's anger caused by Wu Yizong's stupidity suddenly had a target to vent. She pointed at the Tianjin bridge and shouted in a deep voice, "Didn't the old and young of the Yang family all die? Who was the one who collected his corpse? Is there someone who sympathizes with the traitor, or is there still evil left in the Yang family?" Zhong Yizhi hurriedly summoned an imperial guard general and ordered him to go investigate. He then smiled apologetically at Wu Zetian and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry and harm the dragon body. Yizhi has already sent someone to take a look. We will know the details in a moment." Yang Fan rowed the small boat upstream and by the time he reached the Tianjin bridge, the execution was already over. The bodies of the Yang family were thrown to the side of the bridge, waiting for Bosho to bring people to deal with them. The executioner had already left with his subordinates and the crowd was also gradually leaving. Yang Fan abandoned the boat and went ashore. He saw the bodies of the Yang family members, men and women, old and young. He stood there and didn't say a word. He didn't know if it was because he was used to seeing death on the battlefield or because he had seen many families slaughtered by the empress, but strangely, Yang Fan didn't feel any sorrow or anger. Perhaps Yang Jiwei deserved to die, even if the punishment was a bit harsh. But even if he didn't deserve to die, Yang Fan didn't feel angry. There were many families that were more innocent than the Yang family that had their entire families killed. It could be because of political strife or war. Such things were unavoidable in any dynasty and at any time. But the frequency of such tragedies could be controlled. In Yang Fan's heart, the desire to overthrow the Wu family's rule grew stronger and stronger. He now somewhat understood why Xue Huai wanted to burn down heaven. It was because he also wanted to burn down Wu Zetian's throne. Yang Fan stood silently for a long time before ordering people to buy some coffins from a coffin shop. He had them put away the bodies of the Yang family members and sent them to the monastery to be buried. If these bodies were handed over to Bosho to deal with, they could only be wrapped in straw mats and buried in a random barren mountain or thrown into a monastery to be cremated. Perhaps Yang Jiwei wasn't worthy of sympathy, but he couldn't hide his compassion when faced with those young corpses. The people who went to buy the coffins hadn't returned yet when an imperial guard quickly rushed over. A squad leader sternly shouted, "Who was the one collecting the corpses of the traitors?" Yang Fan turned his head and indifferently glanced at him. The squad leader was startled and said in shock, "Yang. Lang Jiang, Lang Zhong." "Oh no, Colonel Yang." This captain was a member of the 100 Cavalry, and his name was Zhong Shitong. In the past, he had gone to the western region with Yang Fan to spy on intelligence, and it was thanks to Yang Fan that he was promoted. Now that he suddenly saw his old superior in front of him, he felt a little embarrassed. Zhong Shitong hesitated for a moment before quickly walking forward and whispering, "Colonel, His Majesty saw someone collecting the corpses of the Yang family and was rather angry. He ordered this lowly one to bring someone back to question him." "Colonel, you must be careful." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I'll go with you." Having said that, he dusted off his clothes and walked towards the palace. Zhong Shitong was startled and quickly followed behind. A squad of imperial guards wielding halberds and swords seemed to have become his followers. Chapter 764. Yang Fan? Wu Zetian saw Yang Fan and revealed a slightly surprised expression. Yang Fan bowed and said, "Yes, it is me. I was slightly injured in Hebei and could not follow General Li Duozhua into battle due to the inconvenience of riding a war horse. I am indebted to General for your consideration in allowing me to return to the capital first." As Yang Fan said this, he quickly glanced at Shanghai Wanna. Wanna's eyes were already brimming with tears of joy. She hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to smooth her sleeves to hide her uncontrollable joy. Wu Zetian's face darkened and she coldly stared at him. She slowly said, "Do you know who I executed at the Tianjin Bridge?" Yang Fan said, "I have already heard. I believe that Yang Jiwei should be executed. Your Majesty executed her entire family to serve as a warning to others. However, the entire Yang family has already been executed. It is not appropriate to leave their corpses exposed on the streets. I did not know Yang Jiwei and did not have any personal feelings for him. It was purely to protect your Majesty's benevolence." Wu Zetian coldly glanced at him again and quietly thought for a moment. She did not mention this matter and changed the topic. She asked, "Yang Xian captured the kitten general He Er Xiao at the front lines. Later, the kitten generals Luo Wuzhen and Li Zhanggu surrendered with their troops. Then, Fei Mo killed Sun Wanrong and surrendered with his head. Before this, the court suffered heavy casualties at the east and west gorges of the Hebei province. These kitten generals killed the most of our soldiers that day. Most of the civil and military officials in the court believe that they are unforgivable and should be executed to wipe away their previous shame. You came from the Hebei province and know them well. What do you think I should do?" Yang Fan did not dare to be perfunctory about this matter. He thought for a moment and answered seriously, "In the battlefield, everyone serves their own masters. I do not think it is appropriate to use this as a reason to kill captives and surrender. However, He Er Xiao is a cruel person. Among the kitten generals, he killed the most and often enjoyed torturing and killing the common people. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes and should not be pardoned. This official thinks that he should be punished in the open to deter thieves and thieves." Wu Zetian nodded slightly and asked, "What about the other generals?" Yang Fan said, "Since Fei Mo killed his leader and led his people to surrender to the court, I believe that the court should accept it. Otherwise, if there is another threat on the border, the Edi would rather die in battle than surrender. Moreover, the 6 kitten tribes that are still residing in the Yingju region will also feel sympathy for the loss of their own kind and will have different opinions about the imperial court." Wu Zetian smiled bitterly. Hearing Yang Fan say this, she knew that he still did not know that the Shi tribe had already submitted to the Turks. The 6 kitten tribes were now essentially independent. Da Zhuarong had also taken the opportunity to establish his own state. The Great Zhou dynasty had now lost the entire northeast. Moreover, she had heard that Fei Mo had integrated the remaining forces of Sun Wanrong and Li Jinzhong's Daya clan. Nominally, the Daya clan was the leader of the Khitans, but in terms of strength, they no longer lived up to their name. In addition, she had heard that Fei Mo had integrated the remaining forces of Sun Wanrong and Li Jinzhong's Daya clan. In name, the Daya clan was the leader of the Khitans, but in terms of strength, they no longer lived up to their name. If they were allowed to return to Yingju, then the Khitan 6 tribes, whose strength had been preserved, and the Daya clan, who had nominal authority over the Khitans, would inevitably fight for power. It would be normal for this fight to last for 80 to 100 years, so their internal friction would be extremely beneficial to the Wuzhou dynasty. Thus, although Yang Fan's reasoning was not as good as hers, it still gained her approval. Yang Fan continued, as for Li Kaigu and Luo Wuzhen, they are brave and skilled in battle. They are indeed talented. Moreover, during the period when they were leading the troops, their discipline could be considered strict. Although they did plunder property, they rarely harmed the common people. Now that they have taken the initiative to surrender, your subject believes that the imperial court can take them in. Wu Zetian said, but most of the officials and generals in the imperial court think that they are Khitans and cannot be trusted. What do you think? Yang Fan said, in the Lingyan Pavilion, Yu Qigong and Chu Tutong are not Han. Haite Changji, Li Duozhua and Shazha Zhongyi are also not Han. Yang Jiwei, who was just executed by His Majesty, is a Han. Your subject believes that loyalty and treachery, courage and cowardice, have nothing to do with which clan they belong to. If His Majesty treats them with sincerity, how can they not die for His Majesty? Yang Fan was discussing the matter on its own merits. He felt that the Khitans should be treated differently. Luo Wuzhen and Li Kaigu were brave and skilled in battle. If they could be subdued, it would be beneficial to the country. However, he did not expect that his words today would protect Li Kaigu's life and future. Otherwise, the famous general of the Tang dynasty, Li Guangbi, would not have the opportunity to be born again. Listening to Yang Fan's words, Wu Zetian pondered for a moment. Her heart was filled with ambition again. She believed that with her courage, she could definitely subdue these 2 surrendered generals. Therefore, she nodded and said, when Elder Di wrote to the imperial court about the treatment of the surrendered generals, there are many similarities with what you have said. Master Di is experienced in scheming for the country. You are also familiar with these 2 Khitan generals. Zhen deeply agrees with your suggestion. Wu Zetian was most skilled in grasping people's minds and human nature. But perhaps she was too old, so old that she did not have the energy to see through other people's minds. When she once again used Di Renjie and entrusted him with heavy responsibility, she completely forgot the confession that Di Renjie wrote in anger when he was imprisoned, Great Ju Revolution, all things are reformed. Tang's old ministers are willing to be slaughtered. In Di Renjie's heart, he had always regarded himself as an old minister of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, Wu Zetian did not notice the coldness hidden deep in Yang Fan's eyes. Wu Zetian's expression softened. Looking deeply at Yang Fan, she slowly said, all right, Zhen knows what you did in Hebei. Zhen has always been fair in rewards and punishment. I will not forget your contributions. Since you are injured, go back to the residence and rest. When the matter in Hebei is over, Zhen will put you in an important position. Yang Fan bowed in agreement. When he hurried to leave, he looked at Shanghai Wana in a daze. Wana, follow Zhen back to the palace. Wana. Wu Zetian slowly turned around. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly noticed that Shanghai Wana did not move. She could not help but look at her strangely. Ah. Wana is thinking about the matter of the Turks. Since the Khitan generals can treat the Turks differently, can your Majesty also temporarily use the policy of restraining them? Wana hurriedly chased after Wu Zetian and casually found an excuse. Wu Zetian slammed her walking stick on the ground and angrily said, The Turks. The Turks. They put Yang Xiu under house arrest. The imperial court sent messengers to urge them, but they refused to let her go. The Shi tribe was originally a vassal of Ju, but they dared to brazenly snatch it from Zhen's hand. Now they are asking for rewards for sending troops to help Zhen fight against the rebels. How preposterous! Wanna softly advised, Your Majesty, it is not the right time for our imperial court to start a war with the Turks. Your Majesty, please bear with it for now. Build up the strength of the country. Sooner or later, we will make them pay back with interest. Wu Zetian angrily walked a few steps. Finally, she dejectedly sighed and said, Then, I will add Moshe as the great Chanyu of Jedi Lisha and the Khan. As for the rewards, you decide. Yes. Wanna bowed and agreed. She was thinking of finding a convenient opportunity to ask Wu Zetian for a few days off to visit relatives. That enemy, every time he went out, he was always worried. He didn't know how much she had to worry for him. Now that he saw her, he would definitely not be able to have peace. Officer, take care. Zhong Shitong respectfully sent Yang Fan to the palace gate and politely said a few words. Yang Fan smiled and said, We are brothers, no need to be so polite. He patted Zhong Shitong's shoulder and warmly said, We are good brothers who went to the western regions together. It has been a long time since we met. I have just returned, so it is not convenient for me to meet these 2 days. How about 5 days later? 5 days later, I will host a banquet at the 1,000 Gold Drunk and have a gathering with my old brothers. I will have to trouble you to inform our brothers. Zhong Shitong was overwhelmed by the favor. He hurriedly said, Haha, officer, thank you for your generosity. Actually, all of our brothers are looking forward to meeting with you. However, because you have always been busy, we did not dare disturb you. Don't worry, Lieutenant. Leave this matter to me. Yang Fan nodded, turned around, and walked out of the side gate. In the past, he had only interacted with high-ranking officers, but now he felt the need to gather these comrades who had gone through thick and thin with him in the western regions. They were all part of the 100 Cavalry, and perhaps, when the time came, he would need them the most. Yang Fan walked out of the side gate. Not long after, a guard of honor approached him. Yang Fan didn't pay them any mind, and even deliberately moved to the side to avoid them. Unexpectedly, the guard stopped right in front of him, and a voice came from the carriage. Erlang. Yang Fan raised his head and saw that it was King Liang, Wu Sansi, sitting in the carriage. He hurriedly crossed his arms and bowed. Yang Fan greets Your Highness, King Liang. Wu Sansi smiled and solemnly said, Get in the carriage. Yes. Yang Fan replied and boarded the carriage. King Liang's carriage was quite spacious, and there were seats on both sides. Wu Sansi had him sit in the side seat. He looked him up and down, and then said with a smile, You did well in Hebei. This king is already aware of that. Yang Fan still had to feign civility with Wu Sansi, so he couldn't show any impatience. He bowed and said with a smile, The situation was urgent, and Great General Li Duozuo's subordinates were lacking in eloquence. I had no other choice, so I had no choice but to do what I could. Compared to the soldiers who fought on the front lines, what I did cannot be considered a great contribution. Wu Sansi waved his hand and said, There is no need to be humble when you deserve credit. Mencius once said, Those who use their minds govern others, and those who use their strength govern others. These words are not false. Even on the battlefield, those who are good at using schemes and strategies are still superior to those who are brave and valiant. He smiled and stroked his beard. He looked at Yang Fan and said, You have made a great contribution this time, and His Majesty will definitely reward you. You were delayed in your appointment at the Ministry of Personnel, but with this contribution, it won't be difficult for you to make a comeback. What are your plans? Perhaps this king can lend you a helping hand. Yang Fan's heart moved. After thinking for a while, he put on a wry smile and said, I am indebted to Your Highness' praise. In fact, this official scheming can only be used in front of those illiterate generals. Compared to the minds of the officials in the court, this is far from enough. From the Ministry of Justice to the Ministry of Personnel, this subject has always been reckless and impetuous. It was only through my courage and Your Highness' care that I was able to continue my journey. Otherwise, I would have fallen a long time ago. This subject feels that the path of a civil official is not suitable for a martial artist like this subject. This subject wishes to return to the Imperial Army and the 100 Cavalry. What does Your Highness think? Chapter 765. Good. Wu Sansi was overjoyed. He heavily patted young Fan's shoulder and said excitedly, "Erlang's thoughts coincide with mine. Haha, I also have the same thoughts. I was just worried that you were unwilling to give up your career as a civil official and return to the army. Now that Erlang has the same thoughts, I will ensure that you return to the 100 Cavalry." At this point, Wu Sansi suddenly stopped talking and looked around. He slightly leaned forward and said mysteriously, "I'm afraid there will be changes in the court. Erlang can return to the army and display his skills." Young Fan was slightly surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Sansi's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Khitans rebelled and shouted the slogan "Return Luling and Prince Xiong." The Turks invaded and shouted the slogan "Replace Li Li to defeat Ju." Even that old thief Di Renjie took the opportunity to use the title of Crown Prince to confuse people. According to the information I received, His Majesty was silent for a few days after hearing these news. Not long after, His Majesty asked about the food in the East Palace and allowed the crown heirs to go out of the city to ride horses. He also started to pay attention to the news from Fangju. This is unprecedented. Young Fan's expression turned serious and said, "His Majesty has decided on an heir." Wu Sansi shook his head and said, "From the information I received, it seems that he has not decided. However, His Majesty's thoughts are like the sea and are the most difficult to guess. We must be on guard. When you return to the army, you must quickly grab a group of people loyal to you. After His Majesty's 100 years, if there are any changes, we can also." Wu Sansi stretched out a tightly clenched fist and slowly opened it with his palm facing up. He then slowly flipped it over and pressed it heavily on his knee. Young Fan quickly acted like he understood and said, "This official understand." Wu Sansi raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "If I can rule the world, I will not mistreat you." Young Fan said sternly, "I will naturally serve your highness." Wu Sansi nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. Go home and rest. Leave the matter of returning to the 100 Cavalry to me." Young Fan said, "Yes. Are you in such a hurry to enter the palace?" Wu Sansi revealed a complacent look and said, "That's right. His Majesty has entrusted me with the task of rebuilding Ming Hall, Heaven, and casting the 9 cauldrons. Now, Ming Hall and Heaven have not been completed in time, but the 9 cauldrons are almost complete." Wu Sansi smiled and said, "The 9 cauldrons consume a total of 506 to 700 pounds of copper. The Yongchang cauldron is the head of the cauldron, which is 10 feet and 8 feet tall. The other 8 cauldrons are 10 feet and 4 feet tall. This prince is thinking that the 9 cauldrons must be completed before the award ceremony for the great victory in Hebei. This way, Your Majesty will be able to suppress the 9 prefectures and reign supreme in the universe." Young Fan sighed and lightly said, "Prince is filial to His Majesty. His Majesty should really choose Prince as the crown prince." Wu Sansi laughed heartily, but before he could finish his laughter, his face darkened. "It's a pity that Dan and Xian didn't die. Otherwise, the crown prince wouldn't be so difficult to decide." South of Luoyang, Jiaqing Lane. Ningku had lived here for a whole winter. In fact, she should have returned to Chang'an before winter came, but her condition suddenly worsened. The boat lady didn't dare to let her travel long distances, so she continued to stay here and invited a famous doctor in Luoyang to treat her. But Ningku's condition didn't improve. When Dugu Yu heard the news, he was worried about his sister's condition and also rushed over from Chang'an. The famous doctor in Luoyang, Jiang Shichun, was hired by the Dugu family with a large sum of money. Now he lived in the Dugu family's mansion and specially made prescriptions for Ningku. It was quiet in the courtyard. A few birds on the tree chirped a few times, but they were blown away by the maid with a long pole. On the bed, Ningku woke up with a start. The room was dark, and it seemed to be dusk. When she fainted because of the pain, it seemed to be in the morning. Ningku touched her body weakly. When she couldn't bear the pain in her head, she sweated profusely. But now she didn't feel sticky, and her clothes had been changed. The boat lady knew that she was clean, so she must have wiped her body and changed her clothes. Ningku softly moaned and raised her hand to gently touch her forehead. The emerald green bracelet on her thin wrist was still empty. She had suffered a lot this winter. Her body became thinner, her chin was sharp, and her face was haggard. Only her eyes were still big. Hearing the faint moan, the boat lady hurried to the bed and called softly, "Miss." Ningku said in a low voice, "Is it dark?" The boat lady hurriedly shook her head. "No, I don't want to disturb you, so I closed the window." As she said this, she hurried to the window, pulled open the thick velvet curtains, and gently opened the window. Sunshine came in, and the fresh spring breeze blew in. Ningku slightly narrowed his eyes and gently took a breath of the fresh air with the smell of spring. The boat lady returned to the bed and sat down. She gently held Ningku's skinny little hand and whispered, "Miss, young Fan has returned to the capital." "Oh." Ningku's eyes suddenly lit up. The boat lady said, "Do you want to see him? Maybe you want to chat with him." Ningku's eyes dimmed again. She gently stroked her thin cheeks and said quietly, "He's gone. Why should I see him? This time, I can finally go out of the house. I can travel so far and see so many mountains and rivers. I'm very happy." The boat lady said, "Miss." Ningku gently pursed her lips and firmly shook her head. After a long silence, she faintly said, "I am a useless person. I'm a burden to my elder brother. He left his family business to stay with me and worry about me every day. I'm a burden to everyone." The boatwoman panicked. She placed her hand over her heart and said, "How can Miss say that? In this world, I have never seen a girl more intelligent and quick-witted than Miss. Miss is the best girl in the world." Ningku foolishly looked at the curtain slightly swayed by the spring breeze and softly said, "But that's not what I want. I just hope that I won't have to live so hard in my next life." With a soft sigh, Ningku tiredly closed her eyes again. The boat lady gently held her skinny little hand. Unknowingly, tears had crept up her cheeks. The flower hall of the Yang family was more than twice the size of the one Yang Fan had in the capital. The floor was covered with a soft carpet. Two little guys wobbled, one in front and the other in the back. The child in front looked a little shorter. He had a cute hairstyle like a teapot lid and wore open-crotch pants. He walked to the antique shelf like a little penguin and tiptoed to reach a set of Han Dynasty pottery wall pots with two birds and monsters on them. "Oh, my little ancestor, you can't touch this thing. It's your father's decoration." Xiaoman, who was sitting on the table and wiping young Fan's scabbard, turned her head and saw him. She hurriedly ran over, slapped his little butt and grabbed his little hand. Young Nianzhu unhappily shouted a few times. Seeing that his mother didn't allow him to touch it, he finally gave up. He struggled out of his mother's arms and wobbled forward again. Xiaoman let out a sigh of relief, but as soon as she turned around, she saw her precious daughter squatting in front of the 12 painted screens, reaching her little hand into the gaps of the painted screens to feel. Xiaoman quickly ran over and scolded, "My daughter, you're not delicate at all. You haven't even wiped here yet, and your hands are covered in dust. Daomai, get a rag and get a basin of water, Pa." There was a loud noise behind her. Xiaoman turned her head and saw that young Master Yang had suddenly run to the door and pushed down the flower stand. The flower pot on the flower stand fell to the ground and broke into a few petals. Young Nianzhu turned pale with fright. He was stunned for a moment, then he immediately ran and rushed into his mother's arms with his two short legs. "You little bastard, how many flower pots have you broken?" Xiaoman slapped the Ahat bed with hatred. Seeing this, young Nianzhu hurriedly stood on his tiptoes, raised his little hand and slapped the bed hard. He glared at his mother and cried out, imitating Xiaoman's expression, actions, and even tone to perfection. "Oh, you're rebelling. Are you learning from me?" Xiaoman fiercely slapped the Ahat bed 3 times. Young Nianzhu's desire to learn was abnormally strong. He immediately did it 3 times without skipping a beat. Xiaoman angrily sat on the bed and said, "Fine. Do it. When your father comes back, let's see how he'll deal with you." In the blink of an eye, young Nianrong, who had been ignored by her, ran to the table again and reached out her little hand to grab the scabbard on the table. "You can't touch it. Xiaoman couldn't care less about pretending to be angry. She hurriedly ran over and reached out to touch the scabbard, then quickly retracted her hand. She frowned and pretended to be in pain, saying, "Ah." It hurts. Seeing this, young Yenrong also reached out her hand. She couldn't reach the scabbard on the table, so she reached out her little hand to touch the table leg. Then she quickly retracted her hand and also frowned, saying in a childish voice, it hurts. Xiaoman was so angry that she laughed. She poked her forehead and said angrily, You, why did I give birth to a pair of naughty children like you? Just you wait, your father will be back soon. When he gets home, humph. Just because you guys are so naughty, it would be strange if he doesn't spank your butts 8 pieces. Young Yenrong was startled and said, Daddy, butts, 8 pieces. Young Yenzu was a boy, so he learned slower than his sister. He followed up with a lisp, stacked, butts, 80,000. Xiaoman glared with her almond-shaped eyes and said, Yes, 80,000, I'll spank your little butts into 80,000. I can't bear to. You're just a kid. Be more naughty, and you'll have a bright future when you grow up. Suddenly, a laughing voice came from the side. Xiaoman suddenly turned her head and saw the man standing at the door with a smile. Her tears suddenly fell uncontrollably. From the uncertainty of Yang Fan's life and death to the news of his survival at the military station, Xiaoman felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell, and from hell to heaven. Her heart was really tortured. She thought, she worried, she cried, she was happy, and all kinds of feelings. Now that she finally saw him return safely, only salty tears rushed to her lips. Langjun. Xiaoman threw herself into his arms with tears streaming down her face. Yang Fan tightly hugged Xiaoman, who was crying out in pain in his arms, and gently patted her back. Nian Rong and Nian Zhu looked at their mother, who had lost her composure, and the man who was a little familiar and a little unfamiliar at the same time. Yang Fan raised his tearful eyes and suddenly saw the cute siblings. He couldn't help but smile kindly at them. Daddy is back. Nian Rong shouted, Butts, 8 pieces. After saying that, she turned around and ran. Nian Zhu followed closely behind, shouting, Butts 80,000, Butts 80,000. Ouch. Young Nianzhu fell to the carpet and quickly got up. He exclaimed, Butts 80,000 and ran away. Chapter 766. What was a home? First of all, it should be a house. Whether it was big or small, gorgeous or simple, it should have walls to block the wind, a roof to block the rain, a bed to sleep in, and a stove to cook. Then, there should be a door. When it was opened, it could integrate into the world as a member of the family. When the door was closed, it could be alone with the people closest to it in its own little world. Finally, in it, there should be men and women, and sooner or later, there must be old people and children, bonded by blood, affection, and love. Home was a place to confide in the moonlight, a place to support each other in the sunset, a place to bear a heavy burden, and also a responsibility. Home was a place that could really make you feel warm, free, and relaxed. It was always comfortable to return to one's own home. Although when Yang Fan was not there, this big family of dozens of people still lived, but there was always a little less vitality. On the surface, Yang Fan's return did not seem to make any changes to the family, but he was like a silent spring rain, quietly nourishing the family, making it full of vitality. The doorman, Mo Xuanfei, stood at the door and shouted loudly, driving away the old dog of the Li family next door who peed on his own stone steps. His voice was full of energy and loud. Looking at his posture, even the big monk who preached at the gate of the White Horse Temple on Buddha's birthday could not compare to his voice. Dao Mai and San Jie were walking along the corridor. The spring breeze was caressing their faces. The spring grass was green, and the spring flowers were enchanting. Their footsteps were as light as 2 swallows flying across the water. Their wooden clogs tapped on the Paulownia wood floor with a ding-ding sound. It was like a light and lively song. Their slender waists were swaying gracefully. Their breasts, which were growing taller by the day, were also raised high. The 2 inconspicuous little girls in the past had become more and more beautiful in the good wind and water of the Yang family. Xiao Man did not seem to have any special performance, except for the moment when she saw Yang Fan. A housewife must be calm, dignified, and expressionless. Just like those officials who had just been promoted 3 levels, the old woman on the bed had just been replaced by a beautiful new wife, and last night, someone gave him a huge sum of money that was enough to spend for at least half of his life, only the maids and servants in the family would be in awe of her. Therefore, Xiao Man could only reluctantly raise her pretty face. Unfortunately, even those who had not seen her expression yesterday could not make a comparison, but they could still see how radiant she was at this moment. It was a kind of glory that radiated from the inside out. Men were the backbone of the family and the backbone of a woman. Maybe they did not show how important they were when they were at home every day, but when his family and his woman experienced the torment of losing and regaining, he just appeared here and the whole family would change for him. Yang Fan lay lazily on a leisure chair and did nothing. There were fragrant flowers all around, and a few diligent bees and beautiful butterflies were dancing in the flowers. Only when they flew to the top of the man's head and tried to explore his hair, would Yang Fan wave his hand lazily. When he was tired, he could rest anywhere. Some gorgeous and comfortable hotels took care of the guests 100 times more considerate than at home, but no matter how good the place was, it could not give people the feeling of being at home. Only here, he could completely relax, from body to heart. Xiao Man went to see RNU. She pulled her, and no one knew what they were whispering. Sometimes she smiled, sometimes she cried, sometimes it was Xiao Man holding RNU's soft hand, and sometimes it was RNU caressing Xiao Man's back. No one knew what the two women were playing. In fact, Xiao Man was reluctant to leave Yang Fan for a moment, but the man had returned home, and she was not afraid that he would run away again. Therefore, reason prevailed over emotion. She did not want to stick to the man now and neglect RNU, who had just returned home after accompanying her husband through life and death. Yang Fan was well aware of this. Wasn't the little thoughts of a woman to make the family more harmonious and happier? Xiao Man was so clever and so careful to protect the whole family, which made him feel warm from the bottom of his heart. It was his blessing to have a good wife in the family. Sai Rong and Nyan Zhu were by his side. In the whole Yang mansion, only these two little guys did not change because of Yang Fan's return. They were as naughty as ever, venting their excessive energy and endless curiosity about the world. The two little guys were no longer afraid of him. When Yang Fan was not at home, it was when the two children gradually understood the adults' words and began to contact the world. The twins were full of energy, and Xiao Man, who managed the whole family alone, was often exhausted by them, so she used their father's absence to frighten them over and over again. Over time, in the hearts of the two little fellows, the vague image of their father in their childhood had become the most terrifying and violent little monster in the world. He would blow his beard and glare at them. He would raise his palm leaf-sized palm and slap their tender little buttocks into 80,000, he would coldly punish them, not allowing them to eat or sleep, he would throw them into the Luo River to feed the big fish. So, when they heard that the man who made their mother cry was the legendary monster Daddy, the two little guys were scared and ran away. But soon, they found that this little monster was actually not scary at all. When he talked to them, he was very friendly with a smile, and he also brought a lot of delicious snacks for them to eat. Even if their mouths were full of food crumbs, he did not wipe their mouths with a handkerchief like their mother, which made their delicate lips hurt. Mother is lying. The image of a strict mother in the hearts of the little brother and sister further collapsed, and they developed in the direction of a loving mother. And the image of a strict father had not yet been erected, he was now just upgraded from a little monster to a little monster that was not scary. Sister, come. Young Yenzu, who was wearing open-crotch pants, did not know what good thing he found, and ran to hold his sister's little hand. Boys and girls seemed to be born very different in character. Sai Rong was also naughty, but she was interested in the butterflies among the flowers and plants. Therefore, Sai Rong disdained the little brother's invitation, and glared at him with her beautiful big eyes, and imitated her mother's tone, "Wipe your nose. If you don't wipe your butt, I'll spank you." There was a little snot under young Yenzu's nose. It was not sloppy, but in the eyes of a girl who liked cleanliness, this was enough for her to refuse to be a playmate. Young Yenzu sniffed, and then continued to hold her hand. "Marrow marrow pet, marrow marrow pet. I don't want to catch a butterfly." Sai Rong shook off her brother's hand and tiptoed to a butterfly. The good-tempered young Yenzu sniffed, hobbled away, picked up a half-foot-long grass stick from the ground, walked in front of Yang Fan, and slowly bent down. Yang Fan had sat up straight and looked at him with a slight smile. There was a caterpillar on the ground, trying to wriggle into the flowers. Yang Yanzu stood far away from it, carefully stretched out a small grass stick, and gently poked it twice. The grass stick passed 2 fingers away from the insect. The little guy did not step forward, but bent his waist deeper, and 2 white and smooth little buttocks were exposed like perfume pears. He stretched out the grass stick and desperately tried to poke it. The insect was suddenly attacked, and urgently resisted twice, then curled up and pretended to be dead. Yang Yanzu exclaimed, threw away the grass stick, turned around, and ran. He stumbled into the arms of Yang Fan, who had been waiting there for a long time. He tightly held his neck, turned his head, and pointed to the ground. It was not known whether he was happy or afraid, but he shouted, "Maro Maro pet, Maro Maro pet." Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid. Maro Maro pet." Yang Yanzu frowned and made a nervous and frightened expression. His 2 little feet stepped on his father's knees, trying to climb higher. Yang Fan held his little buttocks and laughed. He leaned back, and the chair carrying the father and son began to squeak. The sky was high, the clouds were light, the birds were singing, the flowers were singing, the spring breeze was blowing, and the laughter was loud. Yang Fan loved this kind of life. When Yang Fan was enjoying the happiness of his family at home, Princess Taiping was holding a banquet in her mansion. She did not know that Yang Fan had returned to Luoyang, but she already knew that Yang Fan was fine. In the princess's mansion, everyone was sitting, all dressed in light robes, drinking and laughing. If someone saw these people gathered around Princess Taiping at this moment and knew that these people were all under Princess Taiping's tutelage, then he would definitely be secretly surprised. Princess Taiping had already gathered so many officials in the court unknowingly, and among them, there was no lack of ministers with great power. Thanks to the rebellion of Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong, the invasion of the Turkic Moki Khan, and the clumsy and stupid behavior of the Wu's nephews on the battlefield, Wu Zetian had completely lost hope of inheriting the throne. She had no doubt that if she really handed the throne to her nephews, she would definitely follow the footsteps of Emperor Qin and Emperor Wen of Sui. Although she had not publicly stated that she would make the descendants of the Lis the heir, she had made subtle adjustments in the policy. Many of Li Tang's old officials, including those who had always publicly expressed their loyalty to Li Tang, were reinstated. Princess Taiping also took advantage of this relaxed political environment to win over a large number of officials. Her disciples were full of talents, and now it was like a small court. Princess Taiping drank a few cups of wine, and her cheeks were already faintly blushing, making this Luoyang peony look even more beautiful, so that the disciples did not dare to look directly at her, lest they would be frightened by her beauty and show their ugly behavior, causing people to laugh at them. Princess Taiping put down her wine cup and said with a smile, "The current development of the court is greatly beneficial to us. However, the Mother Empress's thoughts have always been unpredictable and changeable. It is difficult to say whether the Mother Empress will change her mind again because the situation in Hebei has calmed down. I wonder if everyone has a good plan for this." Kui Ti lightly stroked his beard and pretended to be at ease, saying, "Your Highness, the reason why His Majesty is doing this is because Li Jinzhong of Khitan and Moki of Turkic Moki have successively used this as an excuse to rebel. His Majesty knows that the hearts of the people and the general trend cannot be disobeyed, so he reinstated the important officials of Li Tang to win the hearts of the people. However, this is only an external cause. Now that the external cause has been resolved, there will be no more wars in the near future. Moreover, although the way the foreign enemies rebel is beneficial to our development, it will inevitably hurt the vitality of the country. Since the external cause cannot be used, and should not be used, then why don't we start from the internal cause?" Princess Taiping's eyes brightened, and she leaned forward to ask, "What is the internal cause that Dalang mentioned?" Chapter 767. Kui Ti raised her voice. "I believe that we should go with the times and continue to expand the power of Li Tang's faction. As long as our faction can form the greatest power in the imperial court, His Majesty can only continue to insist on Li Tang as the heir apparent in order to avoid any future chaos." Song Jishuan slightly creased his brow and retorted, "Dalang's words are admittedly reasonable, but in reality, they won't work. The current situation in the court is that the second Zhong faction, the Prince of Liang's faction, and the Prince of Wei's faction. Moreover, Grandpa Di, Yarrow Chong, and Wei Jigu are all loyal to the Prince of Xiong and the Prince of Luling. Other than a few diehards who remain neutral, the rest of the court has been divided up by the various factions. What power is there for us to fight for? Princess Taiping nodded. Jishuan is correct. In truth, to this princess, whether they are loyal to the Prince of Xiong or the Prince of Luling, they are all part of my Li Tang faction. No matter which of them is stronger, it is not a problem for this princess. The problem is that even if we combine the strength of the three factions, it is still not enough to contend against the second Zhong and the second Wu. Wei Sili of the Phoenix Pavilion immediately sternly said, "Princess is mistaken. It is precisely because we are weak that we must combine." Princess wholeheartedly considers the Tang dynasty, but the Prince of Xiong's faction and the Luling faction each have their own selfish motives. How can they work together? Princess cannot give up on those who can fight, even if the Prince of Xiong's faction and the Luling faction are working hard. Kui Ti also said, "Correct. In the end, it is better to hold power in the hands of others than to hold it in one's own hands. Although some people are loyal to Li Tang, it is difficult to guarantee that they do not have their own selfish desires. Only Princess, as a member of Li Tang's imperial clan, will always consider the empire. Thus, even if the Prince of Xiong's faction and the Luling faction are interested in someone, we cannot let go. We must fight for what we should." Princess Taiping nodded in understanding. Taiping has learned. This princess was only worried that if we participated in the struggle, the second Zhong and the second Wu would benefit from it. But what the two of you said is not without reason. In order to avoid internal strife before the great undertaking is accomplished, this princess will not easily give up. With Princess Taiping's clear stance, Kui Ti finally returned to the main topic. Since the power of the court has already been divided, why don't we take a different path and start elsewhere? If we bring in fresh water, inject new blood, and try our best to recruit the princess, won't we be able to break the current stalemate? Wei Sili was displeased. "Dalang," he said, "don't keep us guessing. Why don't you tell me, how do we draw in the running water?" Kui Ti said, "Ever since the Empress ascended to the throne, she has used the Wu clan's princes and son-in-law as the chancellor of the universities. Most of these people are frivolous and uncultured, and the professors and teaching assistants are mostly friends and relatives. These people do not do proper work, and in the last 10 years, all the schools in the capital have been abandoned. Now, the children of nobles, dukes, and ministers no longer had to go through the imperial examinations. They could only enter the government through recommendation. However, in the past few years, the Wu clan had been monopolizing power. Those who were recommended to become officials were either Wu clan disciples or people attached to the Wu clan. If we can remonstrate to the emperor and reform the country, forbidding the children of officials from becoming officials without passing the imperial examinations, then..." Kui Ti didn't say anything else. She just smiled and looked at everyone. Song Jishuan stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "I think this plan is feasible. The children of the ministers have a strict family education. Even if they don't go to school, they still study diligently. They can't be compared to the children of the new noble families. If we put an end to their path of recommendation and let them take the path of the imperial examinations, with their talents and knowledge, most of the people who can become officials will be the children of the old officials. If we can plan ahead and seize the position of chancellor and doctor, these disciples of the emperor will naturally become our people." Princess Taiping's spirit was lifted. However, she thought about it and felt that this plan was not meticulous enough. She said, "This is a good idea, but there is a problem." Before Princess Taiping could continue, the steward Li Yi quietly walked in and interrupted her. Li Yi whispered a few words to Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up like a pair of bright stars in the night sky. Erlang is back. Princess Taiping's heart was filled with joy. She couldn't wait to grow wings and fly to Yang Fan's side. However, when she looked at the disciples in front of her who were discussing matters, the burning passion in Princess Taiping's heart faded. She forcibly suppressed the impulse in her heart and nodded lightly, indicating that she already knew. After Li Yi bowed and left, Princess Taiping turned to the crowd and said, "Let's continue. I am worried that with the shrewdness of the Queen, once this plan is presented, The queen will definitely find out the mystery in it. If the queen finds out that we have ulterior motives, she will definitely not agree. Wei Silly thought about it and suggested, I have an idea. We can find another topic as the subject of the remonstrance to attract the emperor's attention. We can put the reorganization of the country as an insignificant matter. In this way, we can hide our real intention. Even if the emperor does not agree with the first matter, it will be easy for him to nod his head on the second matter. The emperor had the heart of the emperor, the high officials had the means to control their subordinates, and the servants naturally had their intelligence and wisdom. What Wei Silly said was some of the methods that the lower officials and officials had explored in order to get their political remonstrance approved. Princess Taiping nodded to show her approval. She then looked at the crowd with hope and said, So, what matter can we use as a cover? Kui Ti clapped his hands and said excitedly, I have a plan. Princess Taiping's pair of beautiful eyes immediately fixed on him and said happily, Dalang, please speak. Kui Ti said, Since the fall of the gong, the officials and their relatives who were framed by Zhu Xing, Lai Junchen, and the other cruel officials have been homeless and have not been forgiven. Now that these cruel officials have fallen from power, it has been found out that they were wronged during their term of office. We can use this reason to request the court to reinvestigate this case and win the hearts of the people. As for the reorganization of the country, we can attach this matter to this. I believe that whether it is the emperor or the court, they will only be concerned about the first matter. Princess Taiping clapped her hands and laughed, Dalang's plan is really good. It is decided. Silly, I will leave this matter to you. Taiping was really happy at this moment and felt very fulfilled. When she was a young girl, her biggest pursuit was to find an ideal husband, to grow old together, to be able to raise her eyebrows. After the painful experience of Xuexiao's death, the persecution of Li Tang's imperial family, and her own painful experience of marriage, the beautiful and pure wish of her young girl had been shattered. Taiping was no longer as naive as before. The appearance of Yang Fan was a new sustenance for her drifting love. If she could marry Yang Fan, become his wife and bear his children, perhaps the focus of her life would return to the biggest dream of her young girl. But to her, this was undoubtedly an extravagant hope. Although her sincerity had finally won the love of her sweetheart, her marriage had already been ruined and she could not get rid of it. Love is not the whole of life for anyone. She could not marry the person she loved, and her family and children could not become the focus of her life. Taiping, who was trapped in depression, had now finally found another sustenance. She fought wits with others and studied strategies. Although she was not in the imperial court, she could quietly influence everything in the imperial court. Power was a kind of poison that made people feel like they were in heaven. Once they tasted it, few could resist its temptation. Sometimes she could not help but think, if she had more power, if her powerful mother was no longer here, what would have happened? If the young Wu Zetian had not entered the palace but married an ordinary rich family, what would have happened? Perhaps she would have managed the farmland in the countryside and the shops in the city well, but in the end, she was nothing more than a shrewd housewife. There were countless doors in life, and countless paths behind each door. Every door that was pushed open and every path that was taken led to an unpredictable future. Lang. These were sent today. The guard commander, Ren Wei, was holding a thick stack of documents and was about to introduce to Yang Fan what he needed to review when Yang Fan said with a straight face, I just came back and am tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yes. Ren Wei agreed, and Yang Fan walked away with a steady, grandfatherly gait. Ren Wei walked back along the gravel path and bypassed a few clumps of bamboo. Suddenly, he saw a girl standing gracefully in front of a rockery, staring blankly at a cluster of blooming flowers. Ren Wei stopped and greeted her with a smile. Miss Jiyu, aren't you going to rest? Jiyu Zhuting looked up at the bright red sky and asked curiously, It's not dark yet. How can you sleep so early? What are you doing? Ren Wei said, I brought some things for Lang to look over, but he said he was tired from the long journey and needed to rest tonight. Lang is tired from the long journey, but Miss Jiyu, as a woman, is still full of energy. Jiyu Zhuting rolled her eyes at him and snappily said, You really are a blind idiot. Watching Jiyu Zhuting's slender figure floating away, Ren Wei thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out how he was an idiot. Jiyu Zhuting walked out of the garden and came to the side of the small bridge in the side courtyard. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the vermilion cornice in the corner of the dense green not far away. She suddenly remembered the scene when she hugged Yang Fan and slept in the yurts of the Turks and on the eastbound Lalei carriage. At that time, she was cold and tired and numb, so she didn't feel anything. But now that she thought about it, her heart was shaken. The night breeze gently ruffled the lotus leaves on the surface of the water and also disturbed her heart. Her cheeks became hot and a certain part of her body produced an indescribable feeling. She suddenly missed that man's embrace and his snoring. With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan staggered into the rear courtyard. Seeing that there was no one around, he suddenly smiled and dashed toward Xiaoman's residence. Ah Lang, Dao Mai and third sister, who were sitting and chatting under the grape trellis, saw their male master and quickly got up to greet him. Yang Fan didn't expect that there were two people under the grape trellis. He quickly stabilized his body and smiled kindly at them. Oh, it's Dao Mai and third sister. People say that a girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. It's really true. I haven't seen you for half a year and you've already grown into a young lady. Ha ha ha. Dao Mai and third sister looked at each other with a strange expression. This brother in front of them had a smooth chin. Not to mention white hair, he didn't even have a strand of beard. It was really difficult for him to act like an elder. Yang Fan coughed twice and waved his hand awkwardly. It's okay, you two can go rest. The two little girls inexplicably left. Yang Fan peeped at them from the corner of his eyes. As soon as the two girls turned around the flowers, he rubbed his hands anxiously like an old ape stealing peaches. He bent his waist and shoulders, dropped his hands in front of him, tiptoed and sneaked into the bedroom. Chapter 768. Yang Fan sneaked into the room like a thief and looked around. He saw that the hall was empty and there was no one there. Yang Fan quickly turned around and closed the door. He twisted his waist and rushed into the bedroom. As soon as his body flashed past the screen, his eyes were wide open. The bronze lamp tree that Margu used to offer birthday gifts brightly illuminated the room. Xiao Man was already lying on the couch. The brocade quilt reached her chest, only revealing two snow-white and smooth shoulders. There was a thin red string on her shoulders. She was only wearing a doo-doo. Suddenly seeing Yang Fan sneak in like a thief, Xiao Man suddenly opened a pair of big watery eyes and looked at him strangely. Ha ha. Xiao Man knows me well. After all, we grew up together. Anu doesn't have this kind of self-awareness. Seeing this, Yang Fan was overjoyed and said with a smile, my wife is really tactful. So you've been waiting for me here for a long time. As soon as Yang Fan's voice fell, a small head popped out from the brocade quilt. She looked at Yang Fan in surprise and said in a childish voice, Daddy. Yang Fan's hand that was reaching for the brocade quilt suddenly stopped in the air. He said in surprise, Sairong? Then, another small head popped out from the other side of Xiao Man's body and said in surprise, Zhangzai. Then he opened his mouth and laughed happily. Zhangzai also came, catch the loss. Ah! Yang Fan's mouth opened so wide that 2 eggs could be stuffed in one mouth. He said, why are you two little fellows here? Yang Nianzhu laughed heartlessly and said, listening to mother's story, catch the lost. Yang Fan dejectedly drooped his head. Xiao Man saw the change in Yang Fan's expression and suddenly giggled. She looked at him with her watery eyes and her cheeks blushed shyly. That kind of charming young woman's beauty, coupled with her snow-white skin, was really boundless. Sairong stared at Yang Fan warily with her big eyes and said, Father, what are you doing here? Yang Fan stuttered, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep. No, Mother wants to sleep with me. Sairong immediately hugged Xiao Man's neck. On the other side, Nianzhu also rushed to hug Xiao Man and raised his chin proudly, declaring their territorial sovereignty to Yang Fan. Yang Fan explained to his children without much confidence, but I slept here in the first place. You two little rascals, haven't you been sleeping with the wet nurse? Sairong glanced at him disdainfully, then proudly raised her head and said, I've been weaned a long time ago. Yes, I'm weaned. Nianzhu nodded vigorously. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and sat down on the couch. He thought hard and decided to solve the territorial dispute through negotiation. He patiently said, "Our Pa and our Niang should sleep together, that's how it used to be. Later, when Father went to war, Mother brought you here. Now that Father is back, you should go back to sleep with the wet nurse." Sai Rong's big black eyes turned and she said doubtfully, "You're lying. How come I don't know?" Yang Fan said, "You two were still young at that time. Of course you don't remember." Sai Rong thought for a moment and hugged Xiao Man's neck a little tighter. She said coquettishly, "I don't care. I want to sleep with Mother." Nyanzu responded like a fart, "Me too. Me too." Yang Fan coaxed in a low voice, "You two have to be good. If you listen to me, Father will take you to Nan City to play tomorrow. I'll buy you a lot of delicious food and fun things to play with." Nyanzu swallowed and looked at Sai Rong. Sai Rong glared at him and said, "Big idiot, Mother can also buy it for us." Nyanzu suddenly realized and immediately expressed his position, "I won't trade." Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, he could only use the hard approach. Yang Fan glared and said fiercely, "If you dare to be disobedient, do you believe that I won't spank your buttocks into 2 pieces? Nyanzu pointed at him and laughed, "Zizui is a big idiot. Buttocks are 2 pieces to begin with." Yang Fan was very discouraged. Xiao Man, who had been laughing and watching the father and son fight, held back her laughter and said, all right. Rong Rong, be good. Xiao Bao, be good too. Father is back and wants to have a private talk with Mother. You 2 mischievous little things sleep with the wet nurse tonight. Otherwise, Father will be angry and leave again tomorrow. Yang Serong and Yang Nianzu were overjoyed when they heard this. They said, okay, then let Father go." Yang Fan was very sad when he heard this. "This father of mine is too much of a failure, isn't it?" Xiao Man glanced at him bitterly and said half-truthfully, "See, you are not home all day. Even your daughter and son are not close to you." Yang Fan sighed. He was just pretending to be sad, but at this time, he really felt a little sad. He gently touched the teapot lid of Nyanzu and said sadly, "Yes, Father used to spend too little time with you. In the future, Father must spend more time with you." Sai Rong was not deceived by the flowery words of the old man. She was still very vigilant and reiterated, "Then we also want to sleep with Mother." Seeing the pitiful look of the old man, Nyanzu couldn't help but sympathize with him. So he waved his hand generously and pointed to the inner side of his body against the wall and said, "Then, let Changshui sleep, inside." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the pair of lovely children, the idea of being intimate with Xiao Man faded away. Why did they have to leave? It was good for the family to sleep together. Hugging a pair of children, talking to them, bragging about how powerful he was on the battlefield, watching them sleep peacefully, that was also a kind of warm happiness. The pervert was reformed into a loving father. He was about to agree when suddenly there was a few light knocks on the screen. Yang Fan turned his head and saw a graceful figure standing outside. Then came the voice of Anu, cough. "Sister Xiao Man." "Ah, sister is here." Xiao Man quickly turned over and sat up. She took the clothes from the side of the bed and put them on. Yang Fan looked at Anu, who walked in slowly, and said in surprise, "How did you come in?" Anu winked at him and said, "I walked in." Yang Fan was suddenly speechless. He desperately tried to recall in his mind, "Did I forget to lock the door just now?" Anu didn't pay any more attention to his embarrassing look. Instead, she turned to Xiao Man and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Serong and Nianzu for a long time. I really miss them. I want them to sleep at my place tonight." Xiao Man blushed and agreed vaguely. No one knew what she was muttering in her throat. Sai Rong and Nianzu were already a little unfamiliar with Yang Fan. Naturally, they didn't have much feelings for this aunt who used to be very close to them. They immediately said that they wanted to sleep with their mother. Anu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Well, when Aunt came back from the north, she brought back a mountain eagle. It's so powerful. If it's trained well, it can stand on my shoulder when I go out. That's majestic. Who wants to see it?" Yang Nianzu immediately climbed out of the bed naked and raised his hand to surrender to Aunt Anu. I'll go. I'll go sleep with Aunt. Sai Rong was also a little tempted, but she was still hesitating while biting her thin cherry lips. Anu said again, Aunt also brought back a little leopard cat. It's just weaned. It's so small and cute. It falls as soon as it walks. Its hair is black and yellow, like a cute little tiger. Does anyone want to see it? When Sai Rong heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. The long-faced Ahat at home had been fed by Dao Mai and third sister until it was round and chubby. It couldn't even climb the wall. Sai Rong usually wanted to see it, but Xiao Man was worried that the big cat would scratch her, so she didn't allow her to get too close. Now that she heard that there was a cuter little cat, how could she resist? Under the temptation of Anu, the two little troublemakers readily let their mother help them put on their clothes. Before they put on their boots, they couldn't wait to jump to the ground and pull Anu's hand to go to her place. Xiao Man blushed and sent Anu away uncomfortably. When she returned to the room, she looked at Yang Fan angrily and said, Aren't you going to close the door? Yang Fan quickly turned back and bolted the door. He muttered to himself, I clearly remember that it's bolted, but is it bolted or not? When he turned around, the room was empty. Xiao Man had already returned to the bedroom. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. He knew that Anu must have heard that the two children were used to letting their mother sleep with them, so she specially came to help them. This was probably a repayment for Xiao Man's extremely considerate care for her for the whole afternoon. Anu returned a plum with a peach. Then am I a peach or a plum? Yang Fan thought as he walked around the screen. At first glance, he saw a peach, a honey peach, a round, perky, plump, full peach, wrapped in a scarlet gauze-like underwear. It was a soul-stirring honey peach. Go to the side. Yang Fan's large hand had just come close to her in a hurry and felt the soft, elastic, fragrant, and smooth feeling when it was slapped away by Xiao Man. Yang Fan said bitterly, We haven't seen each other for so long, why are you so cold to me? Xiao Man didn't turn her head and just said coquettishly, It's all your fault. I'm going to be teased by Anu this time. Yang Fan suddenly realized and said with a smile, So it's because of this. What's the big deal? It's natural for a man and a woman to love. Xiao Man said angrily, Anyway. I'm so shameless. Yang Fan advised, Oh, you think too much. Will Anu make fun of you? At most, she's joking with you. If she really makes fun of you, I'll let you see her make a fool of herself next time. Me. There was a hint of sourness in this sweet voice. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yang Fan hurriedly went up to hold her slender waist and said softly by her ear, Nyonyo, my good Nyonyo, don't blame me, okay? Isn't it because I miss you too much? Yang Fan called her Nyonyo. This was a weapon that Xiao Man could never resist. When Yang Fan called her for the first time, Xiao Man's taut body recovered its graceful and beautiful curves. As a result, a sparkling and translucent little white goat appeared under the bright candlelight. On the brocade quilt where the mandarin ducks were playing in the water, her two pink buttocks were like peeled eggs, sparkling and moist, trembling as they leapt out. The love between husband and wife was expressed in different ways at different ages. He and she were both young. Thus, on this spring night, Xiao Man, the delicate flower in the boudoir, was watered by the rain and dew. Her sweet moans were like the most beautiful music, lingering and reverberating for half the night. Early in the morning, Yang Fan, who had been tossing and turning for most of the night, appeared under the flower tree in high spirits with the scabbard in his hand. His sword rustled and lightning flashed as he practiced martial arts. No one knew how he could be as energetic as an animal. Sai Rong couldn't walk very well, but she was holding a kitten in her arms. She staggered over and chased after Nyan Zhu. Suddenly, they saw Yang Fan's sword dance under the tree. The two kids stopped and widened their eyes in surprise. Yang Fan had already seen them coming. In order to set up a good image in front of his babies, Yang Fan was even more spirited. He leaped up and down, and his sword was like a meteor, majestic and awe-inspiring. Finally, he withdrew his sword in a very handsome manner and looked at the two children with a smile. What do you think? Daddy's martial arts are great, right? Sai Rong asked curiously, Daddy, can you break a big stone on your chest? Yang Fan was stunned and said, No. Nyan Zhu asked, Can stacking swallow a sword? Yang Fan said, No, Sai Rong asked again, "Can you put an iron spear on your throat?" Yang Fan's voice became smaller and smaller. "No," Nyan Zhu asked, "can you use the golden spear?" Yang Fan was speechless. "No." The two children curled their lips in disdain. Sai Rong patted the kitten's head and said proudly, "Xiaomi, Xiaobao, let's go." Yang Fan looked at their staggering backs and held the sword in front of his chest. He wanted to cry. It's not easy to be a father. Chapter 769. The spring sunshine was warm on the body, like a quilt that had just been blanketed with new cotton. It softly covered your naked body, making you yawn and feel sleepy. This was the feeling of the spring breeze intoxicating the tourists. Yang Fan, Anu, and Xiaoman took the two children to the Luo River for a spring outing. Soon, they coincidentally met Shangguan Daiji, who had left the palace to visit his relatives. So the two places were joined together, and the tents were connected. They occupied the most spacious and beautiful place by the Luo River, which had a radius of 2 acres. At such a moment, the two children were the happiest. They stepped on the fine sand with their bare feet, clearly perceiving the world. After only running 2 laps, the little leopard cat, which was as clumsy as them, rolled all over its body, and the 2 little ones were no exception. Xiaoman did not care about them and let them be crazy. Because the head of the family, Master Yang, had said that people only had this one childhood in their lives. If the happiness of this period of time was lost, it would be impossible to find it again in the future. They should not always follow the ideas of the adults and act like little old men. The encampment was set up by the Luo River. The family dug a small and winding ditch to bring in the clear river water, but there were no wine cups floating on the surface of the water. There was also a pitcher on the sand, which was the favorite activity of Xiaoman and Anu. They were throwing arrows in high spirits. The two of them could not play the kind of poetry game that Princess Taiping liked, but this pot was different. The pot was placed far away, and ordinary people could not throw it in. The two women were competing with their wrist strength and eyesight. They threw the pot with enough strength to use the arrow as a hidden weapon. In the depths of the tents, there was a roll of grayish-yellow camel felt. The camel felt pressed down on a patch of wild grass, and the smell of grass wafted out. Sitting on the felt, one could clearly smell the fragrance of grass, and facing the fresh wind from the river, it was very comfortable. Wanna smiled and looked at Xiaoman, who had just lost an arrow and was drinking. She then looked at the 2 little guys who were playing like crazy. Her eyes were full of envy. She had been living in the palace since she was a child, and she had lived by the face of others since she was a child. For her, the most extravagant hope was to live a carefree life like this. What she longed for the most was a family that belonged to her, but all of this could not be realized. Although she was sitting here and had obtained the approval of this family, she was still not a member of this family. "Have you seen Taiping?" Wanna withdrew her infatuated gaze and gently glanced at Yang Fan beside her. Yang Fan shook his head slightly. "I just came back yesterday. I haven't seen her yet." Wana asked, "She didn't come looking for you?" Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What happened?" Wana smiled gently, as beautiful as a spring flower. "Nothing much, it's just that Wei Sai, the renunciant of the Phoenix Pavilion, is preparing to present a memorial." Yang Fan understood what Wanna was implying. He said without batting an eyelid, "Oh, this person is Taiping's man?" Wanna sweetly said, "All the memorials in the world must go through my hands. Once or twice may be a coincidence, but after a few times, it is not hard to guess who he is." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Fortunately, the emperor is old and does not have the energy to pay attention to these details." Otherwise, Wanna heard a hint of mockery in Yang Fan's voice, but she did not know who he was mocking. Her eyes flashed and she said, "The memorial he is going to present is to ask the emperor to redress the cases that have been falsely accused by Lai Junchen, Zhu Xing, and the others. Those who are still alive will be reinstated, and those who are dead will be pardoned and their families will be allowed to return home." Yang Fan decisively said, "That is impossible. The cases were handled by Zhu Xing, Lai Junchen, and the others, but the real mastermind behind the scenes is His Majesty. The reason why many people were punished was not because they were falsely accused, but because the emperor wanted to kick them away and trample them to death." Wanna smiled. She looked like she had the pearl of wisdom in her hands. She was like Guanyin, who was serving in front of Buddha. There is one more thing attached to this memorial. It asks the emperor to reorganize the country and forbid the children of the rich and powerful to enter the government without passing the imperial examinations. Yang Fan was startled and laughed involuntarily. He said, in that case, that was just used to bargain with the emperor. This is their real goal. Yang Fan thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He said, I understand now. Does Taiping not understand the principle of more haste, less speed? Wanna leisurely said, perhaps it is not that he does not understand. It is just that when he is in a hurry to get something, it is not easy to control. Yang Fan frowned and worriedly said, you saw through her goal with one glance. Can this trick be hidden from the emperor? Wanna pouted and playfully rolled her eyes at him. She said, what are you saying? What do you mean I saw through her goal with one glance? Do you think I am stupid? Yang Fan smiled and said, how can that be? My Wanna is the smartest. I just think that although the emperor is old, he is not so easy to fool. Wanna slapped away Yang Fan's unruly hand. She pouted at Yang Nianzhu and Yang Serong, who were chasing the kitten on the beach. There are children here. Yang Fan said, unamused, they are so young. What do they know? Wanna did not pay attention to this shameless man and continued, this memorial to the emperor, of course, it is not so simple. The reason why I know is not because I can see through it. It is because Taiping took the initiative to tell me. It is because she needs my help. Yang Fan slightly narrowed his eyes. From this sentence, he suddenly felt something different. Princess Taiping wanted this memorial to be approved, so she had to be honest with Wanna. Because she needed Wanna's help. That was to say, Shangguan Wnr was no longer the carefree Shangguan Wnr of the past, who could only compose poems with a group of officials in the Hall of History. She could now influence or even influence the issuance or veto of some government decrees. She must have grasped a considerable amount of power. And Princess Taiping turned her goal to expand her power to the National Academy. This meant that she had drawn a considerable amount of power in the court. Otherwise, even if the emperor was willing to reorganize the government academy, she would only be helping others. She did not have enough manpower and power, so she could not control those positions in the National Academy. At the same time, this also meant that the power in the court had been divided up. There were no new resources to be discovered. Second Zhong's party, Liang's party, Wei's party, Xiong's party, Luling's party, Taiping's party, and Wan's party. After Yang Fan came back from Hebei, he decided to develop a power that completely belonged to him. Only in this way could he command it easily. However, he suddenly discovered that the court was already filled with cliques. Everything had already been divided up, and not even a scrap was left for him. Fortunately, his target was the army. Apart from the Wu clan, there weren't many people who could get their hands on the army. Moreover, what he wanted was a force that could overcome 1,000 with little effort, a force that was at the core of the army. Otherwise, with so many strong competitors competing, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. In fact, there was one thing that Yang Fan did not think about. Or perhaps he did not want to think about it. Wnr wanted to give him a hint, but seeing him deep in thought, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Some things, even if they were the way they were, when they came out of her mouth, it was hard to avoid having a different taste. She was a smart woman. She knew what should be said and what should not be said. What are you going to do? Yang Fan pondered for a while. Then he slowly turned to Wnr and said, are you going to help her? Wan's clear eyes stared at him. She said word by word, I said it because I listened to you. Otherwise, why do you think I built my own power? Yang Fan's heart warmed. He gently held her hands. This time, Wnr did not avoid it. Their 4 hands held together. It was as if their hearts were fused together. They could clearly feel each other's heartbeat. This was a very strange feeling. The two of them quietly felt each other for a long time. Then, Yang Fan reluctantly broke this peace of knowing and relying on each other. He said, don't get involved. The Son of Heaven is old. Although her energy is not as good as before, she is not muddle-headed to that point. With her tough personality, even if she is willing to do something, she still does not want to be influenced by others. She likes to be in control of everything. Wan meekly nodded. She softly smiled and said, "You do not need to explain so much to me. You only need to tell me if it is okay or not. I am your woman. You are my husband. You are also my heaven. If I don't listen to my own man, who else can I listen to?" Yong Fan was moved by her words. He could not help but want to hug her. But this time, she shyly pushed him away. Women were born politicians. There were some things that she could do, but she would not let others see it. She raised her hand and elegantly swept a lock of hair behind her ear. She smiled and said, "But, I actually think so too. I did not expect Langjun to have such a clear understanding of His Majesty's temperament. Although Taiping is His Majesty's daughter, she does not understand her mother as well as Langjun." Yong Fan smiled and did not answer. He could understand Wu Zetian's thoughts so clearly. Part of it was the analysis of the old guys in the Sky Observation Division, but there was also his own understanding. It was said that the person who understood you the most was not your friend, but your enemy. Perhaps Yong Fan had long regarded Wu Zetian as his strongest opponent. Wan said, "Then let's forget about this matter. I will advise her not to act rashly. If she insists on doing things her own way, then there is nothing I can do." Yong Fan nodded. Wan sighed and said, "Langjun, now that you have returned, what are your plans for the future?" Yong Fan said, "I want to return to the 100 Cavalry." Wan's eyes suddenly brightened. She said happily, "Return to the 100 Cavalry? That's great. If Langjun returns to the army, you can avoid the dangerous and unpredictable political storms." Yong Fan looked at her with a mischievous smile and said, "There are no other benefits." Wan's pretty face blushed. She shyly lowered her head and said, "And I can see Langjun often." Yong Fan suddenly became distressed and said, "The rules in the palace are very strict. I can see but not eat. What should I do? Go to hell." Wan blushed and spat at him. She said with slight annoyance, "Do you think I am a slut?" She gently lowered her head and bent her slender jade-like neck. She was like a white swan looking at herself in the water, and also like a water lotus shyly lowering its head. She affectionately said, "As long as I can see your face and hear your voice often, I will be satisfied." Chapter 770. This spring outing didn't end until the wind blowing from the river brought a hint of the coolness of the night. Xiaoman and Anu were drunk, while Nianzhu and Sai Rong laughed and danced for a whole day. They both held the kitten covered in sand and lay on the soft quilt. The old bull pulled the carriage and they fell asleep contentedly. Wan's convoy left a moment earlier than the Yang families. Perhaps the first thing Wan prepared to do when she returned was to wash up and wait for her Langjuan's rendezvous tonight. This kind of anticipation always made people feel endless joy. When Yang Fan's convoy returned to the gate of the mansion, the color of dusk had just dyed the sky. Under the lintel, in front of the clean steps and the bright mirror-like door, stood a tall young man in the clothes of an eunuch. He was holding a horsetail whisk and looking into the distance. Below the steps, there were 4 horses with glossy hair. In front of each horse stood an imperial guard as straight as a spear. In the distance, a convoy slowly drove over. After being pointed out by Mo Xuanfei, the eldest son of the Yang family, he knew that it was Yang Fan's convoy. The eunuch couldn't wait to greet them. "Gao Lisha greets elder brother." Before he reached the carriage, the tall eunuch stopped and happily saluted the carriage in front of him. In the carriage, Yang Fan had already received Ren Wei's report. He stopped the carriage and rolled up the bamboo curtain in front of the carriage. "Ah, brother Lisha." Yang Fan hurriedly jumped out of the carriage and quickly stepped forward to hold his hand. He said affectionately, "Lisha, why are you here? You should have told me in advance so I could wait for you at home." Gao Lisha said, "I dare not trouble elder brother. Lisha is here on His Majesty's orders to summon elder brother to the palace." Yang Fan looked at the sky and asked curiously, "Now?" Gao Lisha said, "Yes. Strongman has also just arrived. I heard that elder brother has gone out with your family. Seeing that it's almost time for them to return, I didn't go out to look for them. I don't want to get lost with elder brother again. Elder brother, please follow Strongman back to the palace so that His Majesty won't have to wait for too long. Yang Fan agreed and hurriedly made some arrangements for his family. He asked Nu and the others to return to the residence first, while he rode a horse and left with Gao Lisha. This time, it was inconvenient for him to bring the guards. On the way, Yang Fan asked, "Why did His Majesty summon me in such a hurry?" Gao Lisha said, "This little brother really doesn't know." Yang Fan asked, "How is His Majesty feeling?" Gao Lisha thought for a moment and said, "I don't see any great joy or worry on Your Majesty's face." Oh yes, before this, His Majesty first summoned Ji Shu, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Imperial Censor, and then issued an edict to summon elder brother. Hearing this, Yang Fan frowned slightly. Ever since Lai Junshen's death, Ji Shu had been placed in an important position. Presently, he was already the Deputy Prime Minister of the Imperial Censor, replacing Lai Junshen's previous position. It looked like the Empress wanted to mold him into a second Lai Junchen to act as her eyes and ears. The only duty of the Imperial Censor was to report people. The Emperor had first seen Ji Shu, and then urgently summoned Yang Fan. This was not a good sign. However, no matter how Yang Fan thought about it, he couldn't think of any conflict between him and Ji Shu, or any weakness that Ji Shu could use against him. Gao Lisha saw that Yang Fan's expression was slightly serious, and couldn't help but ask, "Is there something on elder brother's mind? Should we find an excuse to temporarily hide? When Li Sha returns to the palace, we'll say that we haven't found elder brother, and that elder brother will show himself after we understand what has happened." Yang Fan shook his head and turned his head slightly. He glanced sideways at the 4 guards not far away and clapped Gao Lisha's shoulder. "That's not appropriate. If His Majesty is moved, he can summon these 4 guards to see him, and he'll know what's going on once he asks. It doesn't matter. If it's a blessing, it's not a calamity. If it's a calamity, we can't avoid it. I'll just enter the palace and find out." In order to not make Gao Lisha worry for him, Yang Fan smiled and changed the topic. He asked, "How are you and your sister doing?" Gao Lisha became happy and said, "Thanks to elder brother's help, Li Sha and my sister are living very well. Elder sister is learning singing from Master Rume and is highly regarded by her. Elder sister has liked singing since she was young and lived very happily there. In the palace, I have my adoptive father and Shangguan to take care of me, and no one dares to bully me. Now, I travel in front of the emperor and have a very good relationship with the imperial grandchildren in the Eastern Palace." Yang Fan was very pleased to hear this. Although this ill-fated son of a provincial governor had become a eunuch, he had already been castrated before he entered the palace. Only in the palace would he be less discriminated against. For him to have such an ending was not a bad result. Although the people who killed his parents were the cruel officials under Lai Junshen's command, the true culprit was the current emperor. However, this young man, who dared to use a sharpened stone to assassinate an imperial envoy to avenge his father at the age of 10, now took pride in serving in front of the emperor and did not have the slightest awareness of becoming enemies with Wu Zetian. Perhaps in the eyes of the Tang people, this was a matter of course, but in the eyes of someone like Yang Fan, who had grown up in the southeast and did not have such serious thoughts about imperial power, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. In the Martial Achievement Palace, Wu Zetian was leaning back on her throne. Her back was cushioned with a thick velvet cushion, and she seemed to be asleep. Only her eyes, which were under her relaxed eyelids, would move from time to time, indicating that she was awake and thinking about something. This afternoon, after playing for a while with Yiji and Changzong, the 2 pretty men suddenly took a roundabout way to talk about the issue of choosing the heir apparent. They repeatedly tried to persuade her to make her son the heir apparent. Although Wu Zetian was old and had little energy, she was not so old that she was muddle-headed. She immediately questioned the 2 men. How could this pair of youths resist Wu Zetian's questioning? They could only obediently admit that they had been persuaded by Ji Shu. Ji Shu was now Wu Zetian's favorite official. She wanted to cultivate him as a trusted aide like Lai Junchen. Thus, he had a close relationship with Zhong and often visited them. During one of the banquets, The two Zhongs occasionally talked about how the emperor was greatly disappointed with the Wu family's descendants and seemed to intend to re-establish the Li Tang imperial family as the crown prince. Ji Rui said to them, "The Wulang and the Liulang are so honored, not because they have made great contributions to the imperial court, but because there are so many people in the world who are jealous of your wealth. Without great contributions to the world, what will you use to protect yourselves?" These words hit Zhong's sore spot. The two immediately asked Ji Shu. Ji Shu said, "Looking at the current situation, although His Majesty has ruled for a long time, the world still hasn't forgotten Li Tang's kindness. Thus, they all hope that after His Majesty passes away, Li Tang's descendants will still rule the world. If you can persuade His Majesty to make Li Tang the heir apparent, you will have made a great contribution and will be guaranteed wealth." Zhong deeply agreed, so he suggested to the empress. Actually, Wu Zetian already had the idea of making Li Tang the heir apparent. Now that Zhong and Ji Shu had the same idea, she was even more determined. Because she knew very well that Zhong relied on her for everything and was completely loyal to her. Ji Shu was originally a county officer in Chang'an, and it was all because of her promotion that he could achieve today. Ji Shu didn't have any foundation in the imperial court, but now he could become the deputy minister of the imperial censor. If he wanted a stable future, he could only rely on her. These people couldn't possibly have any disloyalty towards her, but they all agreed that Li Tang's son should be the heir apparent. The hearts of the world. Wu Zetian thought for a long time, then specially called Ji Shu over to ask him in detail. Ji Shu told Wu Zetian about the pros and cons. Wu Zetian was very receptive to the words of her trusted aides. She had already made up her mind, and now she finally made a decision. It was almost dusk, yet she came to the Martial Achievement Hall. This was unprecedented in the Wu Ju dynasty. Only the inner guards guarded the surroundings of the Martial Achievement Hall. Everyone else was kept out. No one was allowed to approach even half a step, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed without question. Yang Fan followed Gao Lisha to the Martial Achievement Hall. Just as he arrived in front of the hall, two female guards flashed out from the darkness, and said in a low voice, "Stop, only Yang Fan is allowed to enter." Gao Lisha bowed and said with a smile, "Greetings, Big Sister Ying, Big Sister Qing." They were Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing. Two valiant women in martial attire walked up with a straight face. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Long time no see, you too." The two pretty girls didn't strike up a conversation with him. Two pairs of jade hands touched his body, searching him from top to bottom. Seeing that he wasn't carrying any weapons, they waved their hands and said in a cold and dignified voice, "Follow me." Yang Fan looked at Gao Lisha in surprise. He followed behind the two long-legged beauties, admiring their leisurely swaying waists, and stepped into the main door of the Martial Achievement Hall. This was only the first door, but Yang Fan discovered that other than the guards in the open, there were many more guards patrolling in the dark. No wonder Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing didn't pretend to be polite to him. Among these guards in the open and in the dark, there must be their immediate superiors. Further in, the second door was even more tightly guarded and there were many people moving about. Yang Fan was secretly vigilant, but he changed his mind. If the emperor wanted to kill someone, even if it was the prime minister, he would have already sent an imperial edict to the prison. There was no reason to bring him to the emperor. Moreover, with his identity and status, if the emperor was determined to harm him, he wouldn't need to summon him into the palace at all. Yang Fan's expression also became serious. He followed behind the two young beauties and silently stepped into the third door. It wasn't until they reached the front of the hall that Gao Ying and Lan Yiqing stopped. They turned to the left and right and gestured to Yang Fan, saying, "Go in, His Majesty is waiting for you." Only then did the two girls cast a concerned and complicated look at Yang Fan. But because they couldn't speak, the things that could be said with just a look was really limited. Yang Fan seemed to understand something, but it seemed like he didn't catch anything. So he could only muddle his head and step into the hall, shouting loudly, "Subject Yang Fan, under His Majesty's verbal order, has an audience. Come in." A dignified voice came from the hall. Yang Fan answered and stepped in. When he looked up, he saw Wu Zetian sitting majestically behind the table like a Buddha. The entire hall was empty, and there was no one else in sight. There was only the copper red-crowned cranes on both sides of the table spitting out green smoke. Young Fan didn't dare to look too long. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Subject Young Fan greets His Majesty." Chapter 771. Wu Zetian sternly said, "Young Fan, your subject is here. I heard that you have an ambiguous relationship with Taiping. Is this true?" Young Fan was stunned and raised his head in shock. A figure flashed behind the curtain and a beautiful woman slowly walked out. She was dressed in a light yellow palace dress. She had bright eyes and white teeth, but there was a murderous look on her jade-like face. Young Fan took a closer look and recognized that it was Fu Qingqing, the female official of the palace. Fu Qingqing raised her hands and her sleeves hung down, revealing a pair of white wrists. She clapped her hands 3 times and immediately 6 women in snow-white martial attire flashed out from behind the 6 pillars. Each of them looked valiant and charming. Lan Yiqing and Jiao Ying were also among them, and each of them held a sharp sword in their hands. "How dare you?" Wu Zetian slammed the table and stood up. "You dare to mess with my daughter, ruining my royal family's reputation and ruining my dignity. You are a traitor and deserve to die. Kill him for me." When the 6 women heard this, the swords in their hands flashed, and in an instant, the 6 of them formed a small plum blossom-shaped array with Jiao Ying as the center of the array. They surrounded Young Fan, and the 6 sharp swords pointed straight at Young Fan's vital points. Young Fan was shocked. He kicked his feet and was about to make a move. In a flash, his eyes met with Fu Qingqing's. He saw the cold expression on Fu Qingqing's jade-like face. Young Fan felt as if ice water was poured on his head and he immediately calmed down. However, his reaction was too fast. His feet pushed hard on the ground and his body had already leaped up. The moment his feet left the ground, Young Fan's mind turned and he reacted. His body that was originally in the air suddenly sank forward. The moment his feet left the ground, his whole body sank forward. Bang! He had to kneel down hard. Young Fan could not deflect the force and his knees landed firmly on the ground. Young Fan took the opportunity to bow and shouted, "Your subject deserves to die. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Young Fan's reaction wasn't slow. In addition, Wu Zetian didn't know martial arts, so how could she tell that Young Fan had made up his mind to fight? Seeing him kneel down and beg for mercy with such a sincere attitude, not resisting even though there was a sharp blade on his body, she couldn't help but feel satisfied. She snorted heavily and waved her hand. Jiao Ying and the other 6 women immediately withdrew their swords and retreated. Jiao Ying secretly heaved a sigh of relief and thought, "This idiot, I signaled him when he came in but he still wanted to resist." Fortunately, he finally thought it through or it would be difficult. As she was thinking this, she turned around and saw Lan Yiqing, who looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted, quietly stuck out her little tongue at her. Wu Zetian waved her hand and dismissed everyone. Her face was still full of anger. She said to Young Fan, "If not for your great contribution to the imperial court in the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate, we would have cut you into pieces today and would not let you off lightly." As soon as Young Fan heard this, he was even more certain and repeatedly admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. Standing behind the imperial table, his cheap mother-in-law, still angry, asked Fu Qingqing to leave. She suddenly heaved a long sigh and slowly sat down. She said, "We know, this matter is not entirely your fault. That child Taiping is a bit willful, she is not satisfied with the prince consort that we have arranged for her." Young Fan lowered his head and did not speak. His eyes darted around and he only thought in his heart, thanks to Fu Qingqing's glance, what is the Empress trying to do by doing this? Wu Zetian rambled on for a while. In the end, it was just that Young Fan deserved to die. Moreover, he deserved to die with 1,000 cuts, 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and even if his bones were burnt to ashes, it would not be enough to atone for his crimes. However, after all, he had made great contributions to the imperial court and the country. Moreover, the wise and great Empress was very clear about his illicit relationship with Princess Taiping. Speaking of which, it was difficult for Young Fan. During the day he had to serve the imperial court and at night he had to serve the Empress. The merciful and wise Empress, who was clear about rewards and punishments, could not bear to punish him. But he had indeed made a big mistake and put the empress in a difficult position. Yang Fan knelt there like a son-in-law. The more he listened, the more confused he became. What is the empress trying to do? Could it be that she wants Taiping to remarry? Wu Zetian nagged for a while and finally changed the topic, saying, "Now, we have decided to let you atone for your crimes by meritorious deeds and do something important for us. If you do well, we will offset your crimes and pardon you. If you do not do well, you will be punished for both crimes and will not be spared." Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, we have come to the main topic. Yang Fan immediately bowed his head and put on a look of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. This subject is willing to atone for my crimes by meritorious deeds. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Wu Zetian said in a deep voice, "Yang Fan, raise your head." Yang Fan raised his head with some confusion. Wu Zetian stared at him and said, "We will give you a mission. Go secretly to Fang province and bring Prince of Luling back to the capital." Yang Fan's heart thumped violently and he cried out involuntarily, "Bring Prince of Luling back?" Wu Zetian's face darkened and she said in a cold voice, "What?" Yang Fan was overjoyed, but he did not dare to let Wu Zetian see any clues. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes. This subject will solemnly obey Your Majesty's decree." Wu Zetian mistook his reaction for what she was worried about. She couldn't help but sternly say, "We know that you have always been close to King Liang. King Liang is our nephew, and you are our subject. We are happy to see that you are close to King Liang, and we do not oppose it. However, you absolutely cannot let King Liang know about this." Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. By now, he had already calmed down from his excitement and raised his head in confusion. Wu Zetian was very satisfied with his current performance and continued to give him pointers. "You should already know why we want to bring Prince of Luling back to the capital, right?" Yang Fan hurriedly said, "This subject does not dare to recklessly try to fathom Your Majesty's intentions." Wu Zetian coldly snorted and said, "Is there even a need to fathom this matter? Anyone who knows our arrangements will understand our intentions. Thus, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential." "Yes," Yang Fan replied. Wu Zetian thought in a daze for a moment, then said, "We do not permit you to reveal this matter to anyone because it is of great importance. None of our nephews wish to see Prince Luling return to the capital. Once they learn of this matter, the consequences will be obvious. That is why we want you to keep this matter absolutely confidential. If Prince Luling does not return to the capital safely, we will definitely kill you." With these last words, Wu Zetian's expression became stern. Yang Fan's heart trembled. He could tell that Wu Zetian was not joking. Although he himself was also the person most willing to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital, Wu Zetian's threat still made him think it over. Even if it was just to protect his own life, he would still do his utmost. Wu Zetian said, "Neither Prince Liang nor Prince Wei is willing to let Prince Luling return to the capital, and the army is filled with their people. If we leave this matter to them, we can imagine that Prince Luling will definitely be assassinated on the road to Luling, or that Prince Luling will fall ill and die of a sudden illness. Thus, we are extremely cautious. Other than the inner guards, no one else knows that I have summoned you this time. You must also remember that this matter must be handled with extreme caution. Before Luling is brought back to the capital, no one can know of this matter." Yang Fan thought to himself, it's not just the Prince Liang's faction, the Prince Wei's faction, or even the neutral Wu Yuyi. If even the Prince Xiong's faction hears of this matter, they will probably try to obstruct us. As Yang Fan thought to himself, he replied, "This subject will solemnly obey the imperial decree." Wu Zetian slowly returned to her seat and loudly called out, "Come." Lan Yiqing, Gao Ying, and several other female guards suddenly appeared from behind the pillar. Wu Zetian said, "We will assign a few people from the inner guards to you. With our secret edict, they will accompany you to Fangzhou to bring Luling back." Yang Fan involuntarily blurted out, "All women?" Lan Yiqing rolled her eyes at him. Wu Zetian said in a deep voice, "We are not senile yet. Of course, we will not just assign a few female guards to you. Are you afraid that others won't find your entourage strange by being so ostentatious? You can choose a few more people from the 100 Cavalry. We can trust the 100 Cavalry, but the great general of the Featherwood Guard is still a nephew of the Wu clan. Therefore, you must do your best to choose a few reliable ones. Moreover, the true purpose of this trip must be concealed even from them. For confidential matters, you only need these guards who know the truth to help you. Yang Fan respectfully acknowledged. Wu Zetian waved her hand and Fu Qingqing walked to Yang Fan with an imperial edict in her hands. Yang Fan quietly gave her a grateful look and received the secret edict with both hands. Wu Zetian said, "Go and make the arrangements. We have to leave by tomorrow evening at the latest. Remember, if Luling lives, you live. If Luling dies, you die. Yang Fan, you're on your own. Is our Lang still busy?" Xiao Man walked to the front of the study and looked at the light in the room. She asked Ren Wei, who was guarding the door. Ren Wei respectfully replied, "Yes. Madam, our Lang entered the study as soon as he came back." Xiao Man was puzzled. Strange, what is so urgent? There was a pair of silhouettes reflected in the window. One was obviously Yang Fan, who was gesticulating and saying something. The silhouette on the other side was more beautiful with long eyelashes, a straight nose, round lips, and beautiful silhouette curves. It was obviously Jiyu Zhuting. Looking at the two, it was definitely not a messy or private matter. Xiao Man had no choice but to walk slowly. She had thought that her Lang Jun would accompany Sister Wanna tonight. Unexpectedly, she heard that after he returned to the manor, Xiao Man had used the condition of buying a civet cat for her son and a parrot for her daughter as a condition to send her children to sleep happily with their wet nurses. However, he still did not come after waiting for a long time. After a long time apart, Xiao Man actually wanted to be teased by Anu a few more times. Walking to the back of the house, Xiao Man called third sister and ordered, "Go to the kitchen and tell them to prepare some supper and send it to the study." Third sister answered in a crisp voice. She saw Madam leisurely walking toward the bedroom. Her gait was as if she was in low spirits. On the same night, Wn who had just received the news from Yang Fan, was wearing a nightgown and standing on the balcony. She looked up at the bright moon in the sky and stared blankly. Wan's nature was indifferent. When she was not teased, the fire of lust was not strong. She was not the kind of woman who was eager to have sex. Tonight, Yang Fan could not come over for some reason. She was only disappointed that she could not talk to her lover. Now she was actually more worried about Yang Fan. She knew that if it was not a very important matter, Yang Fan would not break the appointment. Wanna stood there for a long time. Finally, she sighed and said, "What happened?" Chapter 772. Sect Master, why don't we use a large number of our people? After hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Jiyu Zhuting creased her slender brows. The panic she had felt when she was alone with Yang Fan had vanished, and she began to seriously consider this operation. Yang Fan explained, "Our strength is scattered, distributed among the various professions, the court, and the common people. Although we can play an enormous role, it's a slow and long-term effect. For this sort of matter, we can only use a group of martial artists, and there aren't many of them. Secondly, our succession hall is not pure. Our people come from the 7 great clans. These people obey my orders, but they all have a true master behind them, the clans they belong to. Even if they won't betray me, it shouldn't be hard to send a message to their clans, right? And although the 7 great clans are united in their opposition to the Zhou dynasty and the Empress, the people they support are different. Some of them want to support the Prince of Xiong, but they won't put all their eggs in one basket. The succession hall is a hodgepodge of the 7 sects and 5 clans. The various clans have many eyes and ears, so the succession hall cannot be used. Otherwise, those people who are determined to support the Prince of Xiong, after paying such a great price, will definitely think of a way to kill the Prince of Luling once they learn that the Empress wants to make the Prince of Luling heir apparent. Since the Empress has already decided to pass the throne to the Prince, once the Prince of Luling is killed, the Prince of Xiong will be the Empress's only choice. They will definitely take this risk. Jiyu Zhuting silently nodded, knowing that everything Yang Fan said was true. Yang Fan added, "There's also one more thing. I have to bring the internal guards and 100 cavalry with me. If we use too many people, they will assuredly notice. After thinking it over, I feel that rather than using people from the succession hall whose background is unknown, it's better not to bring a single one. Jiyu Zhuting shot a quick glance at young Fan. She said nothing, but her heart was beating like a drum, and she was also rather flustered. Am I not a person of the succession hall? Sect Master. Sect Master is completely treating me as one of his own. He actually trusts me this much. Yong Fan didn't think so much. In his opinion, the common secret of killing Lu Binmi was enough to make this woman, who used to be a servant of the Kui family in Qinghe, stand by his side loyally forever. Yang Fan said, ever since I met with mishap in Hebei, the successor hall has been very nervous. They advised me to resign from my official position, at the same time they sent people to strengthen my protection. I had no intention of resigning from my official position, at least for now. If I stayed in the officialdom, I would be able to maintain close contact with the various realms and display my usefulness. I ignored this request. Another thing is their personal protection of me. No matter if it's the internal guards or the cavalrymen, there is no lack of outstanding people among them. Their martial arts are not inferior to our succession hall's people. If we let our people follow them, they will soon find out. However, I have no legitimate reason to do so, and I can't avoid them. Therefore, I need your help. Jiyu Zhuting nodded in understanding. Yang Fan worked almost all night, making detailed arrangements for the successor hall. This trip to Fangzhou would take at most a month. For a huge organization like the successor hall, unless something important happened within a month, as long as Yang Fan gave clear instructions and arranged people to handle the affairs for him, there would be no delay. Of course, he also made precautions in case of emergency, setting up emergency measures and a way to contact in case of an emergency. Yang Fan wrote the above situation in a secret letter. When all the above things were prepared, it was already dawn. Looking at Jiyu Zhuting, who had fallen asleep on the table, Yang Fan went to the bed behind the screen to take a thin quilt and gently covered her with it. Then he went to the bed and lay quietly, thinking about some details of bringing Prince of Luling back to the capital. Before he knew it, the sky was already bright, and the rooster crowed. Yang Fan, who was lying on the bed with his clothes on, got up and quietly walked to the outside of the screen. As soon as the door was opened, the slight creaking sound woke Jiyu Zhuting up. Yang Fan stopped and smiled at her. You've worked hard. Go to the bed and rest. I still have some arrangements to make at home. I'll call you when it's time to leave. Jiyu Zhuting nodded. Watching Yang Fan go out, she gently touched the thin quilt on her shoulder, a sweet smile on her lips. She stood up, stretched her slightly numb body, and slowly walked to the back of the screen. The bed was still warm from Yang Fan's body. Lying on it, Jiyu Zhuting felt Yang Fan's warmth. Suddenly, she shrunk her head under the quilt and took a deep breath, as if she could smell Yang Fan's scent. With a little shyness and satisfaction, she covered her burning cheeks. Since Wu Zetian began to seize the power of the emperor, countless people wanted to stop her. When she ascended to the throne, countless people wanted to drive her down from the throne. Groups of people sacrificed their lives for this. After countless people's efforts, Wu Zetian, who was at the end of her life, had no energy to continue the war, so she finally compromised. Now was the time to harvest the results, and his own life was also tied to this matter. Yang Fan dared not be careless. He didn't even tell Anu and Xiaoman about the truth of this trip. It was not that he didn't trust them, but he didn't want them to worry. Moreover, there were people from the succession hall in the Yang mansion. This matter involved too many factions. If they knew the truth, it would be bad if they accidentally revealed something. Xiaoman was quite reluctant to leave as soon as she came home, but she heard that he had the emperor's secret order and would be back in a month at most. Xiaoman, who had been a female soldier in the internal guards for many years, no longer complained. She, who had been in it, certainly understood what it meant to disobey the emperor's order. There was nothing on Anu's side. In the past few months, they had been together. What Yang Fan needed to do now was to repeatedly remind her that she must stay at home obediently and not disguise herself to try to find out his whereabouts. Anu was not someone who didn't know the importance of things. Yang Fan said it very seriously, and knowing that Jiyu Shusha was accompanying her, Anu obediently agreed. Afterwards, Yang Fan left with Ren Wei and the other guards. Before leaving, he woke Jiyu Zhuting up and went out together. Jiyu Zhuting was a woman, so she didn't need to accompany Yang Fan to go out before. This time was really special. However, this was Yang Fan's arrangement, so Ren Wei and the others naturally didn't ask. At this time, the 800th bell in Luoyang City had rung out. The streets were bustling with people. Yang Fan left Fortune Lane and kept walking north. When he reached the Luo River, he turned west and walked towards the Tianjin Bridge. There were many businesses on the riverbank, especially selling all kinds of snacks. The commoners of the nearby villages liked to come here early in the morning to buy some snacks. They were cheap and tasty. To do business here, they mainly relied on repeat customers. If the snacks were not tasty, the store would have closed long ago. Those who could do business here all had their own unique skills. Nay tilde a rich aroma came with the wind. Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse. He turned around and said to Jiyu Zhuting, "Miss Jiyu, you haven't had breakfast yet. How about eating a pancake to allay your hunger?" "Ah!" Jiyu Zhuting, who had been absent-minded the whole time, jumped as if she was startled when he called her name. She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Yang Fan had already jumped off the horse with a smile and walked to the roadside stall. Not long after, he came back with a piping hot hoe cake. The outside of the hoe cake was wrapped in lotus leaves, but it was still very hot. Yang Fan quickly ran to Jiyu Zhuting's horse with both hands, smiled and said, "Quickly catch, it's so hot." Jiyu Zhuting was at a loss. But when she saw that Yang Fan's hand was so hot, she didn't dare to reach out to take it. She first pulled her hands into her sleeves and rolled up a few layers of sleeves to make sure they were a little thick. Then she took the pancake. Ren Wei was a talkative person. At first, he pretended to be silent in front of Yang Fan. But now, he had revealed his true colors. Seeing this scene, he smiled and said, "Ah Lang, I also haven't had breakfast. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Fan got on his horse and said, "Go buy it." Ren Wei opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. The other guards laughed. Jiyu Zhuting saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a sweetness in her heart. The pancakes sold by this shop didn't cut corners at all. A full catty of mutton was stuffed in between layers of crispy wheat pancakes. The delicious mutton was evenly sprinkled with pepper and fermented black beans, and there was also crispy wine. The aroma of wheat, meat, crispy wine, pepper, and fermented black beans gushed out, making people salivate. Jiyu Zhuting's heart was filled with sweetness as she ate, but her small mouth was really too small. Facing such a giant Hu Ping, she had no idea where to put her mouth. Even so, she still ate with relish. The pancakes made by this shop are very authentic. When I went out in the past, even if I had already eaten breakfast, I would still buy one. But this pancake is really too big. Generally speaking, if a family buys one and cuts it, it will be enough for 3 people to eat. I can't even eat half of it. As Yang Fan said this, he suddenly saw that half of the pancake in Jiyu Zhuting's hand had been eaten by that small mouth. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Miss Jiyu has a good appetite." Jiyu Zhuting's pretty face blushed and she looked a little embarrassed. Yang Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "You didn't eat breakfast, so of course you are hungry. When I said I can't eat half of it, I was referring to the situation where I had already eaten breakfast." Yang Fan continued to move forward on his horse and boasted for the old man selling the pancakes, "This old man has a pair of wonderful hands, and has the ability to turn iron into gold." I heard that he wasn't the only one selling pancakes on this section of the embankment. Later on, a few other pancake sellers competed with him, and he used a saddle and a quiver to make a delicious meal. Those people knew they were inferior and took the initiative to give way. The saddles and quiver of that time were made of bear and deer skin, and the inferior ones were made of cowhide and sheepskin. Those were all real leather, and the edible gelatin of the later generations could not compare. They were all natural green real leather, and after cooking, the gelatin would thicken and the taste would be not bad. "Ah!" Jiyu Zhuting was eating with relish, but when she heard this, Her mouth that had just opened suddenly stopped on the crescent shape of the pancake, and she didn't have the courage to bite down. Seeing this, Yang Fan laughed. Don't worry, there is definitely no quiver or saddle in there. Ha ha ha, you can eat without worry. Jiu Zhuting looked at Yang Fan, who had succeeded in his prank and was laughing happily. She rolled her eyes at him, but it was a pity that Yang Fan, who was riding with his whip, was already halfway out of the horse's body, so he didn't see it. Otherwise, such a charming flying white would probably make his body go soft like the pancake in Jiu Zhuting's mouth. Chapter 773. Huang Xuchang, Xu Liang, Wei Yong, Zhong Shitong, Zhong Qi, Tian Yang, Yu Ziqing, these people were brought to Round Wall City. This was the northernmost building of the Luoyang Imperial Palace. It was separated from the main building complex of the rear palace by a huge and thick wall. This place was usually where the palace gathered the toilet bowls to be removed or disposed of some other dirty things. In the cracks of the floor tiles, strong weeds struggled tenaciously, trying to spread their branches and leaves. In this gloomy courtyard with high walls, they did their best to absorb every ray of light they could. Huang Xuchang, Wei Yong, and the others were like weeds in the cracks of the bricks, trying their best to stretch their necks and focus their gazes on Jiao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the others. They looked at their hair, their faces, their lips, their breasts, their waists, their legs. In any case, it would be a waste not to look. They often met each other in the palace. Even if they couldn't remember their names, they were at least somewhat familiar with each other. However, they had never seen the female guards dressed in civilian women's clothing. The heroic and vigorous martial attire was gone, and their cold and serious expressions were gone. At this moment, they were full of youthful vitality and soft beauty. Huang Xuchang and the others didn't know why they were called here. There was no transfer order from the great general of the Yulin Guard. It was only the female official Fu Qingqing who had ordered them to come here. They knew that Fu Qingqing was second only to Shangguan Daiji in the palace, so they didn't dare disobey and immediately rushed over. In the end, they only saw a group of young and beautiful girls dressed in civilian women's clothing of all kinds and colors. Could it be that the emperor thinks we're old and wants to arrange a marriage for us, just like General Yang? Wei Yong began to calculate seriously. But I'm already married. Presumably, the emperor doesn't know about this. Oh, should I divorce that faded old woman at home first? Although my 6 brothers-in-law aren't easy to deal with, but, such a greedy girl. Just as Wei Yong was letting his imagination run wild, a hearty laughter came from the palace gate. He turned his head and saw a handsome man dressed in a cross-collared gown. He was tall and had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a jade-like face, and red lips. He had an extraordinary demeanor as he accompanied the female official Fu over the threshold. They were immediately exposed to the brilliant sunlight. Erlang. Wei Yong looked at the man in shock. It was obviously Yang Fan. Yang Fan and Fu Qingqing walked up to them and stood in front of the 2 rows of men on the left and women on the right. Fu Qingqing withdrew her smile and said to them with a cold expression, "I've received an imperial edict to order all of you to listen to Commandant Yang's arrangements and leave the palace to carry out an errand. During this period of time, all of you will listen to Commandant Yang's arrangement." Huang Xuchang awoke from the shock of seeing Yang Fan for the first time and asked, "Fu Jie, may I know why you sent us out of the palace?" Fu Qingqing said with a straight face, "There's no need to ask anymore. Just do whatever Commandant Yang tells you to do." Xu Liang took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Sister Fu, we belong to the 100 Cavalry. Without the commander's seal, no one can mobilize us. This is the imperial court." Before he could finish, his voice stopped abruptly. Yang Fan had already raised his right hand and there was half a tortoise seal in his hand. The commander's seal used to mobilize troops was originally a tiger seal. When the Tang dynasty was founded, the name of their ancestor, Li Hu, was changed to a fish seal. When Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, it was changed to a tortoise seal. Although the internal guards were also part of the army, they were the emperor's private soldiers. They had already received an imperial edict and had no objections to Yang Fan. These 100 cavalry were different. Xu Liang took out the half-tortoise seal that he always carried with him and stepped forward to take the tortoise seal from Yang Fan's hand. It fit perfectly. Xu Liang immediately returned the tortoise seal and took 3 steps back. He said respectfully, "We will obey Commandant's orders." When Wei Yong and the others saw that Xu Liang had already verified the commander's seal, they also bowed to Yang Fan. "Greetings, Commandant. Brothers, dispense with the formalities," Yang Fan said to the crowd and put away the commander's seal. Fu Qingqing nodded at him and said amiably, "Commandant Yang, Qingqing will return to the palace now. I wish Commandant victory and success." "Thank you, miss." Yang Fan cupped his hands at Fu Qingqing and watched her leave. The moment Fu Qingqing left, the 100 cavalry relaxed and gathered in front of Yang Fan. These people had gone through life and death with Yang Fan and were very friendly to each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhong Shitong said, "Commandant, what are we going to do when we leave the palace? Are those women also going with us?" Yang Fan's expression became solemn. He said, "Don't ask what we are going to do or where we are going. Those ladies from the internal guards are going to do official business with us." Zhong Shitong muttered, "So mysterious." Yang Fan clapped his hands and said, "Come, come, come. Everyone, come forward and listen to me in detail." The 100 cavalry and the Plum Blossom internal guards gathered around them. Yang Fan said, "Where we are going and what we are going to do, those of you who should know already know. Those who don't ask. Just follow orders. This is an order. The mission we are carrying out this time is very secretive. We need to conceal our identities along the way to avoid arousing suspicion. So, Brother Wei, Brother Shu, you have to go back in a while and change into casual clothes. You have to be fast. I will give you the time of 2 incense sticks to burn. You must come back on time. Also, there are men and women in our group, and they are all young people. Once we go, even if we change into casual clothes, we will inevitably attract attention. So, I have thought of a way to let everyone blend in and not arouse anyone's suspicions along the way. However, you must keep your mouths shut. Along the way, don't talk to those who are unrelated to us, and don't drink alcohol along the way." Yu Ziqin interrupted with a smile, "Captain, why do you have to go through so much trouble? I see that the number of people from the 100 cavalry and the internal guards is about the same. Why don't you all disguise yourselves as husband and wife? A dozen young couples will go back to their hometown together to visit their relatives. 10 months later, all of them will be a family of 3. Ha ha ha." The 100 cavalry burst into laughter. The female guards were used to being in the army, so they did not blush at this crazy talk. But they inevitably scolded and looked down on them. For a moment, the men laughed and the women talked like 10,000 ducks, chattering and making people dizzy. "Silence." Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Don't think that this trip is easy. Do you know why I asked you to come?" Yang Fan's eyes swept across the faces of the 100 cavalry. Seeing the stern look in his eyes, the crowd gradually quieted down. Yang Fan said, "Because I know you well, we can cooperate better. This trip must be kept secret. Without my permission, no one is allowed to expose your identity no matter what happens. Without my permission, even if a knife is placed on your neck, you are not allowed to resist. If this matter is successful, both you and I will have made great contributions, but if something goes wrong..." Yang Fan deliberately paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "You and I, no one can escape. Everyone will die." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Their hearts trembled and they did not dare to joke anymore. However, the 100 cavalry became even more curious. "What on earth is it that makes you so cautious?" Yang Fan did not allow them to continue thinking. He shouted in a deep voice, "Go back and change your clothes, then return immediately. Do not tell anyone where you are going. If you do not return within the time limit of 2 incense sticks, you will be beheaded." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Zhuting walked out of the main hall with a small incense burner in her hand. There was a stick of incense stuck in the top of the burner. When the cavalry saw this, they immediately fled like chickens and dogs. In just a short moment, not a single one could be seen. "Xiaoqing, look after the incense burner."
"Who? Me?"
Lan Yiqing looked left and right, then pointed at his own nose and asked. Yang Fan stared at him and said, "Of course it's you." Lan Yiqing pouted, "Who's little?"
"Xiaoqing,
It's Xiaoqing. Gao Ying held back her laughter. You should say, what relationship do you have with me? Why are you calling me so intimately? Lan Yiqing wrinkled his nose and walked over to take the incense burner from Jiyu Zhuting. Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting turned around and entered the main hall. He smiled gently at Jiyu Zhuting and said, sorry to trouble you. Our Lang is too polite. Yang Fan's smile made Jiyu Zhuting panic a little. She quickly turned around to take a package on the table and said to Yang Fan, Ah Lang, please sit on that chair. Yang Fan turned his head and saw that there were 2 stools beside him. He sat down on one of them. A moment later, Jiyu Zhuting came over and sat down on the other stool. She placed the parcel on the ground and opened it. She took out a pile of paint and hair and began to paint Yang Fan's face. Yang Fan raised his face and closed his eyes, allowing Jiyu Zhuting to do whatever she wanted. Jiyu Zhuting's pair of nimble hands traced Yang Fan's face here and there, and sometimes she even smeared something on it. The delicate parts were very close, they could feel each other's breath. Yang Fan closed his eyes, so he didn't feel too uncomfortable, but he still subconsciously breathed lightly, as if he was afraid of offending the beauty. Jiyu Zhuting, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel flustered, but fortunately, Yang Fan's eyes were closed, so she didn't feel too embarrassed. After a while, she gradually calmed down. In Jiyu Zhuting's hands, Yang Fan's face gradually turned into the image of a red-faced man with thick eyebrows and wide eyes. But in Jiyu Zhuting's eyes, he was still him. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, his face was like jade, and he was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Her fingers gently stroked his eyebrows, his eyes, his straight nose, his angular lips, and those infatuated eyes were like ripples of water. It was clear that she was a passionate woman, infatuated with her lover. But she didn't realize it, he didn't feel it, and no one else saw it. The second incense stick was only half burned when Wei Yong and Zhong Shitong returned as if they were in a race. Then, the hundreds of cavalrymen also rushed back. When the second incense stick was only a finger's height left, everyone was back. When Yang Fan came out of the hall, everyone was shocked. If it wasn't for Yang Fan's voice, the turtle talisman in his hand, and the fact that he said that he would wash off his makeup after leaving Luoyang, they wouldn't believe that this person was Yang Fan. At this time, Jiyu Zhuting also changed her appearance. She turned into a handsome man in a light robe. Soon, Fu Qingqing sent Jiao Lisha to deliver a message, and everyone left with Jiao Lisha. At the gate of the palace, the great minister of musical house, Master Rumei, was waiting there with a group of disciples, followed by a large group of musicians and waiters. Yang Fan and others also mixed in a mess. When the palace gate was opened, everyone walked out in a swagger in front of Ren Wei and several secret guards of the succession hall. Chapter 774. After passing Crouching Bull Pass and exiting Luyang Pass, a large circus walked southward towards Nanyang. Yang Fan, the cavalry, and the inner guards were mixed in with this circus team. After leaving the palace that day, Yang Fan and the others first followed Master Rumei to her house in Nancheng before regrouping the team and leaving through the side door. They met up with another team that had been waiting there for a long time and went out of Ding Ding Gate, heading southward. This team was a circus that mainly performed illusions. The troop leader was the illusionist master that the succession hall had invited from Chang'an to Luoyang. Yang Fan originally wanted to invite him to expose the deceit of the old nun from Hanoi, Taoist Shifang, and the barbarian Molei. Unexpectedly, Xue Huai's fire had angered Wu Zetian, so she vented her anger on the old nun from Hanoi who had boasted that she could see the past and the future. Thus, she attacked the 3 swindlers. This way, there was no need for Yang Fan to do anything. Young Master Jiang relied on the 3 swindlers to amass wealth, but his businesses were confiscated by the imperial court because of the collapse of the 3 swindlers. Young Master Jiang failed on the verge of success and went north. He was killed by Yang Fan at Hulao Pass, so the illusionist master was never put to use. Later, Yang Fan paid him a sum of money as compensation and no longer restricted his actions. The old man simply used the money to hire some people and a few disciples to perform in Luoyang. For a time, their performances became very popular in the 3 cities of North, South, and Gentle House. However, they had been in Luoyang for a year, and the illusionist program could not be updated so quickly. Because there were no new programs, business had gradually declined, so they were planning to move to another place. Yang Fan wanted to find an excuse to cover his overly conspicuous subordinates to Fangzhou, so he thought of them. It was said that as long as they took Yang Fan and the others to Fangzhou, then Yang Fan would have to pay for all the food and accommodation along the way. The old leader didn't even ask about the background of these people and immediately agreed. Thus, Yang Fan and the others became members of the illusion group. Along the way, they passed through Nanyang, Dengzhou, and Jiyu City. If they did not perform at all when they passed through these cities, even if others did not notice, the succession hall would definitely notice their abnormality. Therefore, Yang Fan could only reluctantly allow the old leader to perform in each city they passed through. The secret letter Yang Fan wrote before he left was given to Xiaoman. Yang Fan specifically told her to hand it over in the evening. When the sun set, Xiaoman handed the letter to the succession hall's guard in the Yang mansion. After reading the secret letter, the guard immediately sent someone to the palace gate to report to Ren Wei. Ren Wei waited anxiously in front of the palace with a few guards. He had no idea that Yang Fan had already swaggered away in front of him. It was not until the Yang mansion sent a message that Ren Wei realized that the master had stood him up. Ren Wei returned to the Yang mansion and read the letter left by Yang Fan. He had no choice but to report to the succession hall with the letter. By the time they responded, Yang Fan had already disappeared outside Luoyang city. Yang Fan and the others rushed to Fangzhou. The old leader was very experienced and found a house to rent, ready to perform on the streets the next day. They rented a dilapidated house. The house was not small and there were many rooms, but they were too dilapidated for years. Some of the rooms were already cracked. If it rained, it might rain heavily outside and drizzle inside. However, the rent was very cheap. With so many people, if they lived in an inn, even the cheapest one, the daily expenses would not be small, which would not match their status. After Yang Fan settled down, he left with Jiyu Zhuting. They knew the specific place where the Prince of Luling was being held, but it was only a name on a piece of paper and they had no specific impression of it. Now that they were here, they needed to understand the details and the situation of the Prince of Luling. Wu Zetian's distrust of her son and indulgence of the Wu clan caused her to be caught in a cocoon of her own making. The Wu clan's henchmen and spies were everywhere in the imperial court, especially in the army. Even the slightest movement couldn't be hidden from them. This time, Yang Fan's sudden transfer of some people could not be hidden from them. However, because this matter had been carried out in secret, and the members of the 100 cavalry had been transferred away unusually quickly, they had no idea where exactly these people had been sent by the Empress. If they wanted to find out, they would have to spend some effort. In addition, the sentries that had been sent to Lu province to hold the Prince of Luling under house arrest naturally belonged to the Wu clan. In the past, the more people like this were used, the more at ease Wu Zetian felt. But now, because of this, it created a great obstacle for Yang Fan's actions. He could not openly rush to the Prince of Luling's residence to read the imperial edict and then urge the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, to return to Luoyang. If he had the imperial edict in hand, the guards would not dare to rebel or stop him, but they would definitely report it to the Wu clan as quickly as possible. Whether it was Wu Sanxi or Wu Chengxi, as long as any member of the Wu clan knew of this news, Yang Fan's group could forget about returning to Luoyang peacefully, unless he brought a large army to protect them. But if he really did bring an army, who could guarantee that every soldier and officer in this army would be reliable? According to the records in the palace, the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, was being held under house arrest in Jushan district. Fang province had 4 districts under its jurisdiction, and its administrative center had originally been in Jushan district, but during the reign of Zhengguan, it had been moved to Fangling district. The illusion team was currently in Fangling, the administrative center of Fang province, so he still had to hurry to Jushan. Fortunately, the 2 districts were not too far apart, so it was very unlikely that he would be discovered if he broke up with these martial artists here. Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting went out for a stroll, found the locals, and carefully inquired about the situation in Jushan as well as the path to take. Then, they hurriedly returned, preparing to arrange for their own people to break up and leave the city one after the other. They would head to Zhoushan district and meet up there, then study how to get in touch with the Prince of Luling. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them returned to the alley of their rented residence, they saw a sea of people in front of them. Many people had gathered there to watch the commotion. Yang Fan did not know what was going on, so he hurriedly quickened his pace. Pushing through the crowd, he couldn't help but inwardly grumble. He saw Zhong Shitong, Yu Ziqing, Zhong Qi, Tian Yang, and Wei Yong unarmed, surrounded by several dozen officials wielding iron chains and sabers at their waists. Bailiffs had stepped forward to put chains on them to arrest them. Perhaps because they had received strict orders from Yang Fan saw that they were itching to try, but in the end, he did not resist. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yang Fan hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists toward the bailiffs and bailiffs. "Dukes, if there's a problem, we can talk it over. What happened to my brothers?" As he spoke, he realized that there were still a few people lying on the ground. Judging from their attire, they were quite similar to the poppies of the marketplace. They were struggling and moaning on the ground, and because Yang Fan had been obstructed by someone, his line of sight had been affected, so he had not seen them. A man who seemed to be the head of the squad turned his head and coldly asked, "They're your brothers?" Yang Fan hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, this duke." The head of the squad raised his mustache and sneered, "Very well, tie them up as well." With a clatter sound, a set of shackles was placed on Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan was stunned and said, "What exactly happened?" The head of the squad sneered and said, "What happened? Let's talk in prison." One of the ruffians lying on the ground, moaning, hugged his calf and wailed miserably, brother-in-law, my leg seems to be broken. You have to help me. Shut your stinky mouth and go around causing trouble for me." The man with the mustache fiercely reprimanded him and said to one of his subordinates, "You, go get a few cars and send those bastards for treatment first. Put all the expenses on credit and charge it to these people." The constable answered and raised his ruler to chase away the crowd as if he was swatting flies. "Get out of the way, get 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 out of the way. Take these people back to the Yamen." The man with the mustache shouted and left with his hands clasped behind his back while humming a tune. Seeing that Jiyu Zhuting was about to take action, Yang Fan hurriedly stopped her with a look. In a small place like this, there was no need for a murder case to happen. Beating up a public servant was enough to cause a sensation in the surrounding villages. If they were to pile up these public servants here today, they would immediately become local celebrities and it would be difficult for them to move a single step. What happened? Yang Fan asked the few cavalrymen who caused the trouble. Among them, Wei Yong was the oldest, so Yang Fan was asking him. Before Wei Yong could answer, a constable raised his saber and shouted, "Shut up. Don't talk. If there's anything, go back to the Yamen." Helpless, Yang Fan could only sullenly shut his mouth and let the constables escort him back to the Yamen. Among these people, even an ordinary imperial bodyguard or an ordinary Plum Blossom Palace guard could scare the constables out of their wits, let alone Yang Fan and Wei Yong who were officials of the capital. However, they had important matters to attend to and could not easily reveal their identities. They could not reveal their identities elsewhere, and it was even more so in Fangzhou. What were the intentions of the cavalrymen secretly appearing in Fangzhou? A prince was imprisoned here. Once these two matters were connected, the truth would probably be immediately guessed by smart people. Yang Fan could only be patient and plan to wait until he understood the whole story. After they were escorted to the Yamen of Fangling, they were directly thrown into the prison without asking the magistrate to enter the court to interrogate them. The prison of Fangling County was not large. There were 4 cells in total and not many prisoners. In the innermost cell were 2 disheveled and haggard old men in their 50s. Yang Fan and the other 5 were stuffed into the same cell. The head of the prison locked the door and swaggered out. Only then did Yang Fan glance at them with slight anger. He coldly asked, "Who can tell me what happened?" Chapter 775. Wei Yong saw that there were 2 other prisoners in the other cell who were curiously sizing them up. He lowered his voice and said, "Erlang, you really can't blame us brothers for this. We've been running around for a long time and finally arrived at Fangzhou. Everyone can finally catch their breath. We just wanted to walk around the streets, so there's nothing wrong with that." Who would have thought that the damn locals would bully strangers? As soon as they heard our foreign accent, hey, you took his things and only glanced at them. Even if you didn't want to buy it, you couldn't. Moreover, that damn scrap metal can be sold for gold. You didn't want it, so he beat you up. Do you think we brothers can bear this? Yong Fan frowned. He really didn't want to blame them for this matter. With the arrogance of Bai Chi, now that they were in this small place, they had to bow their heads to a few ruffians in the streets. It was impossible. Yong Fan didn't need to ask to know what had happened between them. It wasn't like Yong Fan hadn't seen these ruffians' shameless faces when he was working as a shopkeeper. This time, Yong Fan wanted them by name to create an opportunity to pull his former comrades to his side. If he reprimanded them for a few ruffians now, it would inevitably cause them to resent him. Then the loss would outweigh the gain. Besides, there was no point in making them admit their mistakes. The most important thing now was to find a way to leave. At this time, the two prisoners carefully observed them for a while. They felt that these strong men didn't have a ferocious aura, so they became more courageous. One of them shouted, "Hey, newcomers, what did you do?" Wei Yong glanced at them but didn't say anything. But Yong Fan's heart moved. Looking at them, they were old prisoners who had been locked up here for a long time. They must know a bit about the local situation. Yong Fan said, "My brothers were a bit rash and got into a conflict with a few locals. They injured a few ruffians who tried to blackmail us. In the end, they were locked up here by the constables without any reason." The two old prisoners looked at each other. One of them said, "Among the ruffians who blackmailed you, is there a man called Cao Manzi?" Zhong Shitong said curiously, "That's right, the guy whose ribs were broken by me is called Cao Man. Could it be that you know him?" When the two old criminals heard this, they immediately shook their heads and clicked their tongues. One of them said, "Then the few of you are finished. Just stay here and accompany us brothers." "What do you mean?" Yong Fan asked. One of the old convicts sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, the two of us were originally merchants from Lingnan. When we passed through this place, we were extorted by these people. In a moment of anger, we started to fight. Speaking of which, it was the two of us who suffered a loss. In the end, we were still captured. We've been locked up for more than a year now. We don't even know when we'll be released." Yong Fan was greatly alarmed. Those ruffians in the streets are just picking a quarrel and stirring up trouble. How could they have such ability to imprison you for such a long time? The old prisoner forced a smile and said, "What can we do? That ruffian Cowman's sister is married to our county supervisor, Lin and Lin sister is the fourth wife of our county's magistrate, He Haijiao. With all these layers of connections between them, us lowly commoners, sigh." Zhong Qi said angrily, "Outrageous. Just because of this small matter, they detained you for such a long time. Is there no law in Fangling County?" The old prisoner said, "Law? The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Who knows what happened here? Young man, don't look at how there are many officials under the emperor's rule. This kind of lawless people and lawless things are actually fewer. It just so happens that everywhere in the prefectures and counties, which one doesn't have lawless people? Sigh. Originally, the two of us would only be able to return to our hometown after a few years. Even now, our families still don't know that we've been imprisoned here." The taciturn prisoner said angrily, "When we were locked up, our money and goods were confiscated. I originally thought that since they had vented their anger and gotten their money, they would let us go. Who knew that we wouldn't be able to get out of this prison? Maybe those heartless people have already forgotten about our existence." Yong Fan frowned when he heard this. This was a bit troublesome. He originally thought that since no one died, as long as the people on the outside moved a bit, handed over some money, and bribed them, they would be able to turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Now it seemed that these black-hearted local tyrants wanted both money and lives. Not to mention that they didn't bring a large sum of money with them this time. Even if they did, using such a large sum of money to bribe those corrupt officials, even though they were greedy, they weren't stupid. How could they not notice something fishy? The two prisoners had a few new companions who were in the same boat, so they became more interested in talking. The talkative prisoner said, "The local county magistrate, He Haijiao, was originally a steward of the hot spring soup in the capital. Hearing this, Yang Fan was secretly surprised. So this county magistrate, he was my predecessor. The prisoner said again, you don't know what kind of position this hot spring soup steward is, right? That's where the hot springs and fruits and vegetables are managed for the royal family. Before the Empress Dowager ascended the throne, auspicious signs frequently appeared all over the world. The hot spring soup steward is also a blessed place. Unexpectedly, it also produced auspicious signs. Among the golden peaches that were planted on the mountain, there were two strange fruits. One of the fruits had a natural WAN character on it, and the other had a sway character on it. When put together, it means long live the emperor. He Haijiao presented these two peaches to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed and let him be the next county magistrate. The quiet prisoner immediately said, so, our Fangling County has one more scourge. When Yang Fan was in Luoyang, he had personally experienced all kinds of chaos before and after Wu Zetian ascended the throne. At that time, offering auspicious signs was popular throughout the country. One of the most absurd things was that a doctor named Zhu Qianyi wrote a letter to Wu Zetian, saying that he dreamed that the Empress Dowager became the emperor and ruled the world for 800 years. Such a preposterous fart made him promoted from a doctor to a gleaner. Who would have thought that this county magistrate he was also promoted by offering auspicious signs? Yang Fan didn't believe in auspicious signs, but he couldn't understand why there were words on the peaches. Perhaps it was like an illusion, there was some trick to it. While Yang Fan was talking to the two old prisoners, Tian Yang kept looking around. At this time, he raised his head and stared at the vent of the upper cell. He suddenly shouted, "Who said we can't leave? How about we get out of here?" Hearing this, everyone turned around and saw him pointing excitedly at the vent on the top of the cell. In this small county, the construction of the prison was not up to standard. The vent was wide enough for people to crawl through, but the vent was right in the middle of the top of the cell, about 3 to 4 feet from the ground. No one could jump up, and there was no place to climb. But what kind of people were locked up in this cell? The few of them changed their minds and quickly thought of a solution. They cried out involuntarily, "That's right, that's a good idea." Although the vent was high, if the few of them stacked on top of each other, with the height of 6 people, they would definitely be able to touch the vent on the top of the cell. As long as one of them could get out, it would be easy for the others to get out. When the two prisoners in the cell next to them heard that they could get out, their eyes immediately widened like copper bells. The talkative prisoner said repeatedly, "You can get out. It's so high and you don't have anything to rely on, can you really get out?" At this time, the taciturn prisoner was no longer taciturn and said repeatedly, "Everyone, everyone, we are all fellow prisoners and can be considered to be in the same boat. If you can get out, you must take us with you. The two of us have some money at home, so we will definitely not forget to thank everyone." Zhongqi took a long time to gather his qi at the bars between the two cells, and said helplessly, "This bar is as thick as my thigh, and it's made of pear wood. Do you think I can break it?" Yang Fan was first delighted, but then he thought of the difficulty. Breaking out of prison was of course easy, but it would definitely cause a large search by the Fang province government. In this era, there weren't many people moving around, so no matter where they went, they would be shining targets. How could they talk about quietly making contact with the Prince of Luling? If he had to use this method, then it would be better for Yang Fan to reveal his identity and have that scoundrel county magistrate he respectfully invite him out. When Yang Fan explained the difficulty, everyone looked puzzled. Wei Yong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Captain, why did we come here this time? Why must we be so secretive and not reveal our identity even if we are entangled by a group of corrupt officials? If Captain doesn't explain it clearly, we brothers really won't be able to understand." Zhong Shitong and the others all stared at Yang Fan. After a moment of silence, Yang Fan said in a low voice, "This is Fang Province. Think about it, what does Fang Province have? What does Fang Province have?" The guards looked at each other and thought hard for a long time before Yu Ziqing suddenly reacted and cried out, "The Prince of Luling." Yang Fan immediately shouted, "Silence." Only now did Wei Yong realize that the objective of this mission was so important. He couldn't help but nervously lick his lips and ask in a hurried and low voice, "Captain, we came here on imperial edict to harm Luling." These low-ranking soldiers didn't have any political foresight or strategy. In their view, if the emperor wanted to release the Prince of Luling to return to the capital, he only needed to send a eunuch and announce an imperial edict. Why would he need to be so secretive and troublesome? Now that he had sent them to Fang province in secret, it was likely that they were going to harm the Prince of Luling. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "We'll talk about the details after we get out. Before the operation, I'll tell you the plan. Right now, we have to think about how to get out. I only hope that Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang won't use the method of revealing their official status to rescue us." Tian Yang pointed at the top of the cell and said, "Captain, with our skills, can't we put up a frame? As long as one of us can go up, we can use a belt or robe to tie a rope and pull us up." Yang Fan said, "Of course it's easy to get out. The difficult part is how to not alarm the local authorities. If they mobilize the people to search everywhere, where will we, the foreigners, be able to hide? If this matter could be publicized, why would we need to go through so much trouble and use a theatrical troupe as a smokescreen?" Everyone was speechless. With his hands behind his back, Yang Fan slowly paced around the cell. Sometimes, he would look at the door, and sometimes at the ventilation holes on the ceiling, his brows knitted into a deep frown. Although Wei Yong and the others still couldn't guess the specific mission, they already knew that this matter involved the Prince of Luling and that this was a political struggle of the highest level. No matter how slow they were, they could still tell that this matter was of great importance. With bitter expressions, they looked at Yang Fan, who was pacing back and forth, hoping that this resourceful star could think of a perfect solution. "I have a solution." Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong and the others immediately surrounded him and excitedly asked, "Captain, what's the solution?" Yang Fan pushed aside his brothers and walked to the other side of the cell. The two pitiful peddlers were currently grabbing onto the bars, pressing their thin faces against the rough wooden posts as they stared at Yang Fan and the others. A smile slowly blossomed on Yang Fan's face, and like Satan luring them to hell, he gently asked, "Sirs, do you want to be released from prison and reunite with your families? Do you want to receive a reward?" Chapter 776. The night was dark and the sound of the watchman's clapper gradually faded into the lonely night sky. The quiet courtyard suddenly became restless. The crescent moon was like a hook. Although it was not the best time to commit murder or arson, it was enough for these skilled bandits. Jiao Ying covered her face with the green cloth and slashed forward with her hand. She shouted, "Depart." After Yang Fan and the others were taken into prison, the meticulous Jiyu Zhuting immediately returned to the courtyard they had rented. She had Yang Fan's people quickly hide to prevent others from discovering that the captured people had anything to do with this courtyard. Then she discussed a strategy with Jiao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the others who knew the purpose of this trip. They quickly rejected the idea of revealing their identities and asking Fangling County to release the people. But they had no better idea. After discussing for a long time, they came to a unanimous decision: break out of the prison. Although doing so would still cause a commotion in the area, they couldn't care too much at this time. They had already made preparations in advance. Before closing the city gates, they had already called for their men to take their horses out of the city and hide in a dense forest 6 miles away from the city. They would leave immediately once they broke out of the prison. If they wanted to leave the city, the low city walls of Fangling were not a problem for them. Jiao Ying covered her face with a green cloth and held a sharp blade in her hand. She led a group of tigresses and charged at the front. The other 100 cavalry were responsible for bringing up the rear under the command of Huang Xuchang and Xu Liang. They had just charged to the front courtyard of the old and dilapidated residence when they were blocked by a group of people. One of them asked in a bad mood, "Dressed like this, who are you planning to kidnap?" Hearing the familiar voice, Jiao Ying stilled. Using the weak moonlight, she took a few more steps forward and took a closer look. Jiao Ying couldn't help but cry out, "Officer Yang, you've already been released." When the sun on the horizon released a brilliant red glow and dyed the entire sky red, more than 20 fast horses were lightly galloping on a small mountain path towards Jushan district. The dewdrops on the green leaves of the wild grass sparkled with sparkling light. Because of the trampling of the horses' hooves and the trembling of the ground, the sparkling dewdrops either splashed out or slowly rolled down, splashing into the dust one by one. Young Fan and the others left the city that very night. By daybreak, they were already halfway to Zhoushan district. The prison door of Fangling County opened, and an old man walked in weakly, dragging a bucket of rice. He knocked on the rice bucket and was just about to shout, "Time to eat." When he suddenly saw the situation in the prison, he couldn't help but be stunned. Their cell was not big. There were only a few cells in total. They could see clearly through the bars. Last night, the cell on the right was full of 6 people. Why was it so empty now? As soon as the pair of sufferers in the innermost cell saw someone come in, they immediately shouted, "Warden, something's wrong, something's wrong." Old man Kang quickly put down his rice bucket and rushed over to ask, "What happened? Where are the people in the next cell?" The 2 unkempt prisoners pointed and gesticulated, spitting spittle as they told him what happened. The old jailer, who was half dead when he walked, couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He immediately rushed out to report to the warden. In less than an hour, the county magistrate, the county deputy, the registrar, the county lieutenant, the supervisor, and the warden, a large group of people suddenly came. The county magistrate, He Haijiao, disliked the dim light in the prison and specially ordered a few jailers to light torches. They carefully examined the cell that originally held the 6 prisoners for a long time. There were 2 large footprints on the ground, 5 feet long and 3 inches deep. If a shorter person were to lie in it, it could be used as a bed. The heels, soles, and toes could be clearly seen, as if a giant had once stood there. The county magistrate squatted on the ground and carefully examined for a long time. He stood up and said to the 2 prisoners, "Tell me in detail, what exactly happened last night?" The 2 prisoners were both merchants, so they had already trained their faces and lips. Just now, they had rehearsed in front of the jailer, so they weren't flustered at all. It was still the talkative merchant who spoke to the county magistrate. "Last night, the 2 of us were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, we felt thousands of golden rays piercing our eyes, and we couldn't help but wake up. When we opened our eyes, we saw a golden-armored deity. He was 3 feet tall, had a broad waist, and was holding a golden pestle in his hand. His whole body was glowing. Yes, it was the golden-armored deity. Yes, the golden-armored deity was standing in that position. The 6 prisoners in this cell were all prostrating at the feet of the deity, as obedient as kittens. The 2 of us brothers worshipped Buddha the most. When we saw that the deity was no different from the Skanda, we quickly knelt down and chanted Amitabha. The other slow talker finally interrupted and said, "The deity didn't open his mouth, but there was a bell-like voice ringing in our hearts. The deity said that even though we had committed crimes, we were devout to Buddha and had the heart to repent. Buddha saw this and specially sent a deity to enlighten us."
Oh.
He Haijiao blinked his eyes, seemingly believing it but not believing it. He didn't know whether there were real auspicious signs in the world, but as one of the beneficiaries of auspicious signs, he was very clear that the auspicious sign he made back then was fake. He had been guarding the hot spring soup all year round, and inadvertently discovered that the parts of the fruit that were exposed to sunlight and the parts that were covered by other things for a long time would have a completely different color. At that time, it happened to be the time when the world competed to offer auspicious signs the most, so he had an idea. He used black paper to cut a mold of the 2 words "long live" and stuck it on the golden peach. When the golden peach ripened, he removed the paper mold and sure enough, the 2 words appeared. With this method, he was able to release a county magistrate. Today, listening to the eloquent words of the 2 prisoners, he naturally didn't believe in such a miracle. He Haijiao asked, "What about the 6 people?" The prisoner followed the words taught to him by Yang Fan and said, "The 6 prisoners witnessed the miracle with their own eyes and were influenced by Buddha. They were willing to follow the great Skanda to cultivate, so they were taken away by the deity." The corner of He Haijiao's mouth twitched twice, and he asked again, "Then why did you let go of such a good opportunity?" The prisoner sighed and said, "The 2 of us have a father, a mother, a wife, and a son. Our fate in the mortal world is not over. The deity said that we will be released soon. If we sincerely worship Buddha, as long as we go home and fulfill our filial piety to our parents and our duties to our wives, one day we will be rewarded. He Haijiao's eyes turned cold, and he said sternly, "Really? If you lie, your 9 generations will be executed." The two immediately swore a vow. He Haijiao pinched his chin and thought for a while. He turned back to the giant's footprint and squatted down. He carefully observed it again, and then looked up at the skylight above the prison cell. A sly look suddenly flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Seeing him stand up, the registrar Xu Chen quickly moved in front of him and said in a low voice, "The Ming Mansion, I think this matter." He Haijiao raised his hand and stopped him. He said in a measured tone, "There is no doubt that this is an auspicious sign. This is because the Holy Son of Heaven is benevolent, so the heavens have sent an auspicious sign. This auspicious sign appeared in my Fangling County because my Fangling County is clean and honest. This matter needs to be reported to the Holy Son of Heaven." "Yes, yes, yes." The registrar Xu tactfully retreated to the side. He Haijiao turned to look at the two prisoners and said, "The Holy Son of Heaven once issued an edict. If auspicious signs are reported everywhere, the local government cannot hide or obstruct them for any reason. Those who find auspicious signs must be immediately sent to the capital. Whether the auspicious signs are real or not, the imperial court will verify it. The local officials who find auspicious signs must send people to escort them. Those who find auspicious signs will be treated like a 5th-rank official." He Haijiao's words were not false. Wu Zetian had indeed issued such an imperial edict. Although she had ascended to the throne and was a little annoyed by the frequent reports of auspicious signs, she did not cancel the imperial edict. He Haijiao paused slightly and then said in a serious tone, "Haha, as long as what the two of you say is true, then you are blessed." The two peddlers hurriedly swore again and guaranteed with certainty that everything they said was true. He Haijiao nodded with satisfaction and turned to order, "Seal the prison and wait for the people from the capital to investigate. Send these 2 people who found auspicious signs to the residents and treat them well. I will arrange for people to send them to the capital as soon as possible." Since the county magistrate had already said so, the officials naturally did not dare to say anything. They immediately agreed. He Haijiao left the prison and returned to the back residence of the county yamen. She immediately sent for her brother-in-law, Lin and told him in a low voice, "Find a few craftsmen who can keep their mouths shut and build a few layers of bricks for the ventilation holes above the prison. Make it smaller. Otherwise, when the people from the capital come and find out that our prison system is not in accordance with the rules, they will inevitably reprimand us." Lin understood immediately and hurriedly went to make the arrangements. When Yang Fan visited Fangling County, he had a general understanding of Zhushan District. Zhushan District was 140 li away from Fangling County and became famous because of Huangzhou Ridge. Huangzhou Ridge was located to the north of Huangzhou County, and the bamboo on the mountain was all yellow, hence the name. The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, lived on Huangzhou Ridge. The area around Huangzhou Ridge was classified as a forbidden area. Ordinary people, hunters, and woodcutters were not allowed to set foot on the mountain. Because of the long period of watching over the Prince of Luling, the families of these military families had all been brought over. These military families had lived here on royal rations for 15 to 16 years and could be considered to have taken root here. 10 li below Huangzhou Ridge was Huangzhou Village. Yang Fan decided to first settle down in Huangzhou Village and gain a better understanding of Huangzhou Ridge. He would first contact the Prince of Luling, who was trapped on the mountain, and then decide on a strategy. However, the flow of people in this era was not large. Without the cover of the circus, even a dozen or so burly men like them would be enough to attract attention, not to mention that there were many young women among them. Thus, Yang Fan decided to have them split up and settle down in the villages around Huangzhou Village. In this era, information was not smooth. These people disguised themselves as husband and wife or brother and sister and settled down in the various villages. If the news could not be reported to the garrison commander in the village or the mountain in time, it would not attract attention. By the time the garrison commander in the village or the garrison commander in the mountain discovered something suspicious, they would probably have already picked up the Prince of Luling and left. Thus, When Yang Fan was about to reach Huangzhou village, he decided on a method and place of contact with them. He then had them split up into different paths and head straight for the villages around Huangzhou village, while he and Jiyu Zhuting directly entered Huangzhou village at the bottom of Huangzhou Ridge. Chapter 777. Are you passing by this place? The innkeeper welcomed Yang Fan and Jiyu Zhuting in with a smile. Yang Fan walked in front with his head held high. Jiyu Zhuting followed half a step behind him with her bag. She was like a gentle and delicate wife. No one could tell that she was 100 faces demoness. Moreover, she was an outstanding female assassin who killed people with each step. Oh, no, we are here to buy a batch of bamboo. Yang Fan replied calmly, bamboo mats made from yellow bamboos from your land, and then smoked. The color is like gold, and it is as warm as jade. Furthermore, it does not have insects. It looks good and is very practical. However, if I buy it locally, the price will be much higher. I won't be able to earn much. Therefore, my wife and I are here to buy a batch of bamboo before the hot summer sales arrive. Yang Fan laughed and said, if we buy it locally, it shouldn't be that expensive, right? When the innkeeper heard that he was here to buy bamboo, he would have to stay in the inn for a few more days. If he fawned on this person, he would be afraid that the next time he came to Huangzhou town, he would not choose this inn. Since he was in the bamboo business, he would definitely have to buy bamboo every year. The innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. Good, good, good. This guest has good eyes. This old man feels that the bamboo here is not worse than the bamboo produced in Shuzhou and Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, there are not many people who know what's good. This old man will first congratulate the guest for making a fortune. Hey, guest, please take a look. Are you satisfied with this room? You can eat in the front hall. Our inn's food is also very local. Not far from the backyard is a stream. The scenery on both sides is beautiful. You and your wife will definitely like this place. When Jiyu Zhuting first heard Yang Fan call her wife, her face was already burning hot, and now she heard this shopkeeper call them virtuous husband and wife. Her heart was so warm that she couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. It's just that when she was by Yang Fan's side, she still had to pretend to be calm, and it really made him suffer. Yang Fan looked around. The guest rooms in this small place were very comfortable. In Luoyang, there was only a bed and a low table, and the daily rent was more than 20 copper coins. The room here was divided into 2 rooms. The outer room was used to receive guests, and the inner room was used to rest. In the middle, there were 12 wooden screens that divided the room. It was quiet and elegant, and the cost of food and lodging for a day was only 10 copper coins. It was really a good and cheap place. Yang Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Jiyu Zhuting, my wife, put the things down and take a rest. Jiyu Zhuting did not dare to speak, nor did she dare to raise her head to look at him. She only nodded her head meekly and stepped into the room. The shopkeeper smiled and said, my wife, please wait for a moment. The waiter will bring hot water in a while. If you want to take a bath, just close the window and bolt the door. This old man's shop is very quiet. Yang Fan did not enter the room. He only paced back and forth in the outer room before walking out again. He stood under a tall cassia tree in the courtyard and pretended to talk to the shopkeeper. Haha, I heard that your place is famous because of the Huangzhou Ridge. The bamboo there is the most and the cheapest. Is that true? The shopkeeper gave him a thumbs up and said, Sir, you have put in some effort. In our Huangzhou county, the place that produces the most bamboo is the Huangzhou Ridge. Sir, you are in the bamboo business, so I believe you need new bamboo and old bamboo. In other places, bamboo is often cut down, but there are not many old bamboo. Only in the Huangzhou Ridge, ordinary people cannot go up there. You can find old bamboo no matter how old it is.
Oh.
Hearing this, Yang Fan turned around and sat down on a green stone under the tree. He patted the stone beside him and said to the shopkeeper, Come, come, come. Shopkeeper, please take a seat. I've just arrived here and don't know much about the situation here. If shopkeeper is willing to help me out and act as a go-between, if this deal is successful, ha ha ha. Although this is a small business and doesn't earn much, I'll still pay for the hard work. Jiyu Zhuting put down her bag. She saw that the room was well lit and bright. Outside the back window was a forest with rustling branches and leaves. Behind the front window was a courtyard with slanting sunlight. She was very satisfied. She leisurely walked to the window and glanced out. Coincidentally, she saw young Fan chatting cheerfully with the shopkeeper under the tree. The sunlight shone through the osmanthus leaves, creating a gorgeous scene. The gorgeous sunlight shone on young Fan's body, creating a special effect. Sunny, hearty, handsome, a manly aura that made people's hearts beat faster. Jiyu Zhuting hurriedly withdrew her body and returned to the couch to sit down. Her cheeks were a little hot. She gently pressed down on her beating heart. She was a little ashamed and upset as she blamed herself. Damn it, what nonsense are you thinking? I have never had any feelings for you. How can you be so unbearable? In the end, you can't keep your previous vow. As a warrior of a large family, it was fine if he was only a bodyguard. However, for those who were assassins or death warriors, people who walked in the shadows for the family, no matter how skilled they were, there would always be times when they would fail. Jiyu Zhuting was used to this kind of thing since she was young. Therefore, since she was a young girl, she had made up her mind to never marry. Since she had already reincarnated into this kind of family and embarked on this kind of fate, she would live one day at a time. Why should she abandon her husband and children in the future and die with regret? However, some things were instinctive. Every day, she would be together with a young man who was not too bad looking, not too low in status, and not too bad in intelligence. Moreover, they had experienced so many things together. Moreover, this man just happened to be able to remove her worries. How could she bind her heart? The couch under her buttocks had been basked in the sunlight for a long time. It felt dry and warm when caressed. Jiyu Zhuting suddenly thought of a question. Sovereign, where does he sleep at night? She hurriedly got up and walked around the screen to look at the front hall. There seemed to be nothing that could be used as a bed. Jiyu Zhuting's heartstrings relaxed. She couldn't tell if she was happy, longing, or having wild thoughts. You are so shameless, Jiyu Zhuting scolded herself in her heart. She wanted to act like a little girl and cover her cheeks. She hurriedly returned to the inner room. She couldn't help but look at the dressing table. An octagonal bronze mirror with cloud patterns reflected a beautiful face that was as pretty as a peach blossom. Her face was real and her eyes were sparkling. Jiyu Zhuting couldn't help but carefully look at it. She made a slight evaluation. It seems that I can enter his eyes. The wind slowly blew in from outside the window. This spring breeze carried the fresh smell of the countryside, refreshing the mind. If the wind wanted to blow in, it couldn't be closed. Even if the window was closed, how could it stop the wind from quietly entering the gap between the windows? Huangzhou town was located in a remote area. It wasn't considered a major transportation route. There weren't many customers coming and going, so the shop's business was slow. Young Fan wanted to chat with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had plenty of time to begin with. He also wanted to help him buy bamboo locally, so he sat down next to him and patiently introduced him. The two of them talked and already exchanged names. The shopkeeper was called Liu Mingfu. Opening the inn was only a part-time business. His family also had a small shop and several tens of mu of farmland. Liu Mingfu said, "Brother Yang, to be honest, why do you think there are so many bamboo on Huangzhou Ridge? Because common people aren't allowed to climb the mountain." Yang Fan pretended to be confused and asked in surprise, "Why aren't common people allowed to climb the mountain? Is that mountain private property of some family?" Liu Mingfu shook his head and said, "That's not it. It's just that there's an amazing person living on the mountain." He pretended to be mysterious and looked left and right. He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Yang, have you not heard that the son of the current emperor, the Prince of Luling, who was once the emperor of the Tang dynasty, lives on Huangzhou Ridge?" "Ah." Yang Fan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, yes, this little brother has heard of this matter before. It's just that I didn't think of it for a moment. Ayo, this is bad. If it's like this, doesn't it mean that we can't harvest the bamboo on the mountain? Liu Mingfu laughed and said, "That's not true. Rules are naturally set by the imperial court. But these rules have to be obeyed. Those officers and soldiers guarding the mountain have lived here for more than 10 years. They are naturally very familiar with the people at the foot of the mountain. You're an outsider, so of course you can't go up the mountain. It's not impossible for this old man to go up the mountain. However, this old man can only go up to the second fence around the mountain. I won't be able to go any further. Yang Fan said, shopkeeper is saying. Liu Mingfu puffed out his chest and said, if Brother Yang trusts me, then leave this matter to me. I'll go up the mountain and tell the guards to allow me to bring people up the mountain to cut bamboo. You'll naturally have to pay them the money for selling the bamboo. I believe they won't refuse since there's some extra money to be made. After that, you just have to pay the people who cut the bamboo some wages. It'll definitely be cheaper than buying the bamboo. Yang Fan was overjoyed and said repeatedly, then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper. I just don't know, is this method really feasible? This one wants to buy bamboo to make mats, baskets, bamboo pillows, bamboo couches, and all kinds of other utensils. The requirements are all different and the bamboo needed is also different. I don't know if this one can bring this one up the mountain so that I can give pointers. Liu Mingfu was slightly hesitant when he heard this. Stroking his beard, he didn't dare to promise everything. Yang Fan hurriedly said, this one is just afraid that the people I hired will do some useless work. If it's not convenient, shopkeeper only needs to bring me up the mountain once and give everyone some pointers. In the future, I'll just wait in town. Hearing this, Liu Mingfu reluctantly nodded and said, since it's only once, perhaps it's possible. Brother Yang, don't think that this old man isn't willing to help. It's only now that you have a chance to go up the mountain. If it was 6 years ago, no matter how big this business of yours was, this old man still wouldn't dare to agree to this matter. Yang Fan curiously asked, 6 years ago? How is it different from now? Liu Mingfu said, 6 years ago, when Provincial Governor Kui was transferred to this province, the Prince of Luling's situation improved. Provincial Governor Kui sent people up the mountain to renovate a house for the Prince of Luling and change his bedding. Clothes were regularly provided for all 4 seasons and chicken, duck, and fish were occasionally presented. Although he was intercepted by the soldiers, this prince was finally living a decent life. Yang Fan's heart was moved. He had just been worrying about how to sneak the Prince of Luling down the mountain under the heavy guard of the soldiers. If this Kui Sai was really loyal to Li Tang, perhaps he could make use of him. Thus, he hurriedly asked, in that case, this provincial governor Kui is an old party loyal to Li Tang? A mysterious smile appeared on Liu Mingfu's face. Slowly shaking his head, he said, no, because this provincial governor Kui was originally transferred over from Qianju. The more Yang Fan heard, the more confused he became. He was transferred over from Qianju. What does it have to do with him treating the Prince of Luling well? Chapter 778. Liu Mingfu had a very good impression of this humble and obedient young man and patiently explained, when Li Tang's former wife was exiled to various places, the Prince of Cao, Li Ming, was exiled to Qianju. Yang Fan blinked and said, so what? Liu Mingfu said, at that time, the governor of Qianju was called Xie Yu. Governor Xie said that under His Majesty's edict, the Prince of Cao, Li Ming, was ordered to commit suicide. The Prince of Cao was afraid of implicating his family, so he didn't dare to disobey the edict and could only hang himself. After the Prince of Cao's death, Governor Xie was afraid of the revenge of the Prince of Cao's descendants, so he filled the mansion with guards. When he rested at night, he always rested on the top floor of the pavilion. He also placed a large bed in the middle of the hall and had more than 10 concubines sleep by his side to protect him. Even so, he was unable to preserve his life. One day, his concubines woke up early in the morning and were shocked to find that there was only Governor Xie's headless corpse on the bed. Governor Xie's head was taken off in the middle of the night, but no one in the mansion noticed. Yang Fan heard the interest and couldn't help but laugh. Then what happened next? Did you find out the truth? Liu Mingfu nodded and said, the truth wasn't hard to find out. The one who wanted to kill Governor Xie the most was of course the Prince of Cao's son. Later, the truth was found out. The assassin was indeed hired by the Prince of Cao's mansion with a large sum of money. When the soldiers captured the young prince, they found Governor Xie's head in his mansion. Governor Xie's head had already been turned into a chamber pot by the young prince and had been used for a very long time. Yang Fan listened with fascination. He thought about how the assassin hired by the Prince of Cao's mansion had climbed a tall building amidst layers of guards and women. He had taken off his head in the middle of the night, and after the deed was done, no one had noticed. Such a skill really made one yearn for it. It was a pity that this kind of wanderer would definitely brush his robe and leave after the deed was done. He wouldn't leave his name at all, otherwise he could have made good friends with him. Jiyu Zhuting was in a dilemma in her room and did not hear this story. Otherwise, when she saw Yang Fan's expression of admiration for her proud action, she would have felt a little proud in her heart. Liu Mingfu chuckled, then said, "This prefecture's Kui Jingxi, provincial governor Kui, was an official in Qianju back then. He clearly knows about the matter of Governor Xie flying off in the middle of the night. Think about it, now that he's been transferred to Fangzhou, the Prince of Luling is under his watch. If something unexpected happens to the Prince of Luling, what would happen if some chivalrous hero who sees injustice takes his anger out on him? He might not be able to manage other matters, but taking care of the Prince of Luling's food and drink and allowing your highness to live well won't take much effort from him, so why not?" Yang Fan nodded his head. Now that he understood the true attitude of this provincial governor Kui towards the Prince of Luling, he no longer dared to rashly borrow this person's strength. Yang Fan thought to himself, "Forget it, I'll use this innkeeper to go up the mountain and get a feel of the situation first. That chivalrous hero can steal Governor Xie's head in a heavily guarded place, but I, Yang Fan, can't steal a lively Prince of Luling from a heavily guarded army." The bamboo forest on Yellow Bamboo Ridge was dense, and the bamboo poles and leaves were indeed a bit yellow. However, it was not the kind of withered yellow, but a kind of tender yellow that was full of vitality, just like the branches and leaves that had just sprouted. Thus, when the new green and tender yellow entered one's eyes, it was like a cup of fragrant tea slowly entering one's mouth. At first, the fragrance assailed one's nostrils, but after a faint taste, it became a different taste. Dozens of local young men who had finished their farm work were organized by the innkeeper. Carrying ropes and choppers, they walked along the narrow mountain path, passing through patches of tall bamboos. The bamboo branches rustled, and as soon as they stepped in, they felt refreshed. Wearing a round-collared robe, Yang Fan walked shoulder to shoulder with Liu Mingfu at the back. As they walked, they chatted softly, casually chatting about the local customs. Halt! An open space appeared in front of them. About several dozen zhong away, they could see the end of the open space, and there was even a bamboo wall. This was the second time they had seen such an open space after entering the mountain. Liu Mingfu had already told Yang Fan about the use of this thing. Building an open area was to prevent fire and also to prevent people from sneaking in. The area was wide and without the cover of the bamboo forest. Wanting to sneak in was not something an ordinary person could do. Hearing someone stop him, Liu Mingfu hurriedly stepped forward and laughed. "Captain Liang, it's this old man who has come." Standing in front was a soldier, and behind him were several other soldiers. However, their clothes were not very neat, and the robes they wore were also not proper. Some were not wearing pants, and some were not wearing military jackets. If they were commoners, they would have at least a few things that belonged to the army, but if they were soldiers, many of them were dressed like commoners. However, when he thought about how they had settled down here, with their wives and children all living on the mountain for 15 to 16 years, and other than guarding the Prince of Luling, they had no other errands, nor did they receive any training or mobilization, Yang Fan felt relieved. It would be strange if this kind of army still had any semblance of an army. However, although their appearance were not neat, their military discipline was still extremely strict. After all, they were guarding an important person, and if there was the slightest mistake, they would all lose their heads. When it came to matters of life and death, no matter how lax they usually were, they still did not dare to be careless. "Captain Liang." The villagers carrying choppers and ropes up the mountain all greeted this officer, and some even greeted the soldiers behind him. It seemed that they had been neighbors for more than 10 years, so they were all familiar with each other. When Captain Liang saw shopkeeper Liu, his expression relaxed a little. "Is that him?" As he spoke, his gaze was already fixed on Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly put on the smooth smile of a businessman and gave him a humble smile. Shopkeeper Liu said, "Yes, yes, yes, that's him. Captain Liang, please be magnanimous and let us brothers earn some expenses. It's a win-win situation." As he spoke, he took out the money pouch that Yang Fan had given him and stuffed it into Captain Liang's hands. Captain Liang weighed the money pouch up and down, slowly squeezing out a satisfied smile. He nodded carelessly and waved his hand. "Just chop in that area and don't go any higher. If the brigade marshal finds out, even I will be implicated." Shopkeeper Liu nodded and bowed. "Yes, yes, yes. Also, this foreign guest is only allowed to go up the mountain today. He won't be allowed to come up tomorrow." "Yes, yes, yes." Shopkeeper Liu only nodded. Captain Liang glanced at Yang Fan, then shook his head and led his men back. Yang Fan noticed that there were only 2 people standing guard at the bamboo gate in front of him. Not far from the bamboo gate, there were several children playing around. They were probably the children of these military families. Yes. This kind of bamboo can be used to make shoulder poles and chopsticks. The scraps can be used to make paper. It doesn't matter if you cut more. This kind of bamboo is the best. It's neither too old nor too tender. It's most suitable for making all kinds of bamboo wares. Chop more of this kind. Yang Fan dutifully played the role of a bamboo wares merchant. He followed behind the workers and pointed them out one by one. In any case, these villagers did not really know what kind of bamboo was good for. Yang Fan's knowledge was enough to deal with them. Shopkeeper Liu was old and sat on a bluestone at the intersection to cool off. Yang Fan followed the lumberjacks and pointed randomly while observing the scene behind the bamboo wall. When it was almost evening, they had to call it a day. There was a mountain spring on the mountain and the water was not small. However, the spring was winding and sometimes deep and sometimes shallow. It was impossible to put bamboo rafts in. If they threw the bamboo into the spring, it would get stuck after flowing along the water and they would have to fiddle with it from time to time. They could only cut off the branches and leaves of the bamboo into bundles and drag them down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were several rented ox carts. They carried the bundles of bamboo back to town and left them in the corner of the inn's backyard. Back at the inn, Yang Fan took a shower and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he walk around the screen and stroll into the living room. Jiyu Zhuting was already sitting on pins and needles when she heard the sound of water splashing behind the screen. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him come out after changing clothes. Yang Fan had changed into a moon-white daoist robe. The wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look even more handsome and elegant. He had never neglected his martial arts, so his body was extremely fit and sturdy. His bones and tendons were as tough as cast iron and his muscles were well proportioned and powerful. He was fit and majestic, without the slightest bit of excess fat on his body. However, this elegant attire and his high daoist bun gave him a temperament that was completely different from a martial artist. He was handsome, free, and had a unique charm. Perhaps this was just Jiyu Zhuting's impression of him. Distance makes beauty. Because he could not obtain what he desired, it increased his charm by a few notches. It was as if he had been possessed by an inner demon. The clouds were on the mountaintop. When one ascended the mountaintop, the clouds would be even further away. The moon was in the water. When the surface was pushed aside, the moon would be even deeper. Jiyu Zhuting hurriedly withdrew her gaze and moved the couch for him. She softly asked, "Ah Lang, what did you see when you went up the mountain today?" Yang Fan nodded to her in thanks and sat down. He said, "I've looked carefully. There are 3 lines of defense on the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 4. The Prince of Lulink's residence must be guarded by someone else. There are 3 lines of defense, and in front of each line is an open area of several dozen zhong wide. Aside from sharp bamboo roots, there are only weeds that don't reach the knees. No one can hide there." Jiyu Zhuting stood at his side, listening attentively. Yang Fan continued to explain, "Behind each open area is a bamboo wall. Inside the bamboo wall, there is a bamboo building every 100 steps. However, other than the guards at the entrance of the mountain, the bamboo buildings are all empty. However, The bamboo buildings don't look dilapidated. Some of them were repaired not long ago, and there are new bamboo roofs on them. Jiyu Zhuting thought for a moment and said, in other words, the guards on the mountain believe that no one will sneak up the mountain during the day, so they are lax during the day. At night, these bamboo buildings will be used. Young Fan nodded. That's right. Therefore, after today's observation, I feel that it's easier to sneak in at night than during the day. Moreover, after the second bamboo wall, there are military residences. It can be imagined that the residence of the Prince of Luling's family will not be any different from theirs. If we climb the mountain in the dark, it will be very difficult to find the Prince of Luling. Sneak in during the day? Jiyu Zhuting stared at him for a moment before nodding. All right, I can do it. Young Fan smiled. I knew it wouldn't be difficult for you, but, is it too late to prepare now? If possible, I hope to go up the mountain with you tomorrow morning. Of course it's too late. Jiyu Zhuting agreed very straightforwardly. Just for this smile from Young Fan, she felt that preparing for half the night was worth it. Last night, they had slept on one side of the long bed, and Jiyu Zhuting had not slept. Listening to his peaceful snoring and hating him for being so insensitive, all these feelings had vanished into nothingness because of his bright smile. Chapter 779. The camouflage clothing that Jiyu Zhuting spent half a night making only needed to be demonstrated a few times, and Young Fan could use it freely. In fact, this thing was an application technique, just like some magic tricks. Amateurs could not understand it no matter how much they thought about it, but once the trick was revealed, this trick could be played by anyone. However, the skill of stealth was equivalent to the skill of a magician playing cards. It required a long period of hard training, and Young Fan could not learn it in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only follow behind Jiyu Zhuting and wait for her to signal that there was nothing unusual in front of them before leaping forward for a short distance. However, this was also good. Jiyu Zhuting's true appearance was actually quite attractive, especially her body. Due to the special nature of the martial arts she practiced, her body was slender and soft. As long as she moved, there would be a kind of erotic rhythm. When she moved, she was like a beautiful snake, and it was really pleasing to the eye. However, Young Fan had to focus on her, or else he would accidentally lose track of her. Unless she took the initiative to signal, even Young Fan would not be able to find her. The two of them successfully sneaked through the first line of defense, and spent some effort to pass through the second line of defense. As Young Fan expected, the defense on the mountain was very lax during the day. When the two of them sneaked in, they also saw a few big black dogs. Young Fan could not help but secretly rejoice. These big dogs were very likely to be used as a tool to guard the mountain village at night. No matter how good one's martial arts was, it was difficult to hide from these animals with sharp sixth senses because of the smell on their bodies. After sneaking into the mountain village, it was much more convenient for the two of them to move around. However, the Huang Zhuling was very wide, and many of the buildings inside were not planned. They were some houses built completely according to the mountain's terrain. These houses were scattered in the bamboo forest, and it looked like an otherworldly paradise. However, it was difficult for the two of them to find a specific target among them. The two of them saw a place that appeared to be relatively spacious among the many bamboo houses. However, when they finally got close to it, they realized that it was the residence of the brigade commander who was stationed at the mountain. The two of them rushed in vain and almost exposed their tracks. Seeing that it was not a good idea to search blindly, the two of them could only retreat into the bamboo forest for the time being to discuss. Lang, Jiyu Zhuting said, the houses on this mountain are almost the same, and many of them are connected together. The villagers are coming and going, it would be too difficult for us to approach without leaving any trace. Finding the Prince of Luling's whereabouts among these many houses is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Can't we just grab someone and ask him? Young Fan immediately rejected her suggestion. No. If someone were to go missing on this mountain, they would immediately raise their guard. In that case, we might not even be able to see the Prince of Luling again. He carefully thought for a moment, then said, my stealth skill is not good enough, so I'll be a burden to you. How about this? You can wander around and do whatever you want while I find a high place in the bamboo forest to spy on their residents from above. The Prince of Luling's family has lived here for more than 10 years, so they might look like ordinary mountain people, but there will always be some differences. Perhaps if we carefully observe them, we might be able to find some clues.
All right.
Jiyu Zhuting nodded.
Then, be careful. I'm going.
Yang Fan nodded. With light steps, Jiyu Zhuting flashed out of the bamboo forest like a leopard cat. Her figure swayed a few times before disappearing from Yang Fan's sight. Yang Fan raised his head to look at the tall bamboos, then turned around and snuck into the depths of the bamboo forest. Arriving at a place where the bamboos were densely packed, Yang Fan chose an abnormally thick bamboo and climbed up it using his hands and feet. Although the bamboo was thick, it was still somewhat unable to bear the weight of a person. Thus, Yang Fan pulled over 2 nearby bamboos and used the bamboo branches to bind the 3 together. This way, the bamboo no longer trembled, and even when the wind blew, it became much more stable. Only then did Yang Fan turn his attention to the houses in his line of sight. From here, he naturally could not overlook the entire residential area of Huangzuling. Their residential area was basically built in a ring around the entire mountain, but from here, he could observe a large area. If he did not discover anything, he could just change locations. Yang Fan saw a plump woman coming out of one of the houses. Carrying a wooden basin, she walked to a corner of the courtyard, which looked like a pigsty. He also saw another house where several women were chatting in the courtyard. Some of them were collecting the soles of their shoes while others were picking up mildewed rice from the dustbans. There was also another house where a man was returning from the mountains. He carried a pitchfork and a bow and arrow on his back. Hanging from the tip of the pitchfork were 2 or 3 wild rabbits and pheasants. Could this hunting man be the son of the Prince of Luling? That plump woman feeding the pigs couldn't be Consort Wei, right? As for those brats playing with the mud at the intersection, it was unknown if the Prince of Luling's household had brought in any offspring in the last few years. After observing for a while, Yang Fan's imagination ran wild. At this moment, a young girl in a red dress appeared out of nowhere and walked to the slender bamboo under Yang Fan. As a martial artist, Yang Fan's 6 senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people. Although he did not hear anything, a trace of alarm still flashed through his heart. Yang Fan subconsciously lowered his head and saw a young girl bending over the bamboo, seemingly looking for something. Alarmed, Yang Fan hastily held the bamboo firmly, afraid that if he made any noise, the young girl would raise her head and discover his presence. He hoped to restore Li Tang to power because of his disappointment in the Wu clan. In the world, only Wu or Li had the right to inherit the empire, and once the Wu clan became the ruler, they wouldn't even be able to defend Chengdu. Thus, he vowed to restore Li Tang to power. However, he did not believe that he could sacrifice the lives of innocents just because of his great ambition. As a victim of the struggle for imperial authority, he hated those who, in the name of righteousness or some higher goal, treated the common people as nothing more than ants. He was afraid that the girl would discover him. Once the girl discovered him, he wouldn't know what to do. He couldn't cold-bloodedly kill people to silence them. These innocent people shouldn't be the touchstone to test his decisiveness in killing. In his eyes, those officials who disregarded human life were worse than animals. Thus, he could only hold his breath and pray that the young girl would leave as soon as possible. The young girl bent over the bamboo roots, searching for something. Later on, she even turned over the grass, appearing to be extremely focused. Yang Fan looked down from the top of her head, and the first thing that came into his mind was that her waist was very thin, shockingly thin. Women with beautiful figures were often described as thin waist that could be grasped or light waist that could be bent, but that was only a description after all, and there was an element of exaggeration. However, this description was actually appropriate for this young girl. Her waist was truly so thin that it could not be grasped. Soon after, Yang Fan noticed her hair. Her hair was black and shiny, and when it was turned over, it looked like a startled bird's wings were about to fly away. This was the police swan bun. Because she was a young girl who had yet to leave her room, there was still a lock of beautiful hair under the bun. It was separated into 2 shaved shoulders, shaped like a swallow's tail. The young girl seemed to be looking for something under the bamboo. After searching for a while, she suddenly cheered and suddenly took a step forward. She bent over the grass and made a picking action. Listening to her voice, it was clear and sweet, with a hint of cuteness. It was unexpectedly as pleasant to listen to as an oriole. Young Fan, who was holding his breath and observing from the bamboo pole, suddenly discovered that a snake was not far behind the young girl. Its flat head was raised more than a foot high, and it was eager to try. The young girl was completely unaware that although it was worn out, it was also because of this that her soft red dress, because of her bending over, clung tightly to her body, making it look round and perky. The snake was sticking out its tongue, and it slightly swayed its head back and forth as if it was going to stick out the next moment. Its target was the round arrow target in front of it. Young Fan's heart suddenly jumped to his throat. He almost immediately wanted to warn the young girl, but reason immediately stopped him. In reality, even if he was not afraid of exposing himself, warning at this time would be of no use. It was impossible for the young girl to avoid the attack of this poisonous snake at such a close distance. He finally found it. The young girl happily laughed and jumped around. The poisonous snake suddenly stuck its head out and bit her body. Ah! The young girl only saw a shadow flash by and immediately screamed in fright. When she felt pain in her leg, she looked down and saw a colorful poisonous snake biting her thigh. The young girl's body went limp and she immediately fainted from fright. Young Fan attached himself to the bamboo pole and looked around. He did not see anyone else walking in the forest, so he let go of his hands and quickly slid down from the bamboo pole. When his feet landed on the ground, the poisonous snake had already jumped into the grass. Young Fan finally saw the young girl's face. Although she fainted because of fright, and her face was abnormally pale, although the snake venom was working quickly in her body, making her eyebrows faintly reveal a touch of black hair, all these could not cover up her beauty. That kind of beauty was a kind of beauty that could not be described in words. That kind of dazzling brilliance, whether you looked at her from the front, from the side, or only saw her eyebrows, her eyes, her beautiful nose, or her seductive lips, you could immediately feel how charming her whole face was. Young Fan had seen many beautiful women, blonde concubines, submissive Korean women, passionate and sexy Nanyang women, lively and generous Luoyang women, especially the graceful and gorgeous Luoyang peony Li Lingyu, Shanghai Wana who was full of a light scholarly aura like a bright moon, charming and lovely Xiao Man, beautiful and moving Anu, and even Ning Ku who was like an orchid in a deep valley. These women all had their own unique beauty, but compared to the unconscious young girl in front of them, they were actually slightly inferior. It was impossible to say how many of these peerless beauties were inferior to her. This was purely a feeling in the heart. Moreover, such a calamitous beauty was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. If she were to grow up a little, how terrifying would that be? Her beauty was the kind that caused others to be unwilling to move their eyes away. However, when Young Fan gazed at her beautiful face that caused others to be infatuated with her, he sighed with emotion, hardened his heart, and turned around to leave. If he saved her, it was inevitable that his whereabouts would be exposed. If he did nothing, he could only watch the girl die. His reason pushed him away step by step, but his conscience dragged him, making his legs as heavy as lead, getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 780. The bamboo forest swayed, and when a gust of wind passed, there was a rustling sound, like a silkworm chewing on mulberry leaves. The girl in the red dress lay in the bamboo forest, silent and motionless. Only her pomegranate red dress moved with the breeze. Young Fan walked back, faster and faster. Soon, he reached the girl's side and bent down to look at her. To him, perhaps he struggled for a long time, but in reality, it was only a moment. He resolutely picked up the girl and walked quickly. The girl was very light as a feather, soft as if she had no bones. There was also a faint fragrance of flowers on her body. On her slender waist, there was a small sachet, but Young Fan would rather believe that the fragrance came from her body. Young Fan smelled the fragrance and thought in self-mockery, if she wasn't so beautiful, even if I couldn't bear to do it, would I risk exposing my whereabouts and come back to save her? However, this kind of thing could only be asked from his heart. Who else could answer him? Cherishing beauty, whether it was the same kind, animals, plants, or other objects. Wasn't this a characteristic of humans that was different from other animals? Under the cover of the bamboo forest, There was a clear spring. It was unknown where the spring water came from and where it went. It was hidden in the depths of the bamboo forest. The spring water was not deep, the surface was flat like a mirror, and the color of the water was clear. The natural lava structure was like a dark green bowl, holding the spring water. The spring water flowed out from the lower side, about 5 feet above the bottom. It was this 5 feet height that threw out a small waterfall. The water did not make a sound, and the splashes were not big. The parabolic flow of water was like a light silk, and also like the long hair of a girl facing the wind. And all around, there were uneven bamboos, tall and short, thick and thin. The uneven and the water surface formed a beautiful scene of heaven. Yang Fan put the girl on the edge of the water, and after a brief inspection, he found that her thigh was bitten. Yang Fan did not put on any pretense, and immediately lifted her slightly worn red dress. His movements were not big. The women in the mountains did not even have underwear. If he lifted her dress a little higher, then her privacy would be completely exposed, and there would be no more spring scenery to be preserved. What appeared in front of him was a pair of beautiful legs, just like the legendary mermaids. Her slender, streamlined calves glowed with a glossy luster, and her thighs glowed pink, as if they were a piece of fine jade that had been meticulously polished by the most brilliant craftsman. There was not the slightest impurity in them, and they were so soft. A little more and they would be too fat, and a little less and they would be too skinny. Even the most picky person would not be able to find any fault with them. Yang Fan pulled out the knife and without hesitation cut a small cross on the red and swollen wound. He bent down and sucked out the poisonous blood, spitting it on the ground to the side until her wound gradually healed. What he sucked out was bright red blood. Then he rinsed his mouth and scooped up a handful of clear spring water to clean her wound. Then he jumped into the forest. After a moment, Yang Fan came back, holding a few bunches of fresh grass in his hand. Growing up in the southern border, he might not know much about other things, but he still had a good understanding of the plants used to detoxify snakes. Yang Fan put the herbs into his mouth and chewed hard, and then applied the chewed-up medicine to her wound. Then he tore a strip from her dress and wrapped it around her thigh, preventing the medicine from falling off. When all of this was done, Yang Fan calmed down and thought about his own situation. The girl was quietly lying on her back, her long and neat beautiful eyelashes gently covering her eyes. Her nose was delicate, and her lips were like flowers. A pair of small peach blossoms protruded from under her coat. The small hands hanging by Yang Fan's side were tightly clenched. Even if the small hands were clenched into fists, they were still infinitely soft and beautiful. Yang Fan remembered that when she was bitten by the snake, she seemed to be looking for something under the bamboo, so he went to pry open her small hands. There was a small pearl lying quietly in her small hands. The pearl was not big, and the color was also average, but for the children of a military family in the mountains, it was probably very precious. When Yang Fan saw this pearl, he suddenly thought of an idea. He could take away the belongings on the girl's body, and when the girl woke up, she would only think that someone had saved her, and then took the opportunity to rob her. In this way, he could perfectly explain why the person who saved her would disappear without a trace. This kind of person was of course someone from the stronghold, and he might even be someone she knew. But even if she said it out, it would not be easy to alert the garrison. A proud smile appeared on Yang Fan's lips, and he immediately took the pearl from the girl's hands. Seeing that there were no ornaments on her hair, he touched her sleeves, and when he saw that there was nothing in her sleeves, he moved towards her waist. A girl's body would not be burdened with many things like a man's, so if he wanted to search her belongings, he only needed to touch her sleeves and waist. Yang Fan did not want to take away her belongings, but if he wanted to play the role of a thief, he had to act more like it. If he wanted to play the role of a perverted thief, then if he only untied her belt and tore her clothes, but did not really touch her, it would obviously be a big flaw. It was the same principle as being a thief. It was a pity that there was nothing on the girl's waist as well. On the other hand, with a touch, Yang Fan felt how enchanting the beautiful birds bred by the beautiful mountains and rivers here were. Soft, graceful, and slender. From the slender waist to the angle of the pelvis, the extremely slender part slightly expanded, forming a moving curve. It was like spring water pouring down in torrents, not loud, not hurried, gentle, and intoxicating. 9 out of 10 things in life would not go one's way. Things did not develop according to Yang Fan's expectations. When his hand was still feeling around the girl's waist, before he could withdraw it, the girl opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and Yang Fan felt a burst of embarrassment. The person lying in front of him was a beautiful girl, and with his current actions, if he said that he was a thief, would anyone believe him?
Who are you?
The girl spoke, just like the cheer that Yang Fan heard on the bamboo, sweet and crisp, with a bit of natural cuteness and coquettishness. Even if it was an interrogation, it did not sound strict, but was unusually cute. You were bitten by a poisonous snake. I am saving you, don't you believe me? My wound is not on my waist. Yang Fan retracted his hand with a whoosh, and without changing his expression, he said, in order to save you, I used a snake medicine passed down from my ancestors. I have to charge money for treating people, but I don't know when you will wake up, so I thought. I won't trouble you, I will do it myself. The girl's eyes turned, her clear eyes were so deep that they could frighten a person's soul. I know everyone on this mountain, but I have never seen you before. You are not from the mountain.
Of course not.
Yang Fan said calmly, I am a medicine master, I go up the mountain to pick herbs. Because this yellow bamboo ridge is garrisoned by the army, it has not been destroyed by the villagers and woodcutters, so it is the place with the most lush vegetation in the surrounding mountains, so I secretly ran here. The girl blinked, and said, listening to your accent, you are not a local?
Yang Fan said, that's right.
I am a medicine master, I travel the world, picking rare herbs, and just happened to pass by this place. I heard that this ridge has the most lush vegetation, so I went up the mountain. Actually, I am a Daoist disciple, specializing in the cultivation of external elixir. I planned to pick all the elixirs in the world, and refine a cauldron of elixir of immortality. If I was not proficient in elixirs, how could I have so coincidentally cured the poison in your body? The girl thought for a while, and slowly said, you just said that your snake medicine is passed down from your ancestors. Yang Fan smiled, and said, yes, it's passed down from my ancestors. I did not say it was passed down from my family. This is the elixir recipe passed down from my grandmaster, so of course it is passed down from my ancestors. I see, then, thank you very much for saving my life, warrior. The girl bent her waist and sat up, her watery eyes staring at Yang Fan. I have not yet asked for benefactor's name. Yang Fan said, Miss, you don't have to be so polite. My surname is Marchiao, and I am originally from Luoyang. May I ask for your name, miss? The girl smiled sweetly, and shyly lowered her head. My surname is Nyo, I come from the mountains, I don't have a real name, only a nickname. The villagers call me Ju Cai for convenience. Yang Fan praised, good name, 7-colored is as beautiful as a rainbow, only the name Ju Cai is worthy of your beauty. Ju Cai quickly glanced at him, and her face blushed, but when she looked down again, she found that her skirt was slightly pulled back, and although her thighs were covered, her 2 calves were still exposed. Suddenly, she couldn't help but feel shy, and lowered her head again. Twisting the belt of her dress, she softly said, thank you, Brother Ma, for saving my life. My family is poor, and I don't have many things on me, except for this bead, which was given to me by my grandmother. Now, I will give it to you as a thank you gift. I hope Brother Ma won't mind. No, how could I? Yang Fan almost returned the bead to her, but in order to maintain his current identity, he could only harden his heart and put the bead on his waist, got up, and said with a smile, Miss, although you have woken up, the poison in your body has not been cleared. You should go home and rest. You might feel a little dizzy, but you will be fine after a day or 2. Yes. Thank you, Brother Ma. Ju Cai also stood with her hands on her knees, and slightly bowed to Yang Fan. Her eyes turned, and she couldn't help but ask, Brother Ma, don't you bring a hoe or a basket when you go up the mountain to pick herbs? Yang Fan's heart jumped. This little village girl is very meticulous. Yang Fan immediately said, just now I was busy saving you, so I left the hoe and basket in the bamboo forest over there. I will go get them, and then I will go down the mountain. As for me going up the mountain to pick herbs, I also know that this mountain is forbidden, so I hope you, Ju Cai understood and said, Brother Ma, don't worry, you are this servant's benefactor, this servant will cover up for you. With such a beautiful and pure girl personally making a promise, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Then, this one will take his leave. Yang Fan turned around and was about to leave, but the moment he turned around, the eyes of the young girl behind him suddenly flashed with a fierce light. She quickly bent down and picked up a sharp stone. When she was still sitting on the ground, she had already chosen this sharp stone that could be used as a weapon. Ju Xiaoya picked up the stone and jumped forward, aiming the sharp part of the stone at the back of Yang Fan's head. Although she was a weak woman and had just been poisoned by the snake's venom, the back of her head was an extremely fragile part. If she was hit, Yang Fan would immediately die. Chapter 781. Yang Fan was still feeling proud of himself for being able to deal with this inexperienced girl with just a few words, but he never would have thought that the timid little rabbit would suddenly turn into a tigress. However, this girl had never practiced martial arts before and the snake venom in her body had not completely cleared, affecting her speed. Although her actions were decisive and ruthless, with Yang Fan's skills, he was still able to react in time. Yang Fan hurriedly turned his head, and the stone brushed past his ear, leaving a bloody mark on his neck. Nine-colored who had missed, let out an ouch and slammed heavily into Yang Fan's back. Yang Fan turned around and grabbed her arm. Ju Xiaoya's reaction was very fast, and the stone in her hand quickly flew towards his face, but it was caught by Yang Fan, who fiercely snatched the stone from her hand and threw it to the ground. Nine-colored's face was filled with shock, as if she had never thought that this person would have such good skills. Yang Fan's eyes became sharp and he was really angry. What are you doing? You're not an herb gatherer. Nine-colored calmed herself down and sneered. How could an herb gatherer who travels far and wide have skin as soft and tender as yours? Yang Fan subconsciously rubbed his cheek. Although his skin was not rough, it was still quite a distance away from being soft and tender, right? Nine-colored glared at him with hatred. You have bad intentions and want to hit on me. Do you think I can't see through it? Me. I've seen many men like you. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, but when he thought about how this girl's beauty could cause even his heart to race, he relaxed. He let go of Nine-colored's wrist and pushed her away, coldly saying, "There's no one around here. If I wanted to hit on you, wouldn't you be at my mercy?" Stupid. Nine-colored staggered for a moment as 5 bruises appeared on her delicate wrist. She gently rubbed her wrist as tears welled up in her eyes. You really don't want to hit on me?" Yang Fan coldly snorted and turned to leave. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. Ju Xiaoya's eyes were wide open as she watched him leave. As soon as she saw him turn around, she immediately hugged her shoulders and retreated in panic. "What are you doing?" She took 2 steps back. In her panic, she tripped and fell on her back on the soft meadow. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her 2 snow-white legs were instantly exposed. Ju Xia hurriedly gathered up her skirt and covered her legs in a flurry. She didn't know that this appearance would only arouse the desire of men. The reason why Yang Fan turned around was because he suddenly remembered the words that the girl had unintentionally said, "I've seen many men like you." A young girl in her 20s had actually said such a thing. Moreover, she had even tried to kill Yang Fan because she suspected that he had done something immoral to her. Her situation on this mountain was definitely not good. Yang Fan was worried that it would be difficult to find the Prince of Luling on this mountain, so if he could win over this girl. Yang Fan smiled at her and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to you. Come, sit here." In order to make her no longer afraid, Yang Fan did not walk too close to her. Instead, he sat down next to her and hugged his knees, pretending to be chatting. Nine-colored carefully withdrew her beautiful legs and held her skirt with both hands, her bright eyes still staring warily at him. Yang Fan said, "Who else is there in your family? On this mountain, are you often bullied by others?" Nine-colored stared at him with a face full of distrust and hesitated, not daring to speak. Yang Fan said encouragingly, "I don't blame you for what happened just now. I just want to hear about your story." "Oh, you know that I'm a cultivator. To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate virtue, and in order to cultivate virtue, one must have a benevolent heart. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me, or I can help you." Nine-colored stammered, You saved my life, but you want a reward. Yang Fan laughed and said, "Two different things, two completely different things. I'm not asking for a reward because of this bead of yours, but because I don't want people to form a habit of reaping without sowing. That would go against the original intention of us cultivators to help others. If you really do encounter a problem that you can't solve, I naturally won't decide whether or not to help just because there's no reward." With that, Yang Fan took out the small bead from his waist and handed it over to her. Nine-colored hesitated for a moment before timidly stretching out her hand. The sunlight shone on her small hand, giving it a translucent texture. The bead accurately landed on her palm, and when the sunlight shone on it, a faint glow could be seen. However, it was not as moving as her soft, jade-like palm. Nine-colored took the bead and quickly put it away. She seemed to believe Yang Fan's words, and her eyes lit up, revealing a hopeful expression. She cautiously asked, You can really help me?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "Of course. Didn't you also say that my skin is so soft and tender that I don't look like an alchemist? Haha, little girl, you live in the mountains and have rarely seen the world. Not all the cultivators in this world are bitter cultivators, and not all the alchemists in this world are carefree. My life is good, and it is naturally not something those wandering Taoists can compare to. This time, if it wasn't for the sake of refining a golden pill, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. To tell you the truth, my master is the temple master of Chang'an's Supreme Purity Palace. Although the current emperor favors Buddhism, causing my Taoism to be slightly weaker, my Supreme Purity Palace was, after all, built by the previous emperor, so it has not been affected. The Supreme Purity Palace has a deep foundation, and the magnificence of the temple is not inferior to the mansions of the nobles. Moreover, there are many believers in Chang'an, and we are rich and powerful. I am the most beloved disciple of my master, Daoist Kongju. If I wanted to help you, it wouldn't be difficult." Yang Fan spouted nonsense without blinking an eye. He said it so clearly that even he himself almost believed it. After listening to him, Nine-colored's bright eyes blinked, and they were quickly filled with crystal-clear tears. She sobbed and said, Your servant's father was originally a military major in the army here." Yang Fan said, "Oh, if that's the case, then Miss is also the daughter of an official's family. My apologies. Nine-colored shook her head sadly, and tears finally flowed down her white jade-like cheeks. "Your servant can no longer be considered the daughter of an official's family. Your servant's father passed away when I was 6 years old. My mother worked hard to raise me, but after 3 years, she also fell ill. The only thing my mother left for me was that bead." Nine-colored turned her face away and gently wiped away the tears on her tender cheeks. She said quietly, "After my mother passed away, your servant was adopted by uncle and aunt. Although uncle took good care of your servant, aunt didn't treat your servant well. Your servant could only live carefully, for fear of angering aunt. Now, your servant gradually grew up, and some of the men in the neighborhood bullied your servant because I didn't have parents to protect me. They often wanted to take advantage of me. Your servant had to be careful every time I went out, for fear of being targeted. Who knew? As she spoke, Nine-colored suddenly buried her head in her knees and sobbed silently. Yang Fan only thought that she was carelessly defiled later on. Thinking of such a pure and flawless beautiful girl being defiled, like a peerless piece of porcelain being smashed in front of his eyes, he felt a kind of sadness and regret in his heart. Nine-colored buried her head and cried for a long time. Her eyes were red and swollen as she raised her head and said with tears streaming down her face, "Who knew that uncle was a beast in human form, and actually coveted this servant? Fortunately, when he wanted to rape this servant, aunt came home, and this servant was able to escape. The one who saved this servant was aunt, who had always regarded this servant as a thorn in her side. Don't you think it's funny?" Yang Fan was silent. Nine-colored gently wiped her tears and said faintly, "Uncle was a bit henpecked. With aunt at home, he didn't dare to have any ideas about this servant. From then on, as long as aunt went out, this servant had to quickly follow. But once outside, I was afraid of the malicious people in the neighborhood plotting against me. This forest became this servant's hiding place. This servant, only here can I breathe in peace." Yang Fan listened to her sobbing about her unbearable situation and felt like his heart was about to explode. If it wasn't for the heavy responsibility he had at the moment, he really wanted to play the role of a wandering knight and help this girl slaughter her uncle and aunt who were worse than pigs and dogs. When I take the Prince of Luling away, I can take her with me. With her beauty and voice, I can send her to Grandmaster Rumei's tutelage. I'm sure that in 20 years, she will become a grand consecrator. It's just that contacting the Prince of Luling is a very important matter. Nine-colored is a natural beauty and is often coveted by others, so she has developed a habit of not trusting others. I can't tell her my goal right now. I have to make her trust me and rely on me more. Only then will I be able to make use of her. Thinking of this, Yang Fan comforted her. Nine-colored, don't cry. Your situation is truly pitiful and worrisome. At home, you have to guard against internal thieves, and when you go out, you have to guard against external thieves. Alas. Now that you're all alone, I presume you have nothing to miss in Uncle's home? Nine-colored nodded vigorously. Yang Fan sighed and said, if I take you away, will you be willing? Don't worry, I have a place to settle you down. You won't have to worry about food or clothing, and you won't have to worry about anyone plotting against you there. Nine-colored stared at him, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Yang Fan suddenly recalled the misunderstanding just now and hurriedly explained, don't worry, I won't have any designs on you. There's no one here, so if I have any evil intentions, can't I do whatever I want to? I'm not a bad person, so don't worry. Nine-colored shyly lowered her head before raising it again with a smile. There were still traces of tears on her face, but her smile was like a weeping pear blossom, exceptionally charming. I've already thought it through. Just now, because I had just woken up, my mind was still a little unclear, and because I saw Big Brother Marchiao on me. I misunderstood Big Brother. Big Brother, please don't blame me. The way she called him Big Brother was so sweet that even Yang Fan, with his mental fortitude, felt his heart waver. He thought to himself, what a waste, I really shouldn't have used Marchiao's name. Such a sweet way of calling him has really benefited that idiot. Chapter 782. You want to take me away now? Not now. You also know that I snuck in here to pick herbs, and I still have some matters to attend to. If I take you away now, I'll have to leave this place immediately, but I still haven't found the main ingredient I want. You go back first and wait for me to arrange everything, okay? The light in Zhu Xiao's eyes immediately disappeared, and she could not hide the disappointment in her eyes. Perhaps it was because the hope that had suddenly sprouted in her heart made her worry too much, so she did not believe in Yang Fan's promise. She was worried that Yang Fan would leave her behind once he left the mountain. Perhaps Yang Fan's words just now were just to appease her, to make sure she could safely escape. After all, there was a sign at the bottom of the mountain that said, trespassers will be killed. If he did it for this reason, it would be completely justifiable. Yang Fan could see her worry and distrust, but he also felt that this girl would not be able to survive in this fiery pit. Perhaps he really could use her to get in touch with the Prince of Luling. Yang Fan touched her body. Her purse wasn't very rich, but for a young girl living in the mountains, it could be considered a huge fortune. Yang Fan took out the bag and placed it in her hand, saying, take this money first, it might be of some use. Tomorrow at this time, I'll still be here to pick herbs. If it's convenient for you, you can come see me. Josiah took the bag with a doubtful look. Perhaps it was because she had lived in the mountains since she was a child and did not know human etiquette, but she did not hesitate to open the bag in front of Yang Fan. Wow! This is gold! What a big piece! Josiah picked up a piece of gold and exclaimed. Inside Yang Fan's bag was a piece of gold, 2 pearls the size of longan fruits, and several dozen copper coins. Although gold could not be directly used as money, it could be exchanged for money. Thus, people who traveled far away would rarely carry a heavy bag of money, and would instead carry gold, pearls, and other valuable things. Looking at this bag of money, it just happened to confirm what he had just said. He really did come from a faraway place. Zhu Xiaoya had probably never seen such a large amount of wealth in her life, and her eyes shone brightly. Yang Fan looked at her excited expression, smiled slightly, and said, yes, Do you believe me now? Yes. Yeah. Zhu Xiai pursed her lips and nodded repeatedly with a joyful expression on her face. Her nasal voice was extremely adorable. Yang Fan teased her, "Look at you now, gold is the antidote to your poison." Zhu Xiai's face turned red and she rolled her eyes at him, feeling a little bashful. Yang Fan withdrew his smile and said, "All right, I have to go." "You should go back too. Be careful, I'll be back here tomorrow." Yang Fan waved at her and disappeared into the bamboo forest. "Brother Ma Qiao, I'll see you there." Zhu Xiai caught up to him and waved her golden biscuit at him sweetly. Yang Fan pretended to go back to look for his hoe and bamboo basket. After walking through the bamboo forest for a while, when Zhu Xiai could no longer see his figure, he immediately returned and quietly stared at Zhu Xiai. Zhu Xiai was probably afraid of being poor. After suddenly obtaining such a large amount of money, she knelt on the ground and looked at the golden biscuit for a while before putting it down lovingly. She then raised the pearl and looked at it for a while. Even those copper coins, she looked at them carefully for a long time, as if they were treasures. Yang Fan sighed inwardly. Just by looking at her appearance, he could tell how hard she was usually on the outside. However, the hard life did not affect her growth. Perhaps natural beauty referred to women like her. Zhu Xiai looked at the things in the bag as if they were treasures, then put them into the bag and walked back and forth in the bamboo forest. Yang Fan was a little puzzled at first, not knowing what she was looking for. After looking for a while, he suddenly realized that she wanted to hide the money bag. Thinking of her beast-like uncle and harsh aunt, it was only natural for the little girl to do so. Yang Fan did not continue looking. He was now convinced that this girl would not reveal his whereabouts. If she wanted to tell on him, she would not have the patience to keep looking at the bag like it was a treasure. In truth, Yang Fan had long since believed Zhu Xiai's words, but this matter was of great importance, directly related to the life and death of a group of people and even the change in the fate of the country. He had no choice but to be extra careful. Yang Fan rushed to the place where he and Jiyu Zhuting had parted ways, and quietly waited for about half an hour. Then he heard a burst of rustling footsteps. Yang Fan quietly pushed aside the grass to take a look, and only when he saw Jiyu Zhuting did he reveal himself. When Jiyu Zhuting saw him, she gently shook her head. Yang Fan said, "There's no need to be anxious. If the Prince of Luling was so easy to meet, we wouldn't have to be so cautious. Let's go back first. I might already have a plan." The two of them once again stealthily left Yellow Bamboo Ridge and returned to their residence in Yellow Bamboo Town. The two of them each took a bath and rested. It wasn't until dinner time that Yang Fan told Jiyu Zhuting about how he met Zhu Xiai today, how he cured her, how he learned about her pitiful background, and how he wanted to use this mountain girl to find out more about the Prince of Luling. "Is this girl reliable?" Jiyu Zhuting asked. Yang Fan smilingly said, "Don't tell me you think that a young girl in her late 20s can come up with a flawless lie in that kind of environment. Besides, the lies of a young girl can't fool my eyes." Jiyu Zhuting smiled. "Naturally, our Lang's adaptability is a notch higher. Now that I think about it, this identity of yours is indeed plausible. It's just that when you go back next time, you'll inevitably have to carry a medicine basket on your back. What I mean is, this girl is, after all, a citizen of the garrison. Will she leak the news that our Lang is coming up the mountain?" Yang Fan recounted how he returned and secretly spied on Zhu Xiai. "That's why I'm certain that she won't report me. However, once she finds out about my true intentions, I'm afraid that she'll be too timid. Even if she doesn't tell anyone, it'll still be very bad if her expression shows any abnormalities. That's why I'll use a clever method to probe her. Unless it's absolutely necessary or I have absolute trust in her, I won't reveal the truth to her." Jiyu Zhuting pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. But you must be extra careful if a Lang sneaks into the mountain alone." "Don't worry," Yang Fan said. "With the security of the mountain, I can come and go as I please even without you teaching me the method. However, once I find out Prince Luling's whereabouts, I'll need to rely on you to get in touch with him in the midst of so many houses and under the noses of so many mountain people." At dusk, Yang Fan and his wife strolled around the town. Because he had hired dozens of strong laborers, almost everyone in the town knew who he was. The townspeople were very polite to this foreign guest who brought money to the locals, and they couldn't help but greet him warmly whenever they saw him. Young Fan and his wife also responded enthusiastically. The cavalrymen and internal guards who lived in the surrounding villages also came to the town in twos and threes. Since Young Fan's matter was still unsettled, he naturally didn't have any instructions for them. As soon as they saw Young Fan walk past them expressionlessly without even looking at them, they knew that they had to continue waiting. Thus, they also passed by Young Fan as if nothing had happened. Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and the other girls who belonged to the internal guards were very excited about this mission. They were most happy to see that Young Fan still hadn't gotten in touch with Prince Luling. They had been cooped up in the palace for far too long. Every year, they would only have the opportunity to go out on several major festivals, and that was only when they weren't unlucky enough to be on duty. Now that they had gone so far away, especially in the countryside of Fangzhou, which was completely different from Luoyang, these girls were having so much fun that they forgot about home and home. The next day, when the people hired by Young Fan went up the mountain again, Young Fan and Jiyu Zhuting also quietly followed behind them. This time, Young Fan carried a bamboo basket on his shoulder with a medicinal hoe inside. The pace of life in a small town in the mountains was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. In Luoyang, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, the bells and drums would ring loudly. Unless one was sleeping like a dead pig, it was fine to not wake up even if one wanted to. In this place, Young Fan opened his eyes punctually, washed his face, brushed his teeth, went to the latrine, and practiced his martial arts. There was still no smoke coming out of the kitchen chimney. They waited and waited. When breakfast was finally served, it was already late in the morning, but they still had to eat and chat, drinking a bowl of porridge for an entire hour and swaying left and right for a long time before they finally picked up their chores and left. When they left the door, they didn't see them walk quickly. They walked even slower than cows. In Luoyang, Young Fan was already used to the fast pace of life in the capital. Even his walking speed was much faster than theirs. Young Fan followed behind them for a while, but he really couldn't wait any longer. He and Jiyu Zhuting took a small path to get ahead of them and rushed to Huang Zhuling first. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Jiyu Zhuting hid in the forest and waited. Young Fan sneaked past the guard's surveillance tape and quietly entered the mountain. On the narrow mountain road, flowers swayed along the roadside. The stream turned, and the tall bamboo covered the scenery. The beauty under the bamboo was elegant and pleasant. Zhu Xiaoya sat cross-legged on the meadow under the bamboo forest beside the quiet spring. Her elbows rested on her legs and her cheeks rested on her hands. Her black hair was not tied up, and her beautiful face was like jade. Her clear eyes were slightly blurred as she looked at the quiet and clear spring water. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the sky. The sky was azure blue, but under the cover of the tall bamboo, only a corner of the sky could be seen. Moreover, it was cut by the thin bamboo leaves and hung messily above. She muttered to herself, "Do we really have to leave this place?" Her expression was somewhat perplexed, but it was immediately replaced by determination. She clenched her fists and her face was flushed with excitement. "Leave. No matter what, we have to leave. Even if it's a big risk, this place. I've had enough. Haha, so you're here." Young Fan separated two thin bamboos and walked over with a bamboo basket containing a few herbs on his back. "Big brother Ma Qiao." Zhu Xiaoya turned around in surprise. As soon as she saw Young Fan, a pair of dimples appeared on her cheeks. Like a swallow, she leapt up and flew towards him.